Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to call to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Santa Barbara County. It's May 6, 2025. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
And Chair Capps.
Thank you. And at this time, please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first up is the approval of the minutes from our last regular meeting, April 8th, and the April 14th budget workshops, including April 14th and April 16th.
Move approval of all.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
I heard Supervisor Lee first. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. CEO Miyasato, please give us your report.
I do have a report this morning. Thank you, Chair and board members. April and May of 2025 marks the one-year anniversary of our successful La Posada and Hope Village projects. La Posada, as you know, is in South Santa Barbara County, and Hope Village is in Santa Maria. And these two innovative interim housing projects have served more than 350 individuals who were previously unsheltered in their first year of operation. The county utilized land for both projects and has invested, as of this month, $4.5 million in Hope Village and $2.8 million in La Posada. Key partners include Dignity Moves, which led the development of the villages, and Good Samaritan, which operates day-to-day services at the sites. Looking ahead, the county has slated $5 million for the coming fiscal year for these projects. And while these funding sources are not ongoing, the county continues to pursue funding each year. So this morning, I'm pleased to share with you a video that highlights the county's interim housing projects, including La Posada and Hope Village.
On any given night in Santa Barbara County, there are as many as 2,000 people living outside, on our streets, in encampments, and in vehicles, and as many as 4,000 people that use the Homeless Assistance Program throughout the year.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they might be living in an encampment, or they might be living on a public street. Outreach workers identify them and connect with them and start building trust. They are able to bridge them to these interim sites where they can stay for the short term while they work on basic needs, getting well, and applying for housing. We started with the Dignity Moves in downtown Santa Barbara, and it was so successful that Hope Village in northern Santa Barbara County was opened.
We have 94 units here at Hope Village. 30 of them are dedicated to recuperative care. Folks that are really struggling with their health needs that were unsheltered on the streets. We have nurses here to help serve them. We have 5 units dedicated to our veterans. We have 10 transitional age youth, which is also a really unique component, I think, of this project. And then the rest are for our general unsheltered population. Without the county, these projects are impossible. This is county property that they're allowing us to put these projects on. The county has been our biggest cheerleader and our biggest advocate for these projects. We literally here at Hope Village sit right across the street from our Board of Supervisors offices, and it's just a really great partnership.
Months after opening Hope Village, La Posada opened its doors in southern Santa Barbara County.
I was previously in jail for almost 6 months. I had severe depression back then. It was really bad. And I hit rock bottom, but I'm doing so much better now. And they sent me here to the tiny homes. I love it here. The workers are really nice. I have a caseworker. I feel safe. There's security guards here 24/7, and I have counselors here. I get the help I need. I have a picture of my kids right here, so it'll keep me motivated.
The room, the door, the key is really important for people to start to feel safe and move forward with their lives.
I feel like this program's giving me a chance to have a new life, get back on my feet and back on track. I feel like I'm on track already. They take me to work in the morning, I get picked up. I'm working at the grocery outlet, so I feel like a new person now.
Behavioral wellness is on site daily, working with clients on behavioral health. We have substance use counselors coming on site to work with folks. It's kind of a one-stop shop to everything you need to get back on your feet. And then we have housing navigators and housing programs as well that come and work with our clients on trying to reach their ultimate goal of permanent housing.
What is a success is people moving into different units of housing as they open up throughout the county. And one of the developments is Buena Tierra.
I guess about 18 years being quote-unquote homeless. I hate that word, but finally went to the tiny homes and then stayed there for 20 days. And then my room was ready here at Buena Tierra. They call this a studio. I call it a large apartment. I'm finally home. My mom didn't live long enough for me to see where I am now, but she's always with me watching, and she's very happy with this, and I am too. So.
The County of Santa Barbara has really played a key role from identifying the sites to moving the projects quickly forward. We work really closely with many partners to serve many different populations of people and bringing together some of the key services that people need to be successful.
It is a dream come true for me. I really honestly thought I'd just be staying outdoors the rest of my life, but I can't say enough good about this place. It's just absolutely fantastic. It took me a while to actually have it set in that this is really happening to me. It just seemed too good to be true, you know? But it's not, it's a real thing.
Addressing homelessness with a creative and humane approach remains a top priority for the County of Santa Barbara. The county has dedicated county land and $14.1 million of the county's budget to interim housing projects over the past 5 years. Looking ahead, the county has slated $5 million for fiscal year 2025-26 for these projects. While these funding sources are not ongoing, the county continues to pursue funding each year so all can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life.
And thank you to CSD members who are here. So thank you, CSD members here, particularly Jet Blackmartz and Joe Devonick, and I know their director is online, so thank you to them. And thank you, obviously, to Kelsey Matita for putting that together.
That was wonderful. I hope we can all get that so we can share it with others, but thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I comment
Supervisor
just for a
Lavanino.
second?
Yeah.
I think after that video, it's also important to highlight that there's some bad news, is that we just got some word that our AmeriCorps program is being chopped by the federal government. 32,000 volunteers across the country that basically work for a stipend, and what we use them for is a lot of outreach to our homeless veterans and some of the encampment areas. I think they found out like on a Tuesday or Wednesday that by Friday that funding was eliminated. So I think it's something we need to look at the county of trying to figure out where, you know, what's going to happen. How do we lobby our members of Congress to get that reinstated? I don't think anybody from either side of the aisle thinks that this is a good idea. This is the biggest bang for the buck that we can possibly get. This is evidence-based work. I even heard that there was a study that showed you get $35 return on investment for every dollar we spend. We get $35 of work from these individuals. And one of the greatest programs out there that we have in this country is people offering their lives into service for a couple of years in the AmeriCorps program, and to see this being just flat out across the board cut, it's a serious problem. Hopefully cooler heads will prevail. And I think I'd like to see our staff come to us and kind of give us an update on, in the future, you know, where this is headed and how we can look to keep those services alive.
I agree, and thank you for that. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any other announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I just have one quick announcement regarding public participation this morning. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Okay, now we move to the administrative agenda, and we have some that have been pulled previously by the board. I can just list what I have and see if there's any additional. I have A16, A21, A24, A32. And Madam Clerk, I understand that those A21 and A32 were also pulled by the public.
Chair Capps and members of the board, that is correct. We had items A21 and A32 pulled from the public.
Okay, any additional? Are we good at those?
And Madam Chair, my apologies. Can you please repeat the items pulled by the board? That was A16, A21, A24, and A32?
You got it. Yep.
Right.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda, except for those ones that I just listed.
So moved?
Okay, Supervisor Hartman,
Second.
Supervisor Lee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, now we're up to our resolutions. We got quite a few good ones here. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please read administrative item number 1 into the record?
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing firefighters throughout Santa Barbara County who mobilized to assist in the 2025 Los Angeles wildfire federal emergency. And joining us today to receive the resolution in person, we have the Santa Maria Fire Department, Captain Chad Wennerstrom, with peer support dog Kai, and Santa Barbara County Fire Department Captain Tom Wade and Captain Brian Talbot. And if you can please make your way to the podium, and I believe we have everyone joining us at the podium this morning. So if you all like to make your way down to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas from January 7th to 31st, 2025, 14 wildfires swept through the Los Angeles and San Diego areas, fueled by low humidity and Santa Ana winds, sometimes reaching 100 miles per hour. And whereas these fires caused at least 30 deaths, forced 200,000 evacuations, and destroyed over 18,000 structures across 57,000 acres. And whereas in response to this unprecedented crisis, the Los Angeles County and City Fire Departments urgently called for mutual aid, and Santa Barbara County first responders answered that call, deploying 97 firefighters from 8 fire departments, including Vandenberg Space Force Base, Guadalupe, Lompoc, Santa Maria, Carpinterian Summerlin, Montecito, Santa Barbara City, and the Santa Barbara County. And whereas these brave men and women risked their lives to battle the wildfires, protect homes, and ensure the safety of countless residents, demonstrating extraordinary dedication, skill, and resilience in the face of one of the most destructive fire emergencies in California history. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara deeply appreciates their sacrifice and extends gratitude to the families of our first responders, who also sacrifice when duty calls for their loved ones. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara proclaims its recognition and appreciation for the tireless efforts, courage, and heroism of the firefighters of Santa Barbara County in responding to the 2025 Los Angeles wildfire federal emergency, safeguarding lives and protecting communities in a time of great need. Passed and adopted today.
I want to hear about the dog.
Yeah.
We don't get... Yeah.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, on the screen, you can see the names of all the different fire departments and the firefighters who went down to LA area and fought the fires. And, mutual aid, we've been the recipients of it many times in the past, and we've also been able to offer it. It takes tremendous courage and fortitude and leaving one's own family, and things were so uncertain down there. And so it really is gratifying to be able to recognize everybody who went out into that inferno and did as much as possible to help the people there. It's a long process of rebuilding, but you know, when you're in a crisis like that and you know help is coming, that makes all the difference.
Supervisor Lavigno.
Thank you. And, you know, just when you watch those videos and you see everybody evacuating, and there's only a couple of people headed the other way, you know, and they're wearing the uniform, it just, again, it reestablishes how the mindset of our first responders are, that, you know, every day they don't know what's going to happen, and at any moment you can get the call, and you have to walk into an area, especially as they were lacking resources and trying to, you know, you're basically fighting Mother Nature at that point, and it was a battle that was just impossible to win, but they did everything they could to save life and property, so we appreciate it.
Well said. Thank you so much. Supervisor Lee.
Just a quick comment. I see all the fire chiefs here, so I just want to let you know that we appreciate you and your team and all you do, so thank you.
And I'll just add that I so much admire your courage. Thank you. Okay, resolution to be presented number 2.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of May 4th, 2025 through May 10th, 2025 as National Correction Officers Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person to receive the resolution today, we have Chief Vincent Wazalewski, Under Sheriff Craig Bonner, Commander Ryan Sullivan, Commander Sean Lamer, and fellow custody personnel. And if you can all join us at the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the week of May 4th through May 10th represents a period where correctional officers across the United States are recognized for their dedication and heroism to their local communities. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office Custody Branch, consisting of the South County Main Jail Operations, Northern Branch Jail Operations, Resources Bureau, Health Services Bureau, Transportation Bureau, Inmate Programs, Classification Unit, and the Special Operations Response Team, SORT, are highly regarded professionals working in conjunction with other local criminal justice and public safety entities. And whereas 52 years ago, the Sheriff's Office and this board identified the need to establish a rank structure for Sheriff's Correction Officers, which later evolved into custody deputies. This structure aims to effectively support the responsibilities of custody deputies who are specifically trained to address the unique needs of detention facilities. These facilities are tasked with the housing, security, and transportation of all inmates incarcerated in Santa Barbara County. And whereas custody staff serving in a 24/7 facility encounter the challenges posed by a complex jail system coupled with the heightened demands resulting from medical and mental health concerns. They work tirelessly to uphold order, deliver essential resources and education, and ensure security while safeguarding the care, custody, and dignity of the individuals entrusted to their supervision. And whereas the citizens of Santa Barbara County can be confident that these men and women are committed to their service, they perform their duties with professionalism and ethics, demonstrating integrity, courage, and fairness. This dedication ensures the safety of the community, their fellow officers, and incarcerated individuals. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes the week of May 4th through 10th, 2025, as National Correctional Officers Week. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the men and women of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office who have chosen a career in corrections and dedication their service to our community, passed and adopted today.
Good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Brown and our entire Sheriff's Office team, I want to thank your board for this resolution. Bringing attention to and recognizing the contributions of our corrections professionals in serving our community and helping to make Santa Barbara County the wonderful place that it is to live, work, and recreate. In 1984, President Ronald Reagan established the first week of May as National Corrections Officer Week, an opportunity for all of us to recognize those who serve as corrections officers, or as we heard earlier, in our case, as custody deputies. Men and women who day in and day out exemplify professionalism, integrity, and strength, and who do so within a difficult and sometimes dangerous environment. It goes without saying, but our custody deputies walk the toughest beat in Santa Barbara County every single day. They generally do so behind the scenes, unseen by community members, and oftentimes underappreciated for the vital role they serve our community in keeping it safe by maintaining the security of our jail facilities. All the while ensuring that persons in our custody are provided with humane constitutional care, that they are afforded opportunities for self-improvement, and are connected with services that can assist them in breaking the cycle of incarceration. Sheriff Brown and I are incredibly proud of our entire custody team. Individually and collectively, our custody deputies and our professional staff are truly an integral component of our community's overall public safety team. And we thank your board for recognizing their contributions through this resolution. Thank you.
Hartman. Oh, okay. Anybody? All good? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to administrative item number 3. Madam
Chair
Clerk.
Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 3 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Director Tony Navarro and Pamela Flint-Tambo. And if you can please make your way to the podium, and anyone else you'd like to join with you today as well. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas May 2025 is recognized as Mental Health Month in Santa Barbara County and across the nation, enhancing public awareness and working to dispel the stigma surrounding mental health. And whereas mental health is essential to overall health and well-being, and everyone faces challenges in life that can impact their mental health. And whereas nearly 1 in 5 American adults will experience a diagnosable mental health condition in any given year, and about half of all Americans will experience such a condition in their lifetime, often beginning by age 14. And whereas mental health conditions are common, manageable, and treatable, and seeking help early can lead to better outcomes and save lives. And whereas the 2025 Mental Health Month theme, Turning Awareness into Action, calls on individuals, organizations, and communities to take practical steps toward lasting positive change in mental health support and systems. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge May as Mental Health Month, passed and adopted today.
All right. Good morning, Chair Capps, Supervisors, and County staff. Thank you so much for recognizing May as Mental Health Month. There's a couple of things we wanted to say, but today I brought a poster also. I brought a poster because today also starts Nurses Week, which you're going to recognize in a minute. But these are our two of our psychiatric nurses from our hospital. And so I just wanted to share with you that we have staff on the front lines every day also doing some of the most difficult work in the county at our county hospital, and wanted to especially recognize these two staff who've been with our psychiatric health facility for over 20 years with the county. So wanted to recognize them. So in May is Mental Health Month, I'm really proud to announce that we have over 80 buildings publicly that are lit up this month in Santa Barbara County, recognizing and taking awareness. And many of our partners, as well as community members, are turning awareness into action, which is the campaign this year for the Light Up Green. So some ideas that folks have is posting things on social media, participating in chats and educational opportunities that help bring awareness not only to the loved ones and those who are challenged with living with severe and persistent mental illness, but the community at large as we seek together to create wellness for the entire community. I want to thank TIMA and Mental Wellness Center, two of our partners, and encourage you to go to their website. They have a lot of activities going on this month to create awareness and give you opportunities to turn that into action. Our NAMI Santa Barbara, as part of the national NAMI, also has a campaign called Every Story is Strength. And so There is a campaign online where folks can go and tell their stories, write a story, and talk about their own resilience and how they've overcome their mental health challenges. Helps others to have hope and to realize that the recovery is possible for everyone. We'd also like to thank now our youth coalition, Santa Maria Valley's Fighting Back. They couldn't be here today because of school schedules, but they have put together a great video for us.
It starts with pressure, deadlines, expectations.
Stress stacks up in silence. One mistake becomes everything.
Anxiety adds weight before you say a word.
Being surrounded doesn't mean being seen.
It's possible to feel invisible.
Words, looks, shoves. You carry it all.
It's tempting to escape it all.
But you don't have to go that way.
Every book tells a story. You don't have to carry it alone.
Thank you. And finally, on the Santa Barbara County Behavioral Wellness page, there is a QR code, and you can click on that, and it lists all the various activities for the month of May around the county. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate this month every year and appreciate every day folks like Pam Flint-Tambo who serve on our Be Well Commission and the advocates. And thank you, Director Navarro, for highlighting the youth. I don't know if people really realize that most of our schools, particularly the high schools, have mental wellness clubs and students, young people that are speaking out and taking action and forming community, and it's really a wonderful part of our community. So thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. I believe that's number 4.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 4 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming May 6, 2025 as National Nurses Day and the week of May 6, 2025 through May 12, 2025 as National Nurses Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today to receive the resolution, we have Kelly Berrigan, Ann Carlisle, Ashley Freeman, Gretchen Hernandez, and Lily Strong. And if you can all please join us at the podium. Whereas nurses in the United States constitute our nation's largest healthcare profession and are recognized for their contributions both in their role as expert clinicians in diverse care settings and as leaders who can dramatically influence the quality of care and overall performance of the healthcare system. And whereas the nursing profession plays an essential role in improving patient outcomes, increasing access, addressing health disparities, and achieving health equity. And whereas the demand for nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging American population, emerging health challenges, the continuing expansion of life-sustaining technologies, and the explosive growth of home healthcare services. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Health Department is celebrating its centennial this year, in which nurses have played a critical role to ensure the provision of core and essential public health services to vulnerable populations. And whereas along with the American Nurse Association, the County of Santa Barbara has declared May 6th through 12th as Nurses Week with the theme, The Power of Nurses, with appreciation for nurses, unparalleled impact, and their contributions to healthcare, and an open invitation to #ThankANurse for enriching our lives and the world we live in. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does observe the 6th day of May 2025 as National Nurses Day, and the week of May 6th through May 12th as National Nurses Week in recognition of the contributions of all nurses working in all of our healthcare and educational settings and in the County of Santa Barbara. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you. I wasn't supposed to speak, but I pulled rank. We would have loved to have all our nurses like the firefighters and correctional help, but I think we're busy. So those few but mighty will do. It is not a coincidence that all those resolutions happen to be on the same day, because whether it's public health, whether it's public safety, whether it's mental health, our nurses provide all that whether they are in jail, correctional health, or at our clinics or our public health programs, or in street medicine, or visiting houses. Our nurses provide safety, comfort, care, and in a dignity to our residents and providing the care they need. Now I'll let the real people speak.
Good morning, Chair Capps, Supervisor Hartman, and members of the board. My name is Ann Carlisle. I'm the Director of Communicable Disease Control and Prevention and the Deputy Director of Public Health Nursing for County Health. I'm joined today by nurse leaders from our healthcare centers, maternal, child, and adolescent health program, and the sexual assault response team. On behalf of nurses throughout our community, I would like to extend gratitude for your acknowledgement of Nurses Week and for embracing this year's theme, The Power of Nurses. It is County Health's centennial celebration, lending the perfect opportunity to highlight the vital role of nurses in public health. These professionals are not only caregivers, they're educators, advocates, leaders, and frontline responders who work tirelessly to keep Santa Barbara County residents safe. Whether it's through disease prevention, health education, outreach to vulnerable populations, or emergency response, the impact of nursing is expansive. Your recognition affirms the critical roles nurses play every day in supporting the health and well-being of our community, and your support empowers us to continue our work with pride, dedication, and renewed energy. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed board. My name is Ashley Freeman, and I'm the RN supervisor for the Santa Barbara Healthcare Center. I'm pleased to speak with you today on the power of nursing, and I thank you for the resolution today for the Nurses Week. Not long ago, I responded to a rapid response call in our healthcare center. A man had collapsed in our parking lot. He wasn't breathing and had no pulse. I immediately began CPR, and my team arrived with the AED, and on my team as well. We administered Narcan, and moments later he woke up. He survived without any other problems, and we learned that he was a patient waiting for a family member. This is just one example of the critical roles our nurses play every day at our clinics and elsewhere. Nurses bring a unique set of skills that are essential to the healthcare system. We triage, respond in emergencies, and deliver life-saving care under established protocols. But our role goes far beyond that. Nurses are leaders. We don't just provide care, we direct it. We build trust, identify barriers, and advocate for improved access to care. We use our clinical judgment to uncover inefficiencies, improve workflows, and advocate for those who often go unheard. In a world full of gaps between patients, providers, illness, and recovery, nurses are that bridge. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to add, I often mention my mother was a nurse, and she was a member of the California Nurses Association in the 60s and 70s and was a pioneer really advocating for changes to the profession. And in terms of the hours, in terms of the autonomy, pay, and most of all, the dignity and respect that nurses now enjoy. I think she would be very delighted to see the profession and how it's developed. And we need more nurses, clearly, so that's a bit of a pitch for that. It really, in a hospital, it's the nurses that are spending the time with the patients and who have the knowledge of the day-to-day, hour-to-hour experience, and everybody else in the care team relies on that expertise. So thank you. It's a very demanding job, but you really are significant to our overall sense of welfare. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll add, as a daughter of a nurse as well, to echo what Supervisor Hartman said, nurses make the best listeners. So thank you. Next resolution, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 5 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution honoring mothers helpers for exceptional service in Santa Barbara County And joining us to receive the resolution today, we have Michelle Erickson. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Mothers Helpers, a Santa Barbara-based nonprofit founded in 2009 by parents and for parents, provides critical support to low-income families by supplying essential baby items, ensuring that every child has the opportunity to thrive, and no parent faces the journey alone. And whereas the organization's Everyday Essentials program serves over 600 families annually throughout Santa Barbara County by collecting and distributing hundreds of new and gently used items each month. And whereas Mothers Helpers relies on an inspiring network of volunteers who sort, organize, and match donations to specific families, ensuring that the right items reach the right households at the right time, reflecting the nonprofit's deep commitment to dignity, community, and family wellness. And whereas beyond its immediate impact on individual families, the organization promotes environmental sustainability by repurposing quality baby goods that would otherwise go to waste, keeping items out of local landfills and fostering a culture of generosity and resourcefulness within the community. And whereas sparked by one mother's call for help and another's compassionate response, Mothers Helpers has become a lasting symbol of what community can achieve when it comes together to support one another, offering not just tangible aid, but also empathy, solidarity, and hope to hundreds of women, infants, children, and parents each year. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Mothers Helpers for its exceptional service to Santa Barbara County and its enduring impact on mothers, families, volunteers, and the broader community. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors. I am proud to accept this honor on behalf of our entire organization, our staff, our volunteers, our partners, including nurses and mental health professionals of this community, and everyone in this community that has dropped off baby goods at our door for the last 15 years. The number one thing people say to me when they drop off items and they hand off that stroller they pushed around for 4 years or that pack and play their grandchild grew out of way too fast is, I just didn't want to take it to a thrift store. I wanted to give it to someone who needs it. Mm-hmm. And they say that because they understand how hard it is to raise a baby under the best of circumstances, let alone if you're struggling to meet your family's basic needs. They understand that every parent needs help raising a child. And as a community, we're stronger when we're there to help each other. So when Mothers Helpers hands a stressed out, sleep-deprived mama a big bundle of baby essentials with clothes, diapers, blankets, maybe a pack and play or a car seat, not only does it lift the financial burden off her shoulders, but it sends her a message that somebody cares, that a whole community cares about her and her baby. And so thank you for this honor, and to everyone who cares for the mothers of our community. They are truly the unsung heroes among us. Happy Mother's Day.
Supervisor Lee.
Michelle, I just want to say thank you and to Mothers Helpers for all they do. And I want to thank to all the mothers in this room and that work so hard and in our county. And to all the mothers watching on TV right now, thank you for all you do. I wouldn't be who I am without my mom. So if she's watching, I love you and thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to resolution number 6.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 6 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the 2024 Junior Carpinterian of the Year. And joining us in person today, we have Valeria Zamora Susano. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the Junior Carpinterian of the Year is recognized not only for academic promise, but for exceptional service, leadership, and spirit that uplift the Carpinteria community. This year's honoree, Valeria Susano, has continued the tradition by demonstrating remarkable commitment to mentorship, athletics, and educational excellence. And whereas through Valeria's work as a counselor in training at the Girls Inc. Summer Bridge program, she served as a mentor and role model for young girls transitioning into middle school, offering guidance and support rooted in her own experience as a program alum and motivated by her deep personal connection to the students she served, including her own niece. And whereas, as a 4-year member of the Carpinteria High School girls JV and varsity tennis team, she demonstrated teamwork, sportsmanship, and persistence, earning MVP recognition in her sophomore year and all-league honors as a senior singles player, contributing not only points on the scoreboard, but also spirit and unity to her team. And whereas she has further showcased resilience and determination through track and field, improving her race times as a long-distance runner, helping her team win league and country and county championships, and earning the most improved distinction, proof of her ability to set goals and exceed expectations through consistent effort. And whereas her involvement in the MESA Club, Mathematics, Engineering, Science Achievement, underscores her commitment to academic growth and problem solving, reinforcing her reputation as a student leader both inside and outside the classroom. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Valeria Zamora Susano as the 2024 Junior Carpinterian of the Year and commends her for being an outstanding representative of Carpinteria's youth and a beacon of excellence in our community, passed and adopted today.
I just wanted to say thank you so much, Supervisor Lee, for the award, as well as everyone. I do recognize some of you guys. I did work here for Doss Williams, which was a really good honor, and it's unreal. I mentioned it to Supervisor Lee yesterday because I also went to another event, and I actually can't believe that I'm speaking right now and I'm a part of this. Kind of like this journey and kind of sitting here and now being the one speaking, as well as I like to give this honor to my parents who are also here and to first generation students. Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Miller, I just want to say we're very fortunate to have you in our community. Your achievements and accomplishments has been really, really impressive. So when I was your age, I don't think I have any of that. So. But thank you for being here. And you have a great family. Thanks.
Wonderful. Okay, next resolution, please, number 7.
Chair Capps and members of the board. Administrative item number 7 is sponsored by Supervisor Lee. It is to adopt a resolution honoring the 2024 Carpinterian of the Year. And joining us in person today to receive the resolution, we have Linda Fairley. Linda, if you can please make your way to the podium. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Linda Fairley has demonstrated exceptional commitment to the Carpinteria community through her tireless volunteerism, transformative philanthropic contributions, and deep passion for making Carpinteria a thriving and inclusive place for all. And whereas since arriving in Carpinteria in 2015, Linda's generosity and vision have had an unparalleled impact, most notably as an unexpected and deeply meaningful donation to the Carpinteria Arts Center, placing the center on the map as one of America's premier small-town arts institutions. And whereas her legacy of support extends far beyond the arts, her dedication to local organizations like Girls Inc., the Boys and Girls Club, Carpinteria Children's Project, the Carpinteria Education Foundation, and dozens of other nonprofit organizations make it clear that Linda walks the walk with her commitment to uplift families, empower youth, and build community. And whereas most importantly, Linda leads by example, embodying a spirit of humility and civic pride, whether volunteering as a docent at the Arts Center Gallery or quietly picking up trash on behalf of Carpinteria Beautiful, always choosing service over spotlight. And whereas her selfless contributions have created long-lasting ripple effects throughout the city, enriching the cultural, educational, and civic fabric of Carpinteria, and earning the deep admiration of community members, fellow honorees, and local leaders alike. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge Linda Fairley as the 2024 Carpinterian of the Year, honoring her extraordinary service, generosity, and enduring impact to the community she so deeply loves. Passed and adopted today.
Excuse me. Thank you so much for the honor. I was totally shocked last weekend when this all happened, and I still cannot believe it. It's true, but after living in Santa Barbara for 40 years, which I loved and worked at City College, and my husband being Rusty, who was on the City Council, at 81 years old, to have this happen to me in this wonderful new community that I live in is a tremendous honor. I just can't tell you how pleased I am, and hopefully I know that I'll continue living this life in the most wonderful community and continue to give back. And we know that it's making a difference, and it feels so good. So thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
And I just want to say, I can't think of a person that's more deserving of this award than you. And you are an icon in our community, so we're very fortunate and proud to have you in Carpinterian. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to administrative item number 8, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 8 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of appreciation honoring Terry Delaney, founder of Veggie Rescue. And joining us in person today to receive the resolution, we have Terry Delaney. And if you can please make your way to the podium. Is Terry here? Oh, there he is. All righty, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Terry Delaney recognized a critical need in Santa Barbara County to increase food access for people facing hunger and reduce food waste. And whereas in 2010, Terry took visionary action by founding Veggie Rescue, creating a vital connection between local farms and organizations serving food insecure individuals. And whereas under Terry's leadership, Veggie Rescue established a model of food recovery that has redirected millions of pounds of fresh produce from going to waste and instead delivered it to schools, senior centers, shelters, and other nonprofits across the country. And whereas Terry's dedication to community, sustainability, and compassion has inspired countless volunteers, donors, and community partners to join in advancing Veggie Rescue's mission. And whereas his efforts have not only nourished bodies, but strengthened the fabric of our community, promoting equity, environmental stewardship, and shared responsibility. And whereas in this 15th anniversary year of Veggie Rescue, it is especially fitting to recognize Terry Delaney's remarkable legacy. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Barbara does hereby honor and thank Terry Delaney for his outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the well-being of our county and its residents through the founding of Veggie Rescue, passed and adopted today.
Well, I'll go first. Veggie Rescue not only recovers food that otherwise would go to waste, but it's really changed people's relationship to food. I remember being at the Solvang kitchen with elementary school with Chef Bethany, and she got these bags and bags of kale, and what do you do with that? And so she had to learn how to get kids interested in eating kale chips, and then she started bringing the farmers to the elementary school and helping them learn how to be what goes into growing food. And then pretty soon she was working with the senior center, helping them to figure out how to deal with lots of quantities of kale and carrots and strawberries and other things that came in. And then soon it was a shelter. So in the Santa Ynez Valley and now beyond, Veggie Rescue has been a tremendous source of getting people fresh fruits and vegetables who otherwise wouldn't have access to it, but shaping children's taste and helping people appreciate the cycle of life that we're a part of. So that all goes to you, Terry. Thank you.
No. John, thank you. I really appreciate it. There's a wonderful saying, many hands make work light. And there's many hands in this project, from our farmers to our staff in all the kitchens, whether it's a school or a shelter or senior center. So, and you know, it's really fun to be able to walk in to a kitchen and you have these organic heirloom tomatoes, and it's way past their budget, you know. And it gives the chefs an opportunity to create and you know, and produce these wonderful meals that they do every day. So it's been a wonderful journey. Started in the back of my pickup truck. I would like to thank my wife, Holly, for being so supportive and being part of the team through the years. Holly? And our current executive director, Aaron Shugart. So, you know, it's the farmers, they grow this food, and, you know, they don't want to see it go to waste. And it's all on estimating. They estimate their crops, and there's always leftover. So we're there, you know, I'm very thankful that we have refrigerated trucks now. In the beginning, it was the back of my pickup truck, wet blankets, and, you know, so, but we made it. And so anyways, I'm honored. We're going to continue to grow the program and to nourish our community. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, next administrative item, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 9 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Randy Rigby upon his retirement from the Information Technology Department after over 38 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. And joining us today, we have Randy Rigby. I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Randy Rigby started his career with the County of Santa Barbara in 1986 as an EDP Programmer 2 with the General Services Department. Randy was promoted to an EDP Office Auto Spec 2 in 2002 and transitioned with other IT professionals to the new Information Technology Department in 2023. And whereas Randy made significant contributions from his early days supporting the mainframe to his current role as a security analyst supporting the county's firewall ecosystem. He played a crucial role in the Y2K transition, which ensured it was a non-event thanks to meticulous preparations. He was instrumental in the deployment of the county's first firewall appliance, facilitating the county's first connection to the internet. In more recent years, he aided in the deployment and management of endpoint security solutions and continued his work on the expanding county firewall infrastructure. And whereas Randy's job knowledge, skills, and experience have contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and success of information technology. My apologies. And whereas Randy is commended for his faithful and devoted services to the county community, Randy's gentle, quiet, and pleasant demeanor will be greatly missed by his many friends and associates throughout the county. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors honors and commends Randy Rigby for over 38 years of exemplary service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'm Chris Churgwin, the county's Chief Information Officer. I'm honored to say a few words about Randy Rigby, who retired in March of this year after 38 years of service in this county. Randy was involved in establishing the county's first connection to the internet. He helped configure the county's first firewall and was instrumental in helping protect the county's data and networks. In the 3 years that I've worked with Randy, he has always had a smile on his face, loved to make people laugh, and his positive demeanor stood out. He will be greatly missed by myself and the entire ITD team. Thank you, Randy, for your 38 years of service to the county. Your retirement is very well earned. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. I just wanted to say it's been my pleasure for working for the county. It's been a wild ride, but very enjoyable. My mother also was a nurse, so yes, I know all about those. But I would like to say that the people that I worked with, I was mostly behind the scenes, but occasionally got to come out in the open. But it was very enjoyable, all the different departments, the employees that I got to work with. It was never a dull moment. So that's one thing nice about ITD. It's always moving. So I recommend it for anybody. And again, it's been a very enjoyable ride, and thank you very much.
Okay, we will move on to our next resolution. I think it's number 10.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 10 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Leticia Castillo, Christy Costa, Joanne Flores, Shamra Lopez, and Gracilia Paloma of the District Attorney's Office as the May 2025 Employees of the Month for Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have DA John Savernock, Leticia, Christy, Joanne, Shamra, and Gracelia. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Leticia Castillo, Christy Costa, Joanne Flores, Shamra Lopez, and Gracelia Paloma exemplify the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Leticia, Christy, Joanne, Shamra, and Gracelia model the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas the integration of modern technology is essential to advancing the criminal justice system, and Leticia, Christy, Joanne, Shamra, and Gracelia each played a critical role in the development, testing, and implementation of a new case management system for the District Attorney's Office. The first significant upgrade in over 25 years, and through their expertise and dedication, they ensured the successful migration of legacy data, facilitated coordination with key justice partners, and provided training and ongoing support to staff. And whereas Leticia, Christy, Joanne, Shamra, and Gracelia devoted thousands of hours to this project, working collaboratively with internal and external stakeholders to build a system specifically designed to meet the operational needs of the District Attorney's Office, thereby enhancing its ability to promote public safety, pursue justice, and support victims of crime. And whereas Leticia, Christy, Joanne, Shamra, and Gracelia approached this once-in-a-career endeavor with outstanding professionalism, integrity, and attention to detail, resulting in a transformative tool that strengthens the office capacity to uphold victims' rights and fulfill its mission to pursue truth and justice by maintaining the highest ethical standards and prosecuting the guilty, safeguarding the innocent, and preventing crime. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Leticia Castillo, Christy Costa, Joanne Flores, Shamra Lopez, and Gracelia Paloma as the Employees of the Month for May 2025, passed and adopted today.
Chair Capps and members of the board, I want to give you a number. 133. The 5 exceptional employees standing before us today have 133 years of combined County of Santa Barbara experience. While those weren't all with the District Attorney's Office, all of these incredible employees have spent the vast majority of their professional career serving the people of Santa Barbara County. Here in this room, we talk a lot about recruitment. What these 5 incredible people tell us is that part of that focus needs to always be on retention. The maturity, the experience, the skill, the knowledge, the being able to handle interpersonal issues that come with that time and that exposure to the workplace can't be replaced. These 5 engaged in a task that was monumental. The case management system is the central nervous system of the District Attorney's Office. I have talked to a lot of my peers that have instituted a case management system, and it always came with heartaches. It frequently came with litigation, and it generally came with disruptions of service. Because of the efforts of these amazing, experienced, connected employees, none of that happened at the Santa Barbara DA's office. We instituted the case management system without any interruption of the critical services that the District Attorney's Office provides. I respect and admire each one of these 5 employees that are before you, but What I really respect is how they function as a team. They have disparate workplaces, disparate primary responsibilities, but these five, in the great county tradition and the values that we are trying to establish and reinforce, work together. They work together to make sure that workflows are consistent throughout an office spread out over the geography of our wonderfully large county. They work together when dealing with personnel issues. They collaborate. They work with investigators. They work with victim advocates, and heaven help them, they have to work daily with attorneys. And they understand not only the critical nature of what the district attorney's office does, what each functional area of the DA's office does, but they all believe in and have been devoted to the county of Santa Barbara. So I cannot thank you enough, Supervisor Capps, for sponsoring this. Within my own office, this particular work group is a model. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we have wrapped up these wonderful resolutions for this morning, and we will move on to the administrative agenda, the items that have been pulled. Let's see, believe we start with A16, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, yes, and we did have a late request to speak on A3 if we want to take that first.
Absolutely.
All righty. Chair Capps and members of the board, returning to administrative item number 3 that was previously read into the record, sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Capps. It was to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of May 2025 as Mental Health Month in Santa Barbara County, and this was previously approved by the board, but we did have a late request to speak in Santa Maria by Jill Bolster-White. So we're going to Santa Maria with Jill Bolster-White.
Thank you so much for, sorry for my late breaking request. I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for their support. I just want to also echo everything that Director Tony Navarro described, the importance of recognizing recovery in mental health and just your ongoing support for all the projects. I do also invite you to the open houses at our wellness centers in Lompoc and Santa Maria. And we don't need the Veggie Rescue folks at Growing Grounds Farm because we manage to, whatever we don't sell, we give back to our clients. So thanks again for the support.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to administrative item number 16.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding Future Leaders of America, First Amendment to the fiscal years 2023 through 2027 service agreement, board contract number 23-044 for substance use prevention services.
Yes,
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Capps. And I asked Director Navarro, let her know that I was going to pull this item here a little late, but I a heads up on it because I was looking at the board item here, and it's performance outcomes, and of the 15 outcomes, 11 of them have not been met with zeros, and 2 of them have been met with either 25% or 40%. And I know that's only through the first 2 quarters of this calendar year, but it was enough alarming to me to say, hey, I can't move forward with this contract right now with the information that's before me.
Sure.
So just was hoping to get a better explanation on where they are at maybe today. And then also maybe just bring it back maybe at a future hearing with that information for the board's approval. I know the Future Leaders of America are really big with youth mentorship and programs along those lines. Not sure if this is their lane as much, and I know that they're trying to do this, and maybe it's maybe this is better met by some other organizations or whatnot. I'm just trying to figure out how it fits. Again, being halfway through the year and being at zero on many of their performance measures is a little bit concerning, especially if we're asked to approve that moving forward.
All right. Supervisor Nelson, through Chair Capps, thank you for your questions today, and you are correct. This is an amendment to update terms and conditions through the contract and the federal funder. And so the data presented here is current year data, 24-25. The way the campaigns, the funding, and the activities are centered for Future Leaders of America is that they do much of their training in the Q1 and Q2, and then they execute in Q3 and Q4 around April, which is Alcohol Awareness Month, as well as May is Mental Health Month. Unfortunately, at the time we docketed this board letter, we did not have their full Q3 data fully compiled and able to present. I do have numbers for you to present today, and they've already exceeded some of their goals and are on track to meet the remainder of the goals by June 30th, 2025.
So I would need to take a look at that and evaluate for me to move forward with this. If the rest of the board is fine with it, that's okay, but I would like to look at that information. And
Yeah. Would you like me to say it? You want me to give you that data for Q3?
Sure, great.
Right, so the Future Leaders conducted 9 trainings from the first goal. They conducted 9 trainings in Q3 and served 172 individuals, which exceeded their goal of meeting 120 persons. They actually finished their Fentanyl is Forever media outreach and completed 12 of the 12 spots as required as requested in the opioid goal number 1. They have completed actually 4 trainings and are on track to complete the remaining 8 by the end of June 30th. And those feedback forms will be a part of Q2. And in the media campaign outreach, of course, they had a goal of 8,000 people to reach, and they have actually reached, between the television and the social media campaigns, 276,435 individuals. The goals for marijuana, underage drinking, excessive drinking, and collection of media campaign surveys will all occur, it started now and will be completed by Q4. And they have historically in their other contracts exceeded all goals by the end of the contract year.
All right, well, I'm fine with that moving forward, as long as you give me that information and the documentation that goes along with it. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Nelson, for pulling that. It's important, as valuable as these programs are, we need to make sure they're held to account to achieve the goals and to see that. So I appreciate that, and I'd love to see the information as well when you have that ready.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Thanks. Okay, let's take a motion on that one then, please.
Move staff recommendation.
And
I'll second.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We will next move to the next pulled administrative item, which I believe is A21. Supervisor, oh, you want to read it into the record first?
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 21 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding modifying direction regarding Assembly Bill 303 from support to watch position. And we did have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Andy Caldwell representing CoLab. We believe it's unfortunate that you would move your support from watch rather than support AB 303 because none of the other bills, the excuse in the staff report or rationale in the staff report is that, well, there's all these other bills, but it appears that most of the other bills have to do with how fire departments are going to try to manage these fires. And thus far, nobody's been able to do it because they are not really fires as much as they are chemical reactions. In fact, they are in not just with BESS facilities, but phones and bicycles and cars. #1 cause of fatal fires in New York. And San Diego, I think, has had dozens of these fires as well, and including at their BESS facilities. And I want to go to a quote from Monterey County Supervisor Glenn Church. He said about the inability to control these fires. Nobody's figured out how to do it yet. And he said the current technology is way ahead of government regulations and ahead of the industry's ability to control it. He described the situation at Moss Landing as a worst case scenario disaster and a wake-up call for the industry. And the 3,200 feet is an absolute minimum. That's less than a mile the mandatory evacuation zone in Monterey County was up to 8 miles, and the shelter in place was up to 20 miles. And the shelter in place required people to close all vents, put wet towels along door jambs and things like that up to 20 miles away. If that had been like, for instance, in Morro Bay, people would have died because the smoke from these facilities is absolutely toxic. And so we think that the 3,200 feet in her bill is an absolute minimum, and we hope that you would support her bill, because they should not be putting these things in neighborhoods or anything like that, or near neighborhoods. San Diego's took 10 million gallons of water. Again, they can't put out the fire, but they use that water on the other battery components to try to keep what's called thermal runaway from occurring. So again, we'd ask you to change your position on that. And this also, of course, has to do with A32, which I will be speaking on as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe Supervisor Nelson pulled this as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And, the 3,200 feet isn't really my issue on this one, but it is about local control. And that's one of the reasons why, I was wanting to support moving this forward. So many of our roles and responsibilities as a board is being taken away up in Sacramento for things that are streamlined, that are maybe in vogue up there. And so, I think we discussed this as part of that bigger item that we had before the board, and we vetted it out at that time. I'm not ready to move my position to watch. I'm still in a support because I would like to, claw back some local control when it comes to battery storage.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think all the bills are designed to provide more local control, more security about the safety. And given that there are 5 different bills, I represent this board on behalf of 3CE, and they're also watching this very carefully and haven't yet taken a position because there's still a lot of debate, consolidation, and so I think we just want to watch carefully and see which really does provide the greatest protection and the greatest local discretion. So I think there's too much in flux right now to know exactly where we should go.
Supervisor Labanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I try to do a little bit of homework on what's going on in Sacramento on all these bills, and I think there's a deadline coming up on the 9th that I don't think this bill is actually going to move forward. But this is a topic of conversation, and they're trying to consolidate all these together and find out, what's the best path forward. But I understand why we moved to a watch, but what's in this bill is some of the things that I'd really like to see move forward as well. So I don't want to pull support from it in some kind of sign that we're backing away from what's in that bill. It might just be semantics, but I just would encourage staff to, stay close to our legislative advocates in Sacramento and keep us informed, because these things are going to be changing on a daily, if not hourly basis. So, but, I would not be able to, I don't really want to send the signal of backing support off of this particular bill. So, I don't mind abstaining either, just because I think there's yeah, it's not perfect. And there's other things too, that these bills are going to get changed with amendments at the last minute. And sometimes you find yourself in support of something and we don't meet on a regular enough basis quick enough to be able to change, something that's changing so rapidly. So not really sure how that helps, but it's just kind of where my mindset is. I think everybody knows, the issue that we had up in Napomo, and what's near and dear to my heart is obviously the safety and noticing and those types of things. So I wouldn't be able to switch going to a watch at this point.
Well, I think we're fairly aligned up here in terms of wanting to make sure that safety concerns are addressed, and just really it's a question of what's the mechanism, and there's competing mechanisms at this point, and sort of some confusion about whether or not this one particular. So I honestly don't feel strongly, but I think as our committee decided to just switch it to a watch because of, again, of the multiple legislations moving forward. Supervisor Hartman, if you,
Yeah, I do feel strongly that it is important to see what's before us before we jump on a particular boat. And what I think we could do, if there's an interest, is ask at our next Ledge Committee to come back with a report on what's in the bills and the status of the bills, and that would give us the additional information that we'd like to establish a position.
does that,
Yeah, so we just,
Chair and Supervisor, you could
Yes.
not move forward with this, not move forward with any position on the bill until you have more time to vet it or to see what else
Sure.
happens to the bill, and come back to Ledge Committee and bring it back to your board if that's your desire.
well, that would maintain the status of having, then it's in support, correct?
No.
But, go ahead, Supervisor Hartman.
I believe we had a meeting and the board gave direction to support. When it came to the Ledge Committee and we talked to various people, we realized, oops, maybe we want to come back and discuss it in greater detail. So we haven't yet taken a position, and we wouldn't have to, or we could actually take a position of watch. I'm not sure what the technical difference is between the two of those.
I don't think we've written a letter of support yet, if that's correct. We haven't actually written a letter of support to the author or to the committee where it's being held. So we're saying your board could wait. You still have the position you have, but wait and send that letter to our delegation or to the author. Wait until Ledge Committee meets next month and has more review. You could do that if that's your board's desire. Also, I know that Jesus is online and has his hand up if you'd like to hear from him.
Okay, so I understand, Supervisor Lavin, it wouldn't be polling support because we haven't issued the support. So I think if that helps, we just sort of wait to have we can bring back a report once we know, and perhaps that legislation isn't even moving forward. And some of the 5 pieces of legislation might be consolidated by that point. So I think we're okay with no action. Is that accurate? Do we need a vote for that, for status quo? Or does Director Harms want to speak?
If I may, Chair Capps.
Please.
Yes, the committee did have an opportunity to understand and better review the multiple pieces of legislation that are dealing with this very issue, and felt it was best to provide an opportunity for the various objectives in the various bills to be thoughtfully considered and reconciled. And so the notion of, or the suggestion of moving to a watch allows that evaluation to continue. Otherwise, I think there may be some ambiguity as to whether there continues to be a support position or some other position. And so I believe the committee felt it best to continue monitor all of the related legislation, and then if the board desires, we can come back to you with an understanding of how all of those bills interact with one another.
Okay.
So I would move staff recommendation, which is basically just hold it in abeyance and suggest that the Ledge Committee have a report next time on the different bills and their status.
So Supervisor, just to clarify, by moving to watch, as is written, the board letter would actually provide communication to the author. Is that correct? No, we'd still hold it.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato and Chair. We have not provided a letter. If we move to watch, we don't provide any correspondence to anyone. We would continue to watch, and then on June 2nd at the LPC, we can have a comprehensive conversation about all of these bills and bring that forward.
Are we good with that approach, or do you want to?
No, I'm not necessarily proposing an alter approach. I'm actually okay with the continued support where I'm at, which is, and just because I'm really, I looked at, I probably haven't done as deep a research as some of you have done, but this is the one that actually I see that gives the most local control, and that's what I'm trying to fight for. And so, yeah, I don't think it's probably not going to make it overall, but I really want to show support to Assemblywoman Addis and to signal that local support is something that's important to me on this, or local control. So that's, I'm still in favor of a a support position, but I'm okay if we vote and it's not the will of the board.
Supervisor Lavigno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious if we've reached out with CSAC. Is there a position, or have we talked to Monterey County or tried to come up with a coalition more than just having us alone as Santa Barbara County in favor or in support?
Thank you, Supervisor Lavigno, through the chair. It's a mixed bag on this one. I think some counties have concerns about the 3,200 feet because that would preclude any facilities from being built in some of the smaller counties. And so my understanding is CSAC has also taken a watch position. So it's a little bit of both.
Okay. Well, maybe it's a side letter or just contact with our Assemblywoman of how we each individually see this. I don't want to bind the entire board to supporting a certain thing, but I'll definitely be reaching out to her office. And so I think we can do it that way as well. So I'm going to abstain on this because I think it's kind of nuanced a little bit, but I don't want to send the wrong message.
Right. I can abstain as well if that helps.
Okay, I
The
appreciate
optics of the board.
I appreciate the dialogue and your approach of reaching out to the assembly person directly, and I'm happy to second staff recommendation. So we need we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? We'll do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Abstain.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Abstain.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
And Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 3 yes and 2 abstain.
Okay, thanks for that. When you're ready, A24, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 24 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of a position to support Senate Bill 635 if amended.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I was just concerned about supporting it. I want to strengthen our enforcement activities, not potentially weaken them. And I know that this is, loosely related to our food vendor issue where they want to make sure that they're not, law enforcement's not coming too hard down on some of these vendors, but this might also make it more difficult for what we're trying to do in our county. So I know that we're trying to be a part of the discussion by supporting if it's amended. I'm not in favor of the support position. I mean, I would request amendments to lessen the impacts of how we might be able to enforce, but I'm generally not supportive of that. I think, again, on a lot of the stuff with the food vendors, it's more about let's enforce the laws that exist right now. We don't need to be changing things, and this is actually a law that would potentially weaken some of the tools that we already have, and that's really concerning to me. I do think we should comment that it should be amended, but I don't think that I want to, at this point, dangle our support for it, because I think even if amended, it's still setting us back in our ability to enforce. And so I don't want to take any tools out of our toolbox as we try to address this problem that continues to plague our county.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I agree with you. This is coming to the board because we don't really have a plank in our platform that deals with it. And so we couldn't really take a position at all. But one thing in this bill, SB 635, is it would take away our discretion to have a third party enforce. And that we don't know. We've got our task force in progress, and we're waiting for them to come back with what ideas. But some counties have used third-party enforcers, and that can be an efficient way to go about it. So that's just one example where it takes away our discretion. So I certainly don't want to support it. So it would either be support with amendments or oppose, but either, I think given, at least from my perspective and how hard as a county we're working with other jurisdictions to try to address this issue in a way that's fair to those that get permits, but really cracks down on those who are operating without permits and threatening public health and safety. So it's an important issue.
Can we just ask for amendments without dangling our potential support if it's amended? I mean, is that an option here? Can't we just request amendments? How's that work? I mean, I'm not the big ledge guy.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, certainly, we can certainly send, we refer to them as a letter of concern, and then we would provide some language around amendments that we would request.
I'd be supportive of a letter of concern based on the feedback that you guys have already identified in the board letter and what Supervisor Hartman is discussing. I mean, I think I'm there at this point. I'm not ready to support it. And so, is that okay?
I think that's an artful
Okay.
way to go about it.
I agree.
Okay.
I have concerns about it, and I'd rather to have those articulated than expressing support if amended.
Yep. Okay. Well, can I make that motion that we move forward with this, realizing the feedback that we've already gotten from supervisors and some of these other discussions that we've had here at the board about this, that staff develops a letter of concern for the authors and the committee members on this item. And if and to keep us, LEDGE committee, keep us up to date on how we can be helpful on advocating to make sure that we aren't losing some of our local control tools to solve some of these problems. Thank you. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion is second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we have just one more, A32. And we'll take a quick break after we get through this administrative agenda.
Chair Capps and members of the board, administrative item number 32 is from the General Services Department, is to consider recommendations regarding an alternative approach to achieve zero net energy for Northern Branch Jail and BJ expansion. And we did have one request to speak from the public on this item. We're returning to Zoom for Andy Caldwell. Andy?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is obviously related to 821 in that Addis's bill wanted to make sure that no BESS facilities were within 3,200 feet of quote unquote sensitive receptors. And one of the most sensitive receptors you would have is a jail because it would be nearly impossible to evacuate that facility in the event of a fire at this. Plus, in her bill, she also talks about ag lands. One of the things that was completely ignored in Napomo is that farm workers throughout the strawberry season are at the border of that facility. And in this case, at your jail, you've got ag on at least 3 sides, active agriculture on 3 sides of this facility, not to mention Tanglewood, Windset Farms, Betaravia Farms, and Orchid and Santa Maria, as the typical wind pattern would blow the toxic smoke straight there. Plus, the problem, like up in Monterey, is that they believe some of the ground has been contaminated, including sensitive habitat. So we're asking you not to endanger the lives of deputies, inmates, farm workers, and the neighboring communities to chase net zero. This is not the right place. It may have been a great place for a jail. It's not the right place for a BESS. And the other thing, this also reminds me of Napomo in that I'm on vacation right now. Nobody knew about this facility being proposed here. And so, I called quite a few people and nobody had been notified that you guys are considering pulling a trigger on this, at least in the design phase. And again, these fires cannot be controlled. The procedure is to wait for them to burn out. And the question is, again, how do you shut down a jail ventilation systems, doors, windows, and or evacuate a jail with hundreds of inmates in a safe manner? Tanglewood has a school not very far from here. Windset Farm has farm workers working in that facility day in and day out, and Betaravia as well. And there's just too much activity and people out in the open. And how do you alert farm workers that move from field to field? They don't know sometimes which fields they're going to be working in until they get to work. How are they supposed to be prepared and educated on what to do in the event of this emergency? I used to do hazmat and community right to know work at Union Sugar just down the road. And there is none of that happening to train and educate the public as to the potential dangers. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Yeah, thank you. I pulled this just to highlight the fact that, as we've just heard, many myths still persist about moving towards a more sustainable future. And one of them is that it's too expensive. And sometimes it can be costly up front. And I just want to applaud our staff for having found a way to do this that literally doesn't cost us because of power purchase agreements. And because the extenuating costs will be dramatically cheaper once we move to zero net energy. We've just seen, I believe it's a 60% rise in utilities in the last few years, very unpredictable, which makes budgeting very challenging. So I just applaud the fact that we were able to find a solution here with our Northern Branch Jail that saves or doesn't spend the $14 million that was originally proposed. So thank you to our General Services Director. That's all. I guess we do need, yes, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I had the same thought. I was really appreciative of staff of finding a way to land this plane on this issue. And it really just kind of begged the question for me about, what is our goal? Our goal is to get to net zero, right? So there's different ways to do that, right? And I was starting to think, and I actually mentioned it to General Services, is, maybe we should take a step back in a sense, to move forward by saying maybe we just need to look at the county as a whole on our net zero policy. There's going to be some buildings in the future that might have some challenges, that might have a financial fix that's so expensive, it's like, okay, this doesn't pencil anymore. But then we're doing all these great other projects over here that we're not getting any credit for. Maybe our goal as a county should be net zero as an organization, not by just building one or the other. We have a big enough organization to spread that out. The goal would obviously to be go negative, right? Because we're going to do more of these projects than just build new buildings. But maybe that could give some flexibility with General Services as they move forward in projects. And sometimes that last 0.1% to get to net zero is really expensive, and that money be better spent on another solar project that we have on land that we already have. So I'm hoping that we might be able to get some nodding heads that maybe we should find flexibility if it's all about the goal, not about the certification, which is nice to have too, because we want to set those examples. But I think the motion that we move it on this board moving forward, maybe there might be some appetite for those types of opportunities like we've found here. And so just wanted to throw that out into the discussion briefly, and just again thank staff for working hard and my colleagues for being flexible to make sure that we're meeting some of our climate goals at the same time being fiscally responsible with our solutions.
Sure, Supervisor Lavigno.
Yeah, I think it's been said very well so far, but I did want to highlight that, sometimes a slogan as opposed to flexibility and doing the right thing. So I appreciate where my colleagues went with this, because it's, the press release that says, hey, we hit net zero is cool and you get accolades for that. But spending $14 million to do that in that situation, I just appreciate the fact that everybody kept an open mind. It was like, let's do the right thing. And yes, obviously we want to go after net zero, but let's do it in a thoughtful process. I also just want to say that, hey, battery storage is moving forward too, the technology. So Moss Landing, what was built at Moss Landing compared to what we're even just talking about now is night and day technology. I think it's obviously we've spent a lot of time talking about it and the safety, and we're not going to build something next to the jail that is going to be in older technology or a safety issue to everybody. I don't think anybody would sign off on something like that. So, we're talking about things that now they're looking at automatic shutoffs and those types of things. Now, obviously, no technology, just as in oil and gas or anything else, is 100% always reliable and safe. So, but this is where we need to move into the future. I just appreciate staff coming up with a creative solution and the board for allowing staff to have that flexibility. We're not building this thing tomorrow. We're way early pre-design stage, so I'll be able to support this.
Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, well, I just wanted to thank my colleagues. I think I'm the one who made the motion and kind of twisted arms as far as I could get to say, let's do this. And I think that led to how do we do this better? And so I think some of my supervisor colleagues urged that, and I'm so glad that staff was able to respond in a way that we all find a good way forward.
Supervisor Lee.
So it looks to me like we are unanimous on the Joe expansion agreement, right? Right? We are.
Absolutely.
5-0.
We're all in.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's just not spend any time in there.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of common ground up here. I applaud. I mean, the definition of zero net energy is that we consume only as much as we produce. If we got to a county goal of that, that would be incredible. So I applaud where you're going with that construct, and I'm all in. So, okay, with that, since I pulled it, I'll make the motion to support staff recommendation.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you so much. We have just finished the administrative agenda. We are going to take public comment, general public comment, before we have a short break.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak on general public comment today. We are going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Heike Heisen, to be followed by Leanne Martindale. Heike?
Hello, good morning. My name is Heike Heisen. Supervisor Levino, you were right on by saying AmeriCorps you get the most bang for your buck. I believe that's a true statement. Last week, you heard from many of my cohorts with statistics and the difference that AmeriCorps has made in their lives. I'm here to share my experience as well, but more importantly, to communicate the larger perspective of the organization's call for a unified vision to improve lives and strengthen communities. We partner with other homeless service agencies, and we work towards solving our homeless challenges. After a 25-year career in credit management and finance in New York, I moved to California in 2016 to be closer to my aging parents. I had a desire to give back to my community and made a complete shift by joining AmeriCorps as a homeless outreach worker. AmeriCorps across the U.S. engages in support programs for youth, in mentorship and tutoring, disaster response, civic engagement, and here in Santa Barbara, when the AmeriCorps program was established, the focus was specifically on homelessness. I remember my hesitation and literal fear of approaching homeless people at the start of my 4-year service term. Why? Because my beliefs had been influenced by the cultural narrative. They are crazy, they're unpredictable, and they're dangerous. They're dirty, and they smell. I used to make a beeline across the street and put as much distance between them and myself. I was operating from a place of fear. I was missing an important component, however. They are human. I was operating from a perspective that I was better than they are. Why? Because I was coming from white privilege? Perhaps. But I ask you all the same question. What makes any one of us better than our neighbor? Our education, our intelligence, our skin color, or perhaps the opportunities that were laid before us? This has been my experience in working with the homeless here in Santa Barbara. I've worked with a homeless man who was living out of his Mercedes after he got divorced and his ex took the house and the kids. He put on a suit and went to work each day. Nobody knew he was homeless. I've worked with countless homeless who have 4-year degrees and live in a tent and are unemployed. I look in the eyes and see the bewildered, empty, dark souls of so many haunted by mental illness who do not want to be in their bodies anymore because it is torture on a daily basis. I've worked with a registered sex offender. He was 18. His high school sweetheart was 16. Her parents didn't like him, so they brought charges against him for child sexual abuse. He is now 60 and has spent his whole life homeless because he is registered as a sex offender, and that label he will carry with him forever.
Thank you, Heike. That is your time.
I'll make it quick. One day, while serving at Showers of Blessings, I met a homeless woman in her 30s. I straddled the bench and faced her and invited her to share her story. She stopped talking and started crying. I looked at her in bewilderment. What is wrong? And she whispered, "You look at me in my eyes and you listen to me." Nobody has ever done that before. It occurred to me that how very simple our existence really is. What is it that we all long for and need? Love, to be seen and heard, to be valued, and to belong to community. Yes, it often is that simple. I can speak from my 4 years of experience on the streets of Santa Barbara, and having done the work. Over 90% of our homeless community have suffered some kind of trauma in their lifetime, and this leaves an indelible mark on them. Beyond the addiction and beyond the mental illness, they too have pride and what's left of it, and they need someone to believe in them because they have lost the belief in themselves. I believe it's a societal problem, and it is all of our problem. Where and how do we start? In my perception, the first step towards change is to adjust our attitudes and drop the "I am better than thou" mindset, the other mindset, the them versus us outlook. Do we
I'm
solve
sorry,
the
ma'am.
problem?
We've gone way over. Can you please wrap? Do you mind wrapping it
Yes,
up? Because
not at
it's
all.
just
Okay.
three-minute
So,
comments.
AmeriCorps makes every effort to work with these people to rehabilitate them. And we need more programs such as AmeriCorps
Thank you.
to make a difference. And thank you. What I did with my time at 63, I went back to college to get my master's in clinical psychology, and I'm still helping.
Thank
And
you.
I want to make a difference. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Leanne Martindale, to be followed by Kana Correz. Leanne?
Hello, County Supervisors. My name's Leanne Martindale. I am the Program Director for the AmeriCorps program in Santa Barbara County. Thank you to Supervisor Lavanino for your comments. As you mentioned, AmeriCorps is the biggest bang for your buck. I just wanted to give you some other stats on the work that we're doing here in Santa Barbara County on a shoestring budget without some of the money that some of the agencies, the homeless service providers have here. Also, as you are aware, there have been cuts to AmeriCorps across the nation. Out of about a $1 billion budget that AmeriCorps has nationally, $400 million was cut. To California, that means 15,000 members and programs across the state that work with the most vulnerable people. So, and it's countless lives are being impacted by these cuts. In Santa Barbara County, that impacts 21 members that are doing amazing work here. And you just heard from a former member and have some other members that'll follow. So just here in Santa Barbara County, and this is without all the countless, we also collaborate with many other agencies. So we also help those other agencies house people. But this is just in-house what we have accomplished. And since September, when we began this term, we've provided over 4,076 services. That's really hitting the ground every day. We've serviced 180 veterans, 347 youths. We've housed permanently 80. That's just in-house. That's not helping other agencies house them. And a lot of times we do fill the gaps and do that without any credit for it. We've put 303 people in transitional shelters, 8 veterans we've housed permanently, most of those here in Santa Barbara, 31 vets in transitional shelter, 11 youths permanently, and 58 youths we've housed transitionally in transitional shelter. The AmeriCorps members often serve beneficiaries who no other agencies will work with. These are the ones that we fill the gaps, as we say. And they're on the front lines of homelessness every day. They're hitting the most undesirable, dangerous place. They're going to the riverbeds in Santa Maria. They're going to the riverbeds in Lompoc. They're working with the public health nurses that you heard. Often the public health nurses even call the AmeriCorps members to go with them. To do some of the work that they do. And also, we also have one of the most extensive training programs, and we provide apprenticeships to other agencies. You will see For instance, in the public defender, they have hired many of the former AmeriCorps members to work there. You'll see at many of the agencies that they go, this is the training ground. This is the ground to go on to become future leaders in Santa Barbara County. So it's not just the work that they're doing now that's impactful, it's also the work that they continue to do and the lives that they change every
Thank you,
day.
Leanne. That is your time.
Okay, thank you.
We will now go to Kana Juarez. My apologies for mispronouncing that. To be followed by Anna Ars.
And just a reminder, we do have a 3-minute rule here with public comment. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Capps and Board of Supervisors. My name is Gina Quiros, and if I say anything offensive or anything, I'm representing myself. If I say something you like, I'm representing AmeriCorps. The current administration did dismantle AmeriCorps because they don't see the value in our work. I served as a frontline homeless outreach worker here in Santa Barbara County, and our job was more than just getting people housed. I also have volunteered countless numbers of hours in this community. I went with Chair Capps last year, and we delivered 900 units of Narcan in Isla Vista prior to the Deltopia celebration out there, so it was on hand if they needed it. I was recruited into the AmeriCorps program from Heike, and I didn't realize she was going to be here today, but she was my case manager. She found me living on the side of the tracks behind the old juvenile hall. And it was her and my boss, Leanne, who was before me, who advocated for me to get housed. And on March 8, 2023, I was housed. I got housed. I have a studio apartment. Since I've been housed, I have grown both professionally and personally. At the beginning of each term, all the AmeriCorps members have to recite a pledge that we take. And I'm going to read the pledge. I will get things done for America to make our people smarter, safer, and healthier. I will bring Americans together to strengthen our communities. Faced with apathy, I will take action. Faced with conflict, I will seek common ground. Faced with adversity, I will persevere. I will carry this commitment with me this year and beyond. I am an AmeriCorps member, and I will get things done. Although I am no longer an AmeriCorps member, I am honoring my pledge. I have continued to work with my clients because I just can't see turning my back on them right now, and I will continue to take on new ones because it's what we do. What I want you all to know is that even while I'm doing the right thing, I'm employed with 2 employers and giving back to my community, I now face the possibility of going back into homelessness. I didn't quit AmeriCorps. That decision came from the administration. And I have some statistics that is incredible. The United States have 480,000 people that are experiencing homelessness right now, with California having the most of 187,000. The United States has a deficit of 7 million affordable housing units. 59% of people in the United States are one paycheck away from homelessness, and Santa Barbara has the 2nd highest poverty rate in California. Homelessness is not one's personal failure. It's the failure of policy. So I'm glad to have been of service as an AmeriCorps member, and I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, and thank you for that help with the Narcan distribution.
We will now go to Anna Ars, and then we will go to Santa Maria with Bob Engel. Anna?
Hello, good morning. My name is Anna Arce, and our mantra, what we go by is AmeriCorps members get things done. So for us, this is not just work for us, it is personal. And it is a way for many members to give back to our community the way that we were given back. Through AmeriCorps, I was able to support several Spanish-speaking clients, young mothers, mothers who had from pregnancy, young 2-year-old children, transitional age youth, seniors, and everything in between, veterans. And also, I because I have, like, as a child, experienced homelessness. I was able to see how several organizations here in Santa Barbara, born and raised here, were able to support and provide services for my mom and for my siblings. And now that I'm an adult, I have utilized my education and my own experience to be able to give back. And that's why I'm very beyond grateful for the AmeriCorps program and what they offer in our community. I have been able to go to different sites and be of service. Gina and I specifically during the storms here in Santa Barbara where I live, it was flooded like way higher than my knees. And Gina and I still went out and walking the best that we could to make sure that folks had a safe place to go, knew how to get to the warming centers, knew we were able to provide ponchos and be able to just provide as much as we could. And Gina went a step further by ensuring that the clients that we saw had like burritos, had something to eat because a lot of the locations were closed at that time because it wasn't safe. So, but we knew that even though it wasn't safe for folks to be out there, we knew that there are folks out there during that weather without food, without shelter. And another thing I would like to highlight about Gina is that when we were told that we weren't able to go and continue our service and we had to stop service, Gina was the first one who said, where do I sign up to volunteer? Because that's how important this program is to us. And we were given like the tools to be able to sign up as volunteers and continue service, knowing that we weren't going to get paid, not knowing when this program, if this program was going to come back, we still wanted to continue to be able to provide services in our community because we know how important it is for us to be available and for us to be that warm face. So thank you. Yes.
We will now go to Santa Maria with Bob Engel. Bob?
Chair, fellow supervisors, thank you for allowing me to speak. Bob Engel with Engel and Gray. I'm here to announce the kickoff of International Compost Awareness Week, which will be starting this week and going through Saturday. And on Saturday here in Santa Maria at 745 West Betaravia Road, we're going to have our Compost and Garden Fair. We have the County of Santa Barbara Solid Waste, City of Santa Maria Solid Waste will be there talking about their green waste recycling and the food waste recycling programs they put on. We'll have booths that show how we make our compost in Santa Maria. And we'll also have some really neat potting soil station where children can come in and they can blend their own potting soil. And we'll have vegetable transplants that the children can put in the pots, and even the adults, anybody. And we'll have extra transplants that people can take home and put in their home garden. And we're going to have complimentary compost that you can come in. You bring a bucket, you bring a little trailer, you bring a garbage can, you can fill it with compost and take it home. So I just wanted to announce that, and I appreciate the support from the County of Santa Barbara and the City of Santa Maria in getting it done. Thank you very much for your time.
And that concludes general public comment for today.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Supervisor Lavanino by starting us off on support for AmeriCorps and the folks that spoke in behalf of AmeriCorps. It is a tragic situation that we face, and it isn't a partisan one. I'm pleased that California has joined a lawsuit with, I think, 22 other states, red states, blue states, in suing the administration to try to restore these cuts, and I hope that prevails. So with that, we will take a 10-minute break, come back about 11:10. Thanks, everybody. Okay, welcome back. We're going to proceed with our departmental agenda. Madam Clerk, item number 1, please.
Chair Caps and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help services and retirement waiver for the Planning and Development Department.
Director Plowman.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, we're here today to request a retirement waiver so that we can hire Mr. Alan Bell back into the Long Range Planning Division temporarily to help us with our housing element implementation. Recently, we have lost our entire housing team, including Alan's retirement, to other employment. And so Alan has graciously offered to return and work with us to reestablish that team, get them up to speed, and so we can maintain pace with our requirements in our housing element in terms of the policies and implementation items. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I did want to say that we have sufficient salary savings to cover it in the department. And we do have our recruitment open. We opened that on the 8th of April, shortly after he retired, and then we've had to extend that because we had a limited number of applicants, and so we plan to close that on the 19th of May.
Okay. Any questions from the board? All right.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second.
That's great. And all those in favor, we'll do roll call. Supervisor Nelson is just out for a second.
And Chair Caps, members of the board, I did just want to note for the record, we had no request to speak on this item.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, that was a motion by Supervisor Lavanino and a second by Supervisor Hartman.
Yep, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously, and we will move on when you're ready to department item number 2.
Thank you.
Chair Caps and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Isla Vista Rental Housing Inspection Pilot Program.
Director Plowman.
Good morning again. So we have an item that we're returning to the board on. It is the pilot program for rental housing inspection in Isla Vista. I have Jeff Wilson, our assistant director here, who has been overseeing the development of the program, and Karina Venegas Martin, who has been working diligently along his side. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Martin to make the presentation.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Again, for the record, my name is Karina Martin, and I will be giving today's presentation on the Isla Vista Rental Housing Inspection Pilot Program. This slide presents an overview of what today's presentation will be focusing on. And as a recap, on January 14th of this year, the board received and filed a report highlighting unsafe and substandard housing conditions in rental housing units within the Isla Vista community. And in response, the board directed staff to prepare an ordinance to establish and implement a proactive pilot rental housing inspection pilot program in Isla Vista that's intended to address substandard housing conditions, ensure that rental units meet basic health and safety standards, and hold landlords accountable for maintaining their properties. As indicated in the May 6 board letter, the pilot program applies only to the unincorporated community of Isla Vista. The map displayed on the right side demonstrates the general area that the pilot program will cover, which is south of El Colegio Road. And the community of Isla Vista is densely populated and faces significant challenges related to substandard housing, with 87% of residents being renters and 96% of the population being college-aged, and an area that has a poverty rate of 72%, according to the most recent U.S. Census data. Many of these tenants are students living independently for the first time and are exposed to unsafe living conditions. Some examples of these conditions may include rodents, lack of heat and smoke detectors, illegal and conversions of non-habitable space, and unsafe balconies, decks, and similar conditions. Pursuant to the board's direction, staff has prepared an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Building Regulations, to add Article 18 to establish the 12-month pilot program in Isla Vista. The ordinance includes implementing state and local regulations to address substandard, unsanitary, and unsafe housing conditions. Provisions that authorize the P&D director to proactively inspect rental housing units periodically, in addition to responding to complaints, and enforcement measures if violations are observed during the inspection. The proposed ordinance gives the county the authority to enforce both state and local regulations that outline how to determine substandard housing conditions and the procedures for enforcing the repair or removal of these conditions. The relevant regulations are found in the California Building Code, Chapter 10 of the Santa Barbara County Code, which also includes the board-adopted 1997 Uniform Housing Code, the 1997 Uniform Code for Abatement of Dangerous Buildings, and the California Health and Safety Code, which contains additional relevant provisions. These regulations establish the criteria for identifying substandard housing conditions and outline the necessary actions to address them. Property owners within the Isla Vista community will be required to register each rental housing unit into the pilot program within 45 days of the adoption of this proposed ordinance. The registration process is intended to provide the department with the most current and accurate contact information for the property owner. This contact information will be used to notify property owners about inspections, provide inspection results, and facilitate any necessary corrective actions. Additionally, the department will develop a webpage for public information, a registration form, and a process to assist property owners in registering rental housing units. Under the proposed ordinance, the P&D director is authorized to determine which rental units will be inspected during the pilot program for unsanitary or substandard conditions. The property owner or their authorized agent for a selected rental unit will be notified of an inspection at least 15 days before the scheduled date and time, and responsible for notifying the tenant, facilitating access to the rental unit, and being present during the inspection. A property owner or an authorized agent may request a one-time extension to the scheduled inspection. If the property owner or their authorized agent does not comply with the requirement to be present during the inspection may still take place if the tenant consents. Additionally, the ordinance allows for inspections to occur if the owner or authorized agent fails to respond to inspection notifications or facilitate access. In such cases, access may be obtained through an inspection warrant or with the tenant's consent. If health and safety violations are observed during inspections, enforcement actions will follow the procedures outlined in the applicable county or state codes for substandard or unsanitary housing conditions. Minor violations may result in the issuance of a correction notice to address and resolve the violation. Other code violations may also be referred to the P&D Code Enforcement Program for further investigation and enforcement. The proposed pilot program will be in effect for 12 months from the ordinance's effective date, unless the board chooses to extend, revise, or repeal it before the end of this period. After the 12 months, P&D staff will return to the board to report on the program's results and seek direction on whether to extend, revise, or repeal. After the pilot program is adopted, staff will release a request for proposal to hire independent firms for conducting rental housing unit inspections. These selected firms will provide qualified inspectors trained to identify housing issues, including substandard conditions, as well as building and zoning code violations. During the selection process for these independent firms, P&D staff will develop a rental housing unit registration database and research the permit history for these rental units. Following this, P&D will notify property owners of the scheduled inspections for their rental housing unit, and inspections are expected to take place during the UCSB summer break and will be completed before the fall semester begins. The proposed ordinance amendment to Chapter 10 is recommended to be determined exempt from environmental review, as it would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, 15309, and 15321. The recommendations for today's Chapter 10 ordinance amendment can be found on page 1 of the May 6 board letter. To summarize, they are to approve the introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 10 building regulations of the Santa Barbara County Code and set a hearing on the administrative agenda of May 13, 2025 for the second reading. Determine that the proposed ordinance amendment is exempt from the provisions of CEQA. Adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 10 found in attachment B1, and finally, direct staff to return with a report on the pilot program results and to receive further direction from the board. And this concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could interrupt.
Sure.
We'd also wanted to recognize from the fire department, Vince LaRocco and Tim Gailey, who are here to answer any questions in regards to their inspection program. And we also have Mr. Lars Seifert from Environmental Health Services that's here as well.
Thank you. Before I turn it to the board for questions, I just want to add my editorial here. This is a program that I'm very excited about as moving forward. I want to thank Ms. Venegas Martin, Assistant Director Wilson, Director Plowman, and my colleague Eleanor Gartner for the time and energy, as well as the fire department and environmental health. This is a very unique situation and I just want to make sure and appreciate the board's previous support of this as this moves along. We really have a dangerous trifecta in Isla Vista that's very unique, unlike other places of the county where you have, as we well know, a dangerous bluff that really opened my eyes to the living conditions, substandard living conditions that many of the 23,000 tenants living in Isla Vista deal with on a daily basis. We have exorbitant rents, $3,000 for a bedroom, which if one person was occupying that, they would need to make about $120,000 a year to afford, yet and very expensive security deposits that do not translate into an upkeep of these substandard living conditions, and landlords who, some of whom are good actors, but many of whom, I believe, take advantage of the fact that these renters are young, they're low income, as we saw with the statistics, 70-some% are low income. And then we have, so that's really the trifecta that leads us to this innovative, proactive inspection program. I really intend for this just to be a year, just to be in Isla Vista, to hopefully this level sets, hopefully with all of the publicity we've been trying to get, with all of the outreach, the town halls, the letters, the meetings with landlords, et cetera, that they do the right thing ahead of the inspection program. That's my optimistic goal, so that this we don't actually have to have much of a robust inspection program, because a lot of these illegalities will be taken care of beforehand. So with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Hartman for questions.
Well, I'm very supportive of this program, and not only is it much needed, but the way you're financing it and the way you're thinking about financing it in the future means it doesn't have to come out of the county's general fund.
Exactly.
So very supportive of that. I did have some questions. Do we have an estimate of how many rental units there are? And I'm just interested in how the P&D team will coordinate with fire, because I know fire does annual inspections of, I think, apartment buildings of a certain size, and then how you would coordinate with environmental health on issues of mold. So I just, to the extent that we can integrate and simplify the inspection process, I think the better it will be.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hartman, in regards to the number of rental units, we are bound by the funding and timeline in order to implement this program. There's hundreds of rental units in the Isla Vista community. We won't be able necessarily to inspect all of them in this time period. We're anticipating the initial phase, maybe around 70 properties that have anywhere from 4 to 10 units on each one of them. So, that gives a very large ballpark of what we're anticipating doing. In regards to the annual inspections, as I mentioned earlier, Vince LaRocca was here from the fire department. They do annual inspections. I can let him speak to his role. He can do it better than I can. Just a quick overview is that the program is, the umbrella of it is under the building regulations, under substandard housing. There are components of it that do require the health officer determination in regards to either mold or rodents or insects, and that's where we coordinate with the Environmental Health Services for that determination to be made. The goal would be to address what may be causing the rodent infestation or the mold to fix the problem and not address just the symptom. And Madam Chair and Supervisor Hartman, if you want Vince LaRocca to highlight what his role is, then we can turn the time over to him.
Sure.
Thank you for your time. My name is Tim Gailey. I'm one of the fire prevention captains with Santa Barbara County Fire Department, and Chief LaRocca is our deputy fire marshal. Thank you for your time today, and also thank you for your service. There was a lot of recognition today for firefighters, for mental health, for correctional officers, but really we do appreciate your leadership and your service to the community. In regards to this question today, the fire department does inspections every year, and we're mandated by the state to inspect all R2s in Isla Vista, and those would be apartment buildings, condominiums, sororities, fraternities, anything with 3 or more units. We're doing annual inspections. So we'll send out our engine companies and we'll send out inspectors throughout the county. But in regards to Isla Vista, we're mainly looking at fire department access. Can the engines get in there and out of there? Do we have good addressing? Do we have good alarm systems? Are there extinguishers? We don't look so much at the environmental factors, but the county, we oftentimes have to work with multiple departments, and we support this program because this is just another set of eyes that's going to keep our community safe. And ultimately, we're there on these inspections to educate the students, the tenants, the residents, the owners, the landlords. And it takes time to build up those relationships. And sometimes we do that with the landowners, but then the tenants are just there so briefly, a couple of years, 6 months, a year, 2 years. And oftentimes it needs more than one set of eyes looking at these facilities to really make it safe for the community. So we support the concept of this program, and I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
May I follow on?
Sure.
So you're actually getting inside these 3 or more apartment buildings.
Yeah, that's correct. We do go inside. We go inside the common areas. So we're looking at the laundry rooms, the open areas, the gyms, kind of the area that everybody is accessible to. We don't go inside the private residences or inside the rooms and look at their individual rooms.
And what kind of notice do you provide?
Oftentimes our inspectors will call a couple of days in advance and let them know that we're scheduling an inspection and try to work with the landlord, with the owner, or with the leadership of the sorority or fraternity there.
Do you have any idea what percentage of rental units in Isla Vista that you inspect annually?
But we're mandated to do them annually, and we usually come close to, we get about 100% compliance on our inspections.
And ballpark, how many is that?
Oh, I'd have to get back to you, and I will email you, but roughly 600 at least.
Yeah, it's about 600 to 900.
Yeah.
And so my question is, there's bare electric wires sometimes. There's people stretching extension cords for their electricity to the garage. There's lots of things that people do that are pretty jerry-rigged and not really safe. So I guess my question is, on the inspections, I just want to use our resources as wisely as we can. And one way we might do that is when you see things and flag them, and would let P&D know. Is there any coordination like that?
Absolutely there is. I mean, we coordinate not only with the planning department and the building department, but the sheriff's office, IVPD, code enforcement. It's really a collaborative effort, as you guys are well aware, and it takes a village to make it work. So,
Because if you're inspecting 600 and you're really thinking about 70, did you say, for the pilot program? Did I get that?
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. That's the property count. So it's
more units.
More units, correct.
Well, I guess I guess what I hear is that you are coordinating and there's not really a need to try to push for more, and that you have a good sense of how you will prioritize those areas that you're going to look at. So I'm satisfied.
Other questions? Supervisor Lee.
What happens if a landlord does not register? Is there ways to ask him to comply?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lee, this program falls under the enforcement program of the County of Santa Barbara. So there would be administrative fines that could be assessed for failure to register or failure to cooperate.
Yeah, and I'll just, again, add my experience here. It's been really challenging to be in touch with a lot of landlords. A lot of these housing units are owned by East Coast hedge funds, et cetera. So I've gotten the runaround as a county supervisor, trying to be in touch with folks about bluff safety, et cetera. And so I really appreciate the fact that there is a built-in, if landlord doesn't register, that tenants can be communicated with, because many of the photos in the presentations are ones I took myself. It's these violations are glaring as you walk around. It's not hard to see them, and tenants are quite aware. But what they're not aware about is that they have rights and that they can fill out a violation form. I mean, when I was in college, I wouldn't have been in touch with my county if there was something wrong with my building. So this really flips the script and says, we're going to help you, and we're going to find these violations. So just one quick clarification that SBOR pointed out, I think in the ordinance it needs to be changed, that the age of a tenant should be 18 as opposed to 16. So I think that might have been a typo. So I'll do that in my direction. Supervisor Lee.
So the picture with the sofa on the roof, can you explain that?
Yes, I mean, that's a common occurrence. That I don't believe I took that photo, but I've definitely seen, I mean, yeah, Lisa and I were there together. I mean, there's just basic safety issues. These are not, when we talk about violations, these are things like we've heard stories of literally a toilet that wasn't working for a month that served 5 women, and they were asked by their landlord to use the next door neighbor's toilet and weren't reimbursed for that month, that was the situation. Or a gas leak, and then only to find out that carbon monoxide detectors hadn't been changed in 10 years. I mean, this is not minor nitpicky stuff. This is basic, and I appreciate Supervisor Nelson went with me to see. It's not hard to find these violations, and these are things that landlords should just do the right thing, and unfortunately, because they're not, we need to have this program. So anyway, I think we might have some public comment unless, Supervisor Nelson.
Let me go ahead and jump in. You know, I was a little slow coming to this this plan here that we're this pilot program. You know, at first, you know, it rubbed me wrong that we need to do this. But I got a chance to go out there with Supervisor Capps and see these properties, and it does shock the conscience, you know, that there's a problem out there. There are some good landlords, it's obvious. You know, there's some good spots, but there's some spots out there that you wouldn't want your kids living in, you wouldn't want to be living in, and it's really an imbalance in the market between the renters and the landlords on the cost, because it is so expensive. And it's so rare to get housing out there, that balance is not appropriate, and that's where the county has to come in and step in. You know, those landlords out there that might not be happy about this, I mean, they've really brought this on themselves. You know, I've actually got 2 kids in college who live in college housing at another university, public university, and it's nothing like this. I mean, and it wouldn't be acceptable for them to live in this. It's the excuses that it's just a bunch of college kids, or it's you know, they wreck things. I mean, that happens, but they're well also, as landlords, they're well compensated as far as what they're receiving in rents to be able to handle that premium, and they're not doing it. So they're receiving the funds to maintain a property, but they're not reinvesting those funds to making sure that it's a place that's worth living. And so I'm supportive of this. I think that the Association of Realtors comments were very thoughtful, and I think that they should, as much as what they had in their letter, that we can incorporate into our enforcement strategies, as well as how we evaluate this when we come out of after the pilot program, I think would be really helpful to continue to build that relationship. And I want to thank them for being actors in this process that are bringing solutions and ideas and ways that we can work together and not against the regulated community. Again, generally, like I said, I started off on the wrong foot with this, but I'm enthusiastically supporting your direction here, Chair Capps.
Thank you. Supervisor Hartman raised how it's funded. So it's not coming from me. CEO Miyasato, can I put you on the spot and just explain? So, because there has been confusion that this might get passed on to the tenants somehow. That would be the absolute opposite of what I'm intending to do. So could you just explain where these funds are coming from?
So yes, Chair and Supervisor. So as you recall, we entered a settlement agreement with UCSB over a long-term conflict with them over the LRDP. As a result of that settlement, funds were provided, and we provided a list of uses to the UCSB, and one of them was this housing program. It is not intended on, nor will it be passed on to the renters.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think we can move to public comment if there is any.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 6 requests to speak from the public on this item. We are going to Zoom and begin with Juliet Becker, to be followed by Linda Honigman. Juliet?
Hello, and thank you for having me. My name is Juliet Becker, and I'm a second-year student at UCSB and a renter in Isla Vista. I am the Publicity and Communications Director for UCSB Campus Democrats, and I come on behalf of our club to say that we support the rental inspection program. Maybe the most common thing that people know about Isla Vista housing is that it's a nightmare, not only because of its scarcity, but also because of the cruelty of landlords and poor quality of rental units. Landlords constantly take advantage of tenants by refusing to fix hazards in their units, charging them for things that they did not break, and charging absurd rent prices for overcrowded units. While this was quote-unquote myth to me when I first came to UCSB, I now see these issues firsthand in me and my friends' renting experiences. We need county intervention in Isla Vista so these problems do not worsen even further. This rental inspection program will help get justice for tenants and improve the quality of life for students. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Linda Honigman, to be followed by Eric G. Linda?
Hello, supervisors. I didn't actually have my hand raised. I'm in full support of this program, and I've been looking at this from the point of view of outside of the city of Santa Barbara, we don't have a tenants union. We don't have quite the same level of support of people looking out for renters. So I think this is important, and I'm going to be coming back later at some point in the future to get something similar in spots of no LITA. Thank you.
We will now go to Eric G, to be followed by Keisha Arnold. Eric?
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm a 4th-year student at UCSB and a member of the Isla Vista Tenant Union. I really appreciate what the county and especially Supervisor Capps for what they're trying to accomplish with the rental housing inspection plan. I feel that the rental inspection plan offers a really good framework for improving housing conditions in Ivy in the future. However, there are some areas within the plan that are concerning. First, the plan makes subtle references to tenants' right to reject inspections, but never states it clearly. Further, 2 different sections of the plan, most likely due to vague languages, can be interpreted as contradicting each other on the tenant's right to refuse inspections. It is possible for landlords to use the inspection plan to conduct rental evictions, which will both drive up housing prices and push out low-income families from Ivy. In order to protect tenants from possible exploitation and manipulation of this inspection plan by the landlords, I feel the tenant's right to reject inspections must be stated clearly in the inspection plan. Secondly, the notification process between the county, property owners, and management company, and finally the tenants, extremely long and complicated. With 3 different parties, each need to be notified by a different party. Notification can get lost or claimed to have been lost, which will all decrease the efficiency of the inspection plan. Further, the inspection plan also does not provide a format of the notification, which may lead to exploitation by the landlords as well. Landlords can pressure tenants to refuse inspections through the language on the notifications. I suggest the Planning and Development Department should create a format that the landlord are required to use, with languages that emphasize both the tenant's right to refuse inspections and the fact that landlords cannot commit retaliations because the tenants allowed inspections to take place. Thirdly, I think it's great that the county will punish landlords failing to register their units. However, how will the county know if a rental unit should be registered but wasn't? Lastly, I want to ask if there's a way for students to propose amendments to the inspection plan. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I really appreciate your time. Have a good day.
We will now go to Kesha Arnold to be followed by Owen Myers. Kesha?
Hi, thank you for letting us speak here at this hearing. My name is Keisha Arnold. I'm the Assistant Director with UCSB's Blum Center on Poverty, Inequality, and Democracy. We've been tracking housing issues affecting our campus community for quite some time, and Isla Vista is at the heart of this issue. Recently, we have a new professor here on faculty that I was talking about our campus housing issues with, and he had gone through Isla Vista recently, and he had a very technical term in which he called Isla Vista a slum, which I realize is a very dated and pejorative way to talk about Isla Vista, but it adequately captures just how degraded in quality this part of Santa Barbara County is, that students are really expected to inhabit. There aren't many options available to them. And so here at the Blum Center, we applaud the Board of Supervisors for tackling what we see as a decades-long issue in improving housing conditions, particularly given that students are such a vulnerable population. And as Supervisor Capps pointed out, they often don't know their rights, and they're facing for the first time navigating what can be a lopsided relationship with a landlord who is unresponsive, uncommunicative, and fully willing to permit students to live in squalid conditions with little recourse. In our efforts to better educate our students here at UCSB, one thing we want to bring to the Board of Supervisors' attention is our awareness that students who are learning around housing issues are also going to be learning how to work with this rental inspection program. And so we invite opportunities for collaboration and to help students recognize their own autonomy and their own capacity to affect meaningful change by using this program as a tool for their benefit, that it is there to provide regulatory oversight of landlords, and it is not there to provide regulation of students. And so I think there can be some misconceptions around who this program serves. And we want to ensure that it really serves the students, which is, as what we understand, those funds are being made available for. So again, I'm going to conclude here, but we're happy to follow up with any support that we can. Thank you.
We will now go to Owen Mayers to be followed by Casey Carno. Owen?
Hello, I'm Owen Myers, and I'm the External Vice President of Local Affairs at UCSB, representative of the undergraduate student body. I would like to take a moment to thank CAPS and her office for this program. I think intervention, I'd like to echo the sentiments that intervention is something that is absolutely necessary in Isla Vista. I believe, personally, even I have experienced as a student, many hazardous conditions, like in my housing situation, that have like needed repair and delays of repairs. And I've had countless students come up to me and approach me regarding like the issues that they have had. So I think the intentions of the program are great. I think a lot of its like structure and procedures are great. And I think a lot of these things are definitely necessary in order to improve the Isla Vista housing situation that has been apparent for quite some time now. So I'm glad this is getting addressed, especially in such a massive way. I don't necessarily have like criticism or anything of the program itself, but rather just wanted to follow up on clarifying questions. one thing I mentioned before when talking about this program previously with some members of CAPS's office was worries of displacement. For example, if students like lived together in a group of 3 in a room that you would say would be for 2 or 1 people, would that constitute an illegal action? Would that be something that would displace one of the students? I know that members of CAP's office have informed me that the university is being consulted regarding these discussions, which is great. The worry for me is just that although these discussions are probably geared towards, for example, the university providing like students who are displaced with housing, that is by no means a guarantee because, as we know, the university already has a lot of housing issues when offering contracts. For example, to any student, even I have experienced not getting a housing contract for on-campus housing. And so that has led to a lot of difficulties already. So that I just wanted to ask a clarifying question about. My second thing I wanted to kind of highlight is just I saw from like the Santa Barbara like rental association like postulations about the evictions. I'm just worried about the rent eviction being utilized, like these renovations being utilized as like a form of eviction for these tenants to also cause displacement. And so I just wanted to highlight those 2 issues because I think it's very important to focus on that and make sure that students aren't kind of like hit in like this kind of like structure being an attack like on students as well, although it's trying to address like underlying issues. However, I can't overstate how happy I am about this program. Those are just like some concerns I would like clarified, but thank you so much.
We will now go to Casey Carno, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Paola Brinderson.
Actually, Madam Clerk, can I just clarify the question that was posed? Thank you, Mr. Myers of Associated Students. And it's an important point, and we have worked at displacing students. That's the last thing we'd want to do. This is all for students, their safety and their finances and their empowerment. And so we have worked with the UCSB campus who is I not only take their word for it that they will help if there are displaced students, but I've actually seen that happen because we did have a massive eviction in Isla Vista, as you all recall, 2 years ago in March, and they were on it to help with students that were displaced from the CBC sweeps. And so we are on this one too. We will make sure that no student is displaced without housing, and UCSB is there. And they do have reserved kind of in their planning for this type of rapid rehousing for situations like this. So it's not like we have to worry about that, although it is an important clarification. And thank you, Owen, for helping to get the word out with your very active students. So we can continue. Thank you.
And it appears we lost Casey, but we are going to return to Santa Barbara with Paola Brinderson, who is our final speaker. Final speaker.
Is this on? How is this? Okay.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, and thank you for the board for this much needed program, especially Supervisor Capps in your office for spearheading this program. You know, much has been said today about the state of Isla Vista housing, so I'm not going to paint a larger picture, but I think it's safe to say that Isla Vista is the largest slum in Santa Barbara County. You know, I appreciate Supervisor Nelson's very astute observation that the supply of housing is completely dwarfed by the demand for housing. And this means students will live anywhere if given the opportunity, and it truly means anywhere, on top of each other in parking lots, you know, in wherever they can find. And this means that students live in substandard housing situations, and landlords very much take advantage of that situation. So I appreciate that this serious concern, probably the greatest concern, I'm a off-campus senator, so I represent UCSB students that live in Isla Vista and Goleta, and that is probably the main concern that I hear from my constituents, and it's very much something that I campaigned on. So I very much appreciate that this issue is being addressed. Another thing is students rarely live in these rental properties for more than a year or two. So that's really like, you know, this may not be the best situation now or for this year, but at least, you know, I get in here and then I get out, and then it's done, which is fine. But it means that larger issues aren't addressed, and landlords can go tenant after tenant after tenant without these serious issues being addressed, and these issues really pile up. And, so that's how we get to where we are today. I don't want to delay this program, and I think it's really essential that we get it implemented this summer. So I don't want to send it back into any bureaucratic processes, but I do ditto previous speakers' concerns, previous students' concerns about students knowing their rights, about displacement, and it's great to hear that the board is really taking those concerns to heart and working hard to address those. So thank you so much. From my end, I will work hard to get this program out to students, because I think that's the best thing that we can do, is really something in the language that I think is concerns me a little bit is that it's up for these landlords to inform the renters that this program is going on. So I think as student leaders and as the county, I think it's essential that we inform students that this is really for their safety and their benefit, but also inform them that it is also their right to refuse inspection if they so choose. Thank you so much for addressing my concerns and other students' concerns, and for considering this program. It's desperately needed. Thank you so much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. Again, I just want to reiterate that, this is when government, needs to step in, when there's these imbalances of power. And, that's absolutely happening in the Isla Vista area. I did hear one of the speakers saying that going to be coming right behind this in Nolita, and that's what I hope that we can avoid. Obviously, this is a special situation in Isla Vista, and I would not be interested in expanding to somewhere else in the county at this point. I think that's in the wrong direction. I think that the situations in Isla Vista are unique and specific to the needs for this ordinance and this pilot program. So I'll just let the speaker know, as well as the general public, that I generally would not probably be in favor of this if this is another part of the county, unless it had something similar conditions than we see in Isla Vista. And I haven't seen that yet in my district or in other places. So, I think there has to be a bigger case to be made that this is needed somewhere else, but I think historically we know that this has been a problem at Isla Vista, and this is an opportunity to maybe start to turn the tables on that. And again, thank you for your leadership, Supervisor Capps, on this, and I'm looking forward to supporting your motion.
Thank you. Well, I'm happy to make the motion, and I just say so with the values that underline this program is that even though this is extremely unique to Isla Vista, the values are universal, that just because you're low income doesn't mean you have to live in substandard housing. You still have dignity, you still deserve safety, you still deserve healthy environment. And so while this is specific to Isla Vista, my values of that commitment apply to all. And so with that, I'll make a motion with that one exception of changing the age of the tenants to age 18 as opposed to age 16, which was pointed out by the Santa Barbara Realtors. Important point. So if that's enough of an explanation, I'm happy to make the motion.
I'll second it.
Excellent. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to departmental item number 3.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding case number 24 ORD 31 to add art, garden, and architectural tours as a new allowable temporary use and revised permit requirements and development standards for home occupations in the inland area outside of Montecito.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My staff is not here just yet. I do have Sarah Rubin here with me, but the effort here was to amend our code to simplify the process for organizations that want to have artist tours. And they typically take the form of a weekend event where individuals sponsor, individuals have their art wares that are available for them to be seen and purchased from members of the community, and then folks take the tour over the weekend. But Sarah, do you want to explain a little bit more?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. We're grateful that you're addressing this. And an issue had occurred where there had been a very large and beloved art tour program in the San Ynez Valley. And we learned that it was not able to continue because of both a permitting requirement for the organization of the tour at large, which is doable but complicated, I think, for some of those smaller organizations. They were fundraisers for local museums. And the artist studios proper actually, unusually, were required to have a permit just to operate. And so I think there was a disconnect on the nomenclature, because I think artist studios are often a garage, a kitchen, a room in a home, and it precluded the minor conditional use permit from being viable. And so this land use code revision would be addressing both of those items.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation while my team makes their way up here.
Sounds good.
So the purposes, as we discussed, is to facilitate community events such as artist, garden, and architectural tours, and to clarify and streamline the permit process for home occupations as well. The Land Use and Development Code, so this is just focused on the Land Use and Development Code currently. Thank you, Eva. Would you like to take over? Eva Marrero, our staff, is here.
Sure. Hi, Chair and members of the board. Sorry I'm a little late. I was anticipating perhaps lunch would come first, but happy to jump in.
We're moving quickly this morning.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you, Lisa Plowman, for starting us off. So as Lisa was saying, there are two primary objectives to these proposed amendments. And the first is to facilitate community-based events like artist, garden, and architectural tours throughout the unincorporated county by adding a new category of temporary use. And the second objective is to clarify development standards and streamline the permit process for home occupations. And these changes are being made through amendments to two sections of the Land Use and Development Code, the Temporary Uses section and the Home Occupations section for the inland area outside of Montecito. Now, by way of background, in the past, there have been a number of art tours and other similar community-wide events throughout the unincorporated county. And one standout example of these has been the Santa Ynez Valley Artist Studio Tour, which was a 2-day event featuring a self-guided tour that showcased the works of up to 30 artists, local artists, and attracted up to 350 visitors per day. The tour served as a fundraiser for the sponsoring museum, and it built community and camaraderie between artists, and it also helped to promote and market the local works of artists in the Santa Ynez Valley. However, this event ultimately stopped operating several years ago due to the burdensome permit requirements. And in general, art tours and other community-based events provide a very important cultural and economic resource, and it's long been an objective of the county to amend its zoning code to accommodate and promote more of these events. So the proposed amendments would streamline permit processes, making it easier for community-based events and the small home-based businesses that participate in these events to operate successfully and legally. So in particular, the project proposes two primary amendments. Under the temporary uses section of the LUDC, staff are proposing to add a new category of temporary events that would be exempt from permit requirements. The new category of events would allow these activities to take place up to 4 times per year, no longer than 3 days per event, with up to 300 guests or visitors per day. And these events would be open to the general public with or without tickets. And any receptions or special parties associated with these events would be limited to non-residential zones. And secondly, under the home occupation section, the changes would reduce permit requirements from a land use permit to a zoning clearance, and they would also update development standards related to noise limitations, outdoor storage, and exemption criteria. The updates to the home occupation section aim to support the home-based businesses like artist studios, which often participate in these community-wide events. So staff have determined that these amendments are exempt from CEQA as they have no possibility of causing significant environmental impacts. And this determination is documented in Attachment B of your package. So today, staff recommends that the board take the following actions. Firstly, make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings. Second, determine that the project is exempt from CEQA. And third, approve the ordinance amendments by adopting the ordinance to revise Section 35-1 of the county zoning ordinance. And in case Lisa Plowman hasn't already told you, we also have our Executive Director of the Office of Arts and Culture here with us to help answer any questions. So with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments.
Okay, questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
I don't really have any questions. This has been a long time coming. It's been 7 years, and we looked at other jurisdictions, and evidently they don't have model ordinances. People just do this without permits. But in the valley, there had been a complaint, and so it really stifled anybody from wanting to do it without proper authorization. Both museums, the what used to be the Wildling and it now is California Nature Art Museum, and the Solvang Museum of Danish Culture also have sponsored these tours. And so it's really important that for the cultural life of the community to allow this to happen. It's also really important for the economic vitality of the artists community there. So I'm really, really glad to see this finally coming. I know Sarah has been working on this for a number of years. Would like to also call out Mark Oliver, who's on the Arts Commission, for his involvement, because it really has taken a big push to get us to this point, and I'm so glad that we're finally here.
Supervisor Nelson, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a few questions.
Great.
So this is just outside of Montecito? Why does this apply to Montecito as well?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we're starting with the Land Use Development Code because that's where the greatest interest and need was with these events. I think the expectation and plan would be to, once we get it adopted in the LUDC, to extend it elsewhere in the county as well.
Is there a potential equal protection issue where that's allowed in one area but not in the other in the county?
I can let county council speak to that, but I don't believe so, no.
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board. We do have separate zoning ordinances for the sections of the county, and we have applied, because of the unique areas, and we have applied different standards. So that's consistent with our past practice.
Okay. I just didn't know what was different or special about Montecito. I mean, I know that there's certain criteria, but for the purposes of this ordinance, I don't know what would be different about Montecito than anywhere else in the county.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I think our goal was to move it as quickly as possible, and adding it into Montecito would be adding another hearing to the process, and the Montecito Planning Commission was not in place at the time. So we don't have a problem with expanding it. into the Montecito area, but it was more or less focusing it on the LUDC, and then we'll look to expand it to Article 2 in the coastal zone and as well into Montecito.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that answer. And I guess I'm trying to understand just like home occupation businesses and how that all works. So, I mean, what is the threshold for somebody when they're working from home needing a permit? Can you guys help me out with this? Because, I mean, we're also messing with those codes as well, right? So at what point, if somebody's working from home, does that then need a permit? And what permit would that be at that point?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, most people conducting business out of their home would not need a permit. It's when there's engagement with clients where you could potentially trigger a permit requirement. Up to this point, that permit would be a land use permit. It's a home occupation permit, but essentially functions similar to a land use permit. And the proposed amendments you have before you today would downshift that to a zoning clearance. And part of the reason being is the standards are very clear. You either meet them or you don't. So it is really a ministerial decision. So downshifting it from a land use permit to a zoning clearance is appropriate in that regard. Generally, there's a threshold or allowance for how many clients you can engage with and what you can do within that business before it goes from what would be exempt to requiring a home occupation permit.
Okay. And then with a zoning clearance, is that something that you're going to go through the same process that we're going with other zoning clearances, where you have to go through and provide a site plan? And I mean, would that typically be the process we go through on this as well, a site plan, and have it engineered and have to go through the process of getting the application accepted? And I mean, and would that be an hourly rate for that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, there's typically no site plan associated with a home occupation permit. There is an application requirement, but you just have to show that you meet the certain standards, and then you're issued the permit. I believe a home occupation permit is currently structured in our fee schedule as a fixed fee, as opposed to a deposit case with an hourly rate.
So what makes the determination whether it needs a site plan? I know we're going down a site plan process with like the ag enterprise ordinance and the zoning clearances, because I'm learning that just because it's a zoning clearance doesn't mean that it's a quick process for our county. And so I'm trying to make sure I understand what was the differentiation for home occupancy zoning clearance versus something like an ag enterprise zoning clearance. Do you need to go through the whole entire property and show that everything is permitted and, all those types of processes as well? Making sure there's no, does it open up somebody when they get a permit to all those other requirements that we go through? Do you guys end up referring it to other agencies, fire, environmental health, other parts of that process? Transportation, do we get their sign off on these zoning clearances as well?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, no, not typically. For the types of businesses that you can conduct in your home through a home occupation, it would not trigger review from those other departments.
Okay.
These are artist studios are one example, but jewelry making, arts and crafts, whatever it might be. Some home occupations have some client interaction, say a therapist or something like that, where you're engaging with clients. But the standards in the code, as I mentioned, are fairly objective. With a home occupation, you're limited to what spaces within your home or your property you're allowed to conduct that business. There are certain standards with regard to noise, as we mentioned, things of that nature. But none of those would trigger review from Public Works or Environmental Health or other departments that would typically play a role in some other types of land uses.
Other zoning clearances. I'm just comparing this most recently. We just went through the ag enterprise ordinance, and basically that's turning into kind of almost a CUP level of evaluation that your staff is doing, even though it's still a zoning clearance. So I'm just wondering, how do we make this not turn into what's being done with the ag enterprise ordinance, or how actually get the ag enterprise back, maybe and that's not on the agenda, but back in the box that we use the same kind of standard for that we're using on home occupation permits. Sounds like there's some discretion that the department has on this, and just trying to explore that.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So not all zoning clearances are equal. That is a true statement. And that there are more, with the ag enterprise ordinance, the goal was to try and simplify it and make them non-discretionary, meaning there's no appeal process associated with them. But also look at trying to simplify the process. And in some circumstances, depending on what the request is, the process is more simple than what you would have faced under a permit that would have been required historically. And in some cases, you do need information, like if there's a big event on a piece of property, like let's say we have an endurance race or something, we need basic information and a site plan is necessary, particularly if you have a really large piece of property. We need to know where the event is happening on the property, where people might be staying on the property. And so the fire department can see all that and get a sense of where everything is in the event there's an emergency. So there is basic information that we need for some of these things. And we are currently in the process of trying to review each step and I know this isn't on the agenda, but the Ag Enterprise Ordinance, to see where we can simplify things to the greatest degree and still get the information that's needed for all of the reviewing departments.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, because it doesn't sound like they're created equally. But I'm trying to make sure, I like where you're going with this, and I think that's the same direction you guys got on Ag Enterprise Ordinance, where we asked for that to be actually over the counter. We were considering those things to be exempt and not even needing a permit. But it's because we made a zoning clearance, somehow it jumped to this higher level. And so I'm just wanting to make sure with this one that we don't make the same mistake that we made with the last one. So when we say it's like over-the-counter zoning clearance, does that mean something here? Or what's the terminology that we need to provide you in direction from the board on how to process these types of zoning clearances? And
I'll start, and then Mr. Tuttle can follow up. But Supervisor Nelson through the chair, there used to be days where you could come to the counter and you would get a permit right over the counter, right? Mm-hmm. Those days don't exist anymore, because you file everything online, we take the application in, we review it, and so this is part of the Acela program. So everything goes in through our electronic system. That doesn't mean it's going to take months to get it, but it means that it has to be submitted, and then it has to be reviewed by somebody to ensure that it conforms, and then a permit is issued, or a clearance is issued. In this case, it would be a zoning clearance. So, I don't have an estimate exactly like how long a home op would take, but Alex, perhaps you do, but it would take a few days at least for somebody to come in, take a look at it, assess it, and then issue a clearance.
Supervisor Nelson through the chair, just to add to that, we don't process a lot of home occupations. If you look back at the last couple of years, there's probably been half a dozen total. So I would say, and I haven't gone through the data to see how long the applications have typically taken to be issued. What is currently a land use permit, where you have to do the noticing and it's subject to appeal, that it would now turn into a zoning clearance. So we're removing the noticing requirement, removing the appeal period. Once you have your permit, you're done. The standards are roughly the same as what are currently exist. We've made some minor modifications just to clarify a couple of the development standards. But the overall process for when an application comes in will look very similar to what it does currently. It's just essentially it will no longer need to worry about the noticing. It will no longer be appealable. So it will be reduced in staff effort associated with that. But the general process in terms of what information we're asking for and things of that nature will likely stay the same.
Okay. One other question I have on here, since, let's see, under the home occupation, heading 3542-190, I think it's C, permit requirements. It talks about before issuance. that there'll be a recordation. Can you explain to me how that works? A notice of property owner certifying that the home occupation will be conducted in compliance with the development standards of the subsection D and other conditions as may be part of the zoning clearance shall be recorded by the property owner. Does that mean they get it recorded on the title on the property? How does that work? What are you looking for there?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that looks to be an existing requirement, not proposed to be modified as part of this project. But typically a notice to property owner would be something recorded on the title.
Okay, so to get a home occupancy permit, you're going to need to have that recorded on your title.
That is the current standard that we're not proposing to modify.
Okay.
But as I mentioned, a lot of home businesses don't rise to the level of needing a permit. So,
and I think, previously when this was just a land use permit, that was, even though our land use permits were supposed to be somewhat ministerial in our county, but they end up being quite a bit more. I think a lot of people just didn't do it. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who probably should be getting those permits, but they figured out, hey, if I get caught, I'll probably just stop doing the business. It's probably not worth going through the $20,000 it takes to get through a land use permit process in the couple of years of our county. So now that we're lowering the standard, maybe we should also maybe look at lowering some of the other barriers like this one. I mean, what's the purpose of having it recorded? What public benefit does that provide a project like this?
Typically, notice to property owners are intended for when a future owner purchases a property, they know what they're buying. That's generally been the function of a notice to property owner, so that when you pull a title report on a property that you're about to purchase, that you know what maybe limitations exist on that property. So in this case, the notice to property owner would be educating or informing a future purchaser of that property of what encumbrances there may be. Other project types that we have noticed to property owners, for example, are like if you build a guest house, someone might try to market that as an ADU, but the notice to property owner would show that it's permitted as a guest house and limited in use in that regard. So
right. That's a
sort of
structure versus a use, though. We're talking about uses here, and somebody could just abandon that use, right? That would be an option that they have. They didn't want to continue it with their. So I'm just trying to, again, clarify things and make things simpler. So is this something that we still need?
I would be a little reluctant to answer that or make that determination today without thinking through it a little further. It's just not something, it's an existing requirement. It's just not something we modified as part of this proposal before you today.
Okay, I'm just trying to, again, simplify things so that when things go through processes faster, I see that as an impediment. That's something that's going to cost money and time towards an approval before that permit's issued.
Right.
I think the average person's going to go, if I'm going to have somebody come by my house to look at art, and I have to go record something on my title, I think that's going to be a hard pass for a basic artist. So that's why I'm highlighting these things, because these things, in the real world, these things actually make a difference from people actually wanting to move forward and actually go through a permitting process.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we could, I'm in agreement with Mr. Tuttle in that we need to assess whether or not it is necessary. I mean, it is part of the existing code. So if the board wished, we could trail the item to the end of the day, and we could try and do some assessment and talk with council to see if there's an issue with eliminating that requirement.
It makes sense to me. I mean, again, look at it, if you're an applicant and what you're being asked to do here, and we're again trying to make it easier, but it has one of these legacy things in there. And again, a land use permit is as much as we want to call it a simple permit in our county, is pretty complex. So I get that as part of that legacy, but as we're trying to make things more ministerial and things that are quicker in the process, this seems to be one of those old adages that are adding to the length and of processes and expense, and maybe not be necessary, especially on a use. I mean, I get a structure, you'd want to record that, because you want to know its legalities and everything goes with that, but we're just talking about a use which can easily be extinguished by a future owner, so.
Madam Chair,
Council?
members of the board, we're pulling up the section, but I believe since this particular issue was not considered by the Planning Commission, I'm not sure that even if we trailed it, you'd be able to make that change today, but we're just going to double check that. So I just don't want to have you trail it and then have you learn that you can't do that.
Yeah. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, if that's the case, I would strongly encourage us to move forward today on what we have and then come back. Again, we've been waiting 7 years, and it's been delayed a couple of times for this hearing. So the artist studio, they're eager to plan a summer tour, and if we delay it, they're foreclosed from that.
And I'm trying to help them do that.
I hear you, but what I wonder is if we could pass what we have today and come back and amend it in the future.
Well, maybe it sounds like we need clarification on whether or not we can trail it even just to the end of the meeting. Is that something that takes a few minutes, or is that something we need to, could we break for closed session at this point?
Madam Chair, first of all, you can go ahead and trail it, that's fine, or we can take a break and go to closed session and come back on this. I just didn't want you to have the impression if you trailed it, you'd be able to take that action today, because I'm not sure that you'd be able to.
Okay, I think I'm in favor of just trailing it. We'll have a little more clarity about the Planning Commission's role, and hopefully we're able to resolve this issue here and now so that we move forward with something that's been in the works for a long time.
And Chair Kappas, if I might, I asked the planning director just to level set so that everyone has the same expectation about enforcement. I know enforcement has been a big issue, but because we are now being more flexible with our rules and events, et cetera, so I've asked the planning director just to give us a hint, how would enforcement occur, or how would complaints be resolved?
Right. Madam Chair, members of the board, so the enforcement on events would be similar to any of the enforcement that we do in the county. If there was somebody who believed that the event was not consistent with the code, they would file a complaint online. We would investigate it and determine whether or not the event did follow the regulations that are set forth in the code. And if they did, then the complaint would be closed. If they did not, then we would work with that organization to inform them of what the requirements are to make sure that they, in the future, followed those standards.
Okay, do we need an action to trail it, or do we just need to?
And Madam Chair, can you clarify, do you want to trail it till after closed session? Is that what you're looking to, or were you thinking the end of
Whenever
the
you're
day?
ready. We can do it after closed session, or we can do it at the end of the
Probably
agenda.
after closed session.
I got one more highlight. Can I just bring
Yeah,
up, try and make it
sure.
easier? And going back to the enforcement, home occupation should not create vehicular or pedestrian traffic that changes the residential character of a neighborhood and dwelling unit where the business is being conducted, or a greater demand for parking that can be accommodated on site or on the street frontage abutting the lot that contains the home occupation. I'm imagining these tours are going to cause parking problems those 4 days that 300 people are coming through your house. So I'm just highlighting it. And so, it sounds like an easy thing to, if I was going to go after my neighborhood, I didn't want to have that, I'd point to that. So how do we fix that?
Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So a couple things. One is regarding the home occupation, that's intended to be accessory to the residential use. And so that's where that parking requirement comes into play. The art tours, the occasional community-wide event, we don't have any specific standards under those art tours regarding parking or transportation purposefully. But I will note, and perhaps Ms. York-Rubin can speak to this as well, which is that from past experience, these events involve multiple properties, and so it's fairly dispersed and it hasn't.
Progressive dinner type, like you're just moving from place to place. I understand.
And along a whole day.
Totally get it. But, when there's 10 or 12 cars out front, in your neighborhood, Does that,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what that looks like, if that's what that turns into. Again, I would be pointing at this one if I was a neighbor who was not happy and trying to get enforcement.
Right.
And so,
Supervisor Nelson, I just want to clarify, that standard does not apply to the tours. So that standard doesn't apply to the tours.
okay,
That standard applies to the home occupation permit, which is a more long-term operation.
okay. It's not clear for me on that, so I'm just looking at the changes to the code. And since it's in this section, and we don't actually have a category just for the tours, or maybe I'm missing it, I'm going back and forth. This is one of the development standards in that section. Sounds like we separate cottage food and home occupation, but I'm not seeing something that's separate just for art studios. Because I would say, I mean, I just know how you guys go about looking at these things, and if it's under the at-home side, then this is one of the standards.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, are you talking about just artist studios? And are you talking about the events and the tours?
Well, I guess the goal, you know, that we started off on this for 7 years ago was to try to make it legal to do what has been done, because it's reasonable, right? 4 times a year. But what I don't want to get, and this is what is difficult about our code, we have so much in our code that you can almost find anything to make something, you know, prohibited. And I'm just gaming it out right now. There's a couple things that I would use to make it prohibited. And then now we're getting everybody wrapped around the axles going, yeah, we said it was okay to do it, but you got to find a way to do it without impacting parking in the neighborhood. And you know, maybe that's not appropriate here.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So on page 11 of attachment C are the four, rolling into page 12, are the 4 standards applicable to the tours.
Okay.
A through D. One is which any commercial sales or transactions are limited to properties with home occupations, either with a valid permit or qualifying as exempt. No more than 4 events per year. Admission open to the general public with or without ticket sales, not to exceed 300 per day, and any reception facilities limited to non-residential zones. So that's the extent of the standards applicable to the tours themselves. Now, with regard to the home occupation regulations, there is the allowance for clients or customers to be served on that lot up to 4 times per year with no more than 25 customers at each event at any one time. So we included that clarifying language. It does provide a little more wiggle room for those enterprises than the current requirement, which is 25 customers total. And so by at any one time, that property that has that operation would be able to accommodate what could be anticipated with a typical tour event.
All right, I'm just highlighting this issue. I wasn't sure how we construct these sections, if they build on each other or if they're all independent section. If they're an independent section, then I think you guys are, that makes sense. I just thought they built on it and pulled the development standards from section 1, which if that was the case, I think that might be a problem. But if you guys are saying that's not a problem, then I don't have an issue with the parking piece. I still do think we need to, well, maybe not, the recordation part might not even be a part of it. That's the case as well. So maybe you guys need to look at that. All right.
Okay, so we're going to trail this till we come back from closed session. We're good? So County Council, if you could read us out, please. And I know it will take us about an hour.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board is scheduled to meet in closed session on 2 items: public employee performance evaluation and public employee appointment, reappointment for County Council.
Okay, so we will aim to get back at 1:35. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. May we please have a readout from closed session?
Chair Capps and members of the board met in closed session on 2 items, public employee performance evaluation and reappointment of county council, and the board took 1 reportable action. The board voted unanimously to reappoint Rachel Van Mullum as county council.
Excellent, yay. Okay, moving right along, back to our trailed item, departmental item number 3. Madam Clerk, could you please refresh our memory on the item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. Departmental item number 3 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding case number 24 ORD 31 to add art, garden, and architectural tours as a new allowable temporary use and revise permit requirements and development standards for home occupations in the inland area outside of Montecito. And just for the record, we have no request to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Right before the break, we were discussing the notice of property owner requirement. We did have an opportunity to check in with staff who have experience with these permits. They agreed that it's a standard that we can probably eliminate. Now, the question is just appropriate timing for doing that. And we do have a package of amendments that we will be taking forward through the decision maker process later this summer, early fall, and would recommend that we address it as part of that package so we don't get in any issues with regard to the fact that the Planning Commission didn't consider this particular item.
Okay. Chair Capps, and that's acceptable to me, as well as I met with staff before closed session to understand the development standards I was concerned about in the tours. It isn't under that section, it's in a different section. It's partly the way that our attachments that we received are a little bit different on the track changes. It seemed like it was sequential just for that item when it really was in different places in the code. And I now know as a supervisor to look a little bit different on that, so I apologize for making that an issue. And I do appreciate you talking to staff and finding a way to maybe simplify it a little bit more. I do think we overthink things a little bit too much, and I'm appreciative of the intention, but it ends up adding an additional process. And so if we can eliminate this through the general package, I think that's a good step. But also maybe use that as an example for the rest of your staff as they're going through things and going, hey, why are we still doing that? I think those are the things we want as a board to say, maybe we should just get rid of those things that really don't have, maybe we're trying to protect an applicant, but we're overprotecting them. Maybe we're over noticing things in those places. And so just would invite you to think that through and highlight that for your staff so that in future general packages, we might be able to eliminate some of those things that might not necessarily still be relevant or necessary. So thank you.
Certainly, and thank you, Supervisor Nelson. Just one thing I wanted to make sure that we were clear about, and so if there are members of the public that are watching, with respect to the artist tours, those are under the temporary events section of the code, and we don't have any requirements about providing additional parking. The expectation is that, similar to your neighbor or you having an event at your house over the weekend, that there might be cars parked in the area for a temporary period of time and then they will move on. So there's no violation that's possible for people coming into the neighborhood, parking, visiting the studio to see the art, and then leaving. We expect that to happen, and that if people do call, we can walk them through that process. There may be some complaints that do come in on occasion, but our experience is that there aren't large volumes of traffic coming into any one studio because they are dispersed throughout the various temporary galleries.
Okay, so with that, I would need a motion.
Yeah, I'll go make a motion to approve staff recommendation with the additional direction to consider eliminating the small tweaks that were discussed by the board on recordation as part of the next general package amendment.
I would second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Item number 4, please, Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a request for financial assistance in the form of a loan in the amount of development impact fees paid by developer and eligible for deferral. And joining us via Zoom is Department Director Jesus Armas.
Thank you, Chair Capps and members of the board. Jesus Armas to present this item for you and to respond to questions. The county has received a request from Red Tail Multifamily Development seeking some assistance to finance a 106-unit affordable housing project in the San Marcos, San Simeon area. As noted in the board letter, this property was considered by the board for rezoning and was subsequently approved in that process. Next slide, please. So we'll want to just give you a brief overview of the project location, identify a little bit of its funding sources, talk about a request for a loan, and then seek your direction on preparation of a policy framework in the event that requests such as these come forward in the future. As you can see here, the property is located in the area shown in the aerial here. 106 affordable units are proposed as part of a larger development that comprises 385 market rate units plus 26 moderate units for a total of 517 units. This is comprehensively planned, but you can also see that the affordable units are on a distinct parcel, separated and distinct from the other units. The overall site plan does provide for a variety of amenities. The issue before the board today, however, is solely related to the affordable housing component and related to the request for financial assistance. The project is responsible for paying a variety of fees called the development impact fees. They tend to be in two broad categories: transportation-related fees and then a variety of others, the most substantial of which in the other category are park fees at slightly more than $700,000. In the aggregate, the developer will be responsible for approximately $2.4 million in impact fees. The project, as suggested in the screen, is going to be funded through multiple sources, including private financing and an application for receipt of 4% tax credits. It is the latter that is prompting the request before the board. The applicant is intending to submit an application to the state for receipt of those credits, and applications of those sorts tend to be scored more favorably when there is local participation and local assistance involved. I should note that the fees that are listed here, the $2.4 million, correspond only to the affordable housing development. The market rate units and the balance of the development are not covered by this request, and that portion of the project will be responsible for development fees in the neighborhood of $11 million. So the applicant has requested that the county consider providing some assistance in the form initially of deferring some development impact fees that proved to be problematic for a number of reasons. And instead, we're now recommending to you that you entertain approving a conditional loan in the amount of $1.1 million with a variety of requirements associated with it. First, that the loan be repaid in years 11 to 15. In the event there's an outstanding balance, that balance be repaid at what's called a capital event, typically when a project is refinanced or syndicated to another group of investors. We're also mindful that housing crisis is real and immediate, so we are establishing a deadline of construction commencing within 3 years of receipt of tax credits. And it's tied to the tax credits because tax credit applications are competitive. They may not always be awarded in the first round of submittals, and there may be a need for subsequent submittals. The key, though, is to tie a deadline for construction commencement with receipt of the credits. And then, as is the practice in the county, the development impact fees would be due at certificate of occupancy, which means that the actual disbursement of any funds from the county would coincide with that schedule. This is a unique instance, and it's coming out of our typical cycle, in large measure prompted by the county's strong interest in the development of affordable housing, but also being mindful of the deadline for the 4% tax credits. The state has established May 20th as the deadline for the next round, with a subsequent decision expected in the July timeframe. If this deadline is not met, we lose a number of months before another application can be submitted. However, we're mindful that, again, because of the county's strong support for affordable housing, other developments' interests may also seek a similar consideration, and consequently, we think it's appropriate to bring forward an overall policy for your consideration. I should note that a number of cities and counties are already operating under such policies, including the County of Sonoma County, the City of Santa Rosa, and others more proximate to us. And if the board concurs with this approach, we would propose to bring back an overall policy within the next 6 months. With all of that in mind, we're bringing forward the following direct recommendations: that you consider and conditionally approve a loan in the amount I identified before you. Authorize the letter that accompanies this board letter to be provided to Red Tail as evidence of support for a conditional loan, and that direct staff to prepare and return to the board appropriate loan documents, regulatory agreements, promissory notes, and the like. A practice that is common whenever the county provides assistance to either the housing authority or other affordable housing developers. And then lastly, that we come back to you with a policy as I described. The final recommendation, of course, is consistency and compliance with CEQA. The staff will be available to answer questions, and I understand that Red Tail also will be making a brief presentation to you as well.
Thank you, Director Armas. Just because this is in District 2, I just wanted to clarify, it's an incredibly important project, very uniquely situated because of the affordable units being dedicated towards Santa Barbara Unified School District staff. That's a tricky thing to do in the bounds of the law, so it's a complicated arrangement that would actually give it back to the school district so that they can prioritize their lowest income employees, as well as 8 units, I believe, for low-income veterans. So just to clarify, because it's a key point, that this loan, CEO Miyasato, would not come from general fund, but rather from a dedicated housing fund.
That is correct. It comes from our in lieu fees that have been paid for housing.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I did have a question on the payback period. It says that the loan term would be 55 years. We would expect payback within 10 to 15. It could stretch out to 15 or 20 years. So I just wondered why the 55 years.
The 55 years ties to a regulatory agreement that preserves the affordability of the units for an extended period of time.
So would we expect to be paid back before that?
Oh, yes. The pro forma that accompanies the board letter expects all fees to be paid back by year 15.
And if they're not?
Then it typically, in a project of this sort, will be refinanced between years 15 and 17. So we would establish a requirement that any outstanding balance be paid back to the county as a condition of that refinancing.
And can you explain? Ooh, spooky.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, let's take.
We're dark in here.
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
We're just going to take a quick break.
Huh?
Okay, we are back. We had a little power outage disruption, but we're back online. Supervisor Hartman, I believe you're in the middle of a question.
Right.
My apologies. Our interpretation is coming through the Zoom feed, so hold on just a moment.
I don't like hearing myself.
Alrighty. And members of the board, we can proceed.
Okay, Supervisor Hartman, take 3.
Thank you. So I was asking Director Armas about the loan period, and he explained that it's a 10 to 15 year. And if that weren't the case, then these things are typically refinanced or sold by year 20. And I just wonder if you could explain that to me, why that's typical.
Sure, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Typically, you'll have multiple investors, and under the various tax code, the investors will have realized effectively their investment within the 15-year time frame. And so it's not uncommon for properties to be repackaged, if you will, with additional investors coming in. That also creates an opportunity for capital to be realized to rehabilitate or make any additional improvements to a piece of property.
Thank you. In a sense, it seems like in exchange for the loan, we're getting a guarantee that this project will be permitted and construction will start within 3 years. So that makes it very attractive to me for teachers and for affordable housing. So I know we're not in deliberations yet, but this is a new thing we've never done before. It's something I wouldn't really have an interest in doing for housing across the board. But I think for affordable housing, it's narrowly drawn, and we're still getting the money for the transportation piece of it. So I think it'll give us more experience as we seek to develop a policy over the next 6 months. So I was very compelled by the that it's consistent with our housing policy element. And so if HCD comes after us, we can point to this and say, we really have been hustling here and have our own money invested in this project. We care enough about affordable housing in our county. So although it's a new area for us, I think that staff has worked to draw it carefully so that I find myself very much supportive.
Thank you. Other questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I had a couple of questions just about the process. My understanding is that if they receive these dollars, they have a strict time frame on when they need to get started with their development. Is that correct?
That's Supervisor Nelson through the chair. That's correct. We purposely established that time frame so that there would be first an incentive to complete the project timely, and also to avoid tying up any very finite amount of monies that might be available for other projects were this not to move forward.
Well, I think it wasn't even just driven by our agreement. It sounded like that the state requires it to break ground within 180 days of being issued the funds.
I'll let Mr. Wu speak more fully on that, but the 3-year timeframe that we establish is one that a number of public agencies are employing when considering these types of assistance.
Well, and the reason why, and maybe Mr. Wu, when he comes up, can mention it. I don't know if it's the right time, but the 180 days timeframe was, was encouraging, I think, to some of the goals that we have here, but also concerning, because I know 180 days to get through our process to be able to get to breaking ground on a project would be the first time ever. So I'm just, wanting to see how we are able to deliver that type of development that quickly. It's exciting if we can start to do it.
Madam Chair, Supervisor
world that
Nelson.
looks like.
It is actually not the first time we've done it. The county did achieve that with the Golden Inn Village, and I'm sure other properties, and Mr. Polanski could speak to that, but we work closely.
Who was the planner on that one? Oh, it's just
I was. But we will work closely with the applicants to make sure we can meet that time frame. We're looking at the same situation with the San Marcos Ranch affordable housing component. And so what we advocate is get the construction documents done as early as possible, and then we will get them moving through the process even before they might have their zoning clearance. So we will work closely with them to achieve that goal.
And my request along that lines is, whatever lessons learned to make that a quicker process, we should then go around and, institute throughout the organization to help other projects move along quicker. As we begin to, and I don't know if we're in full deliberations, but I guess maybe we're not yet, so I'll save some of my comments till then.
Okay, yeah, let's handle questions. Supervisor Lavignon, yep.
Question about what's the, I like hearing, I think a lot of these are going to be individualized, and some of these I think I'm going to support, and some other ones I might not support. So why do you want to create a policy around it and spend time to build a policy and then bring it back to us, where I just as soon hear each one of these kind of as
I agree.
as it stands on its own? Is there a reason for that, Jesus?
Yes, it's not unusual for us to receive inquiries from entities that might want to pursue something like financial assistance, and they want to evaluate what criteria an agency has in place. For example, in some communities, they'll limit it to 100% affordable units. In other communities, they'll have a ratcheted levels of 50 to 100%. In others, they targeted a particular income level. And so we want to be as clear as we can so anybody who's entertaining doing something in Santa Barbara understands the rules of the game.
That makes sense. But when this developer approached you, what'd you say? Just, hey, you got to go talk to the board, or how did that work?
Let me characterize it as a lot of discussions, working through some differing opinions, and then concluding that we would be amenable to bringing it to the board, but we were not certain that the board would accept the policy.
Right. Okay.
Or the approach, since that had not been presented to you previously.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions at this point? Okay, let's see if there's public comment.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we actually have a presentation from the applicant before
sure.
we proceed to public comment.
Makes sense.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps, members of the board. I'm Ron Wu. I'm with Red Tail Multifamily Land Development. And then we have the request in front of you today for the $1.1 million loan for our affordable project. I'll go through some of these slides fairly quickly since staff already covered some of these items, but project is located at San Simeon and San Marcos Drive. The affordable project is consisting of 106 units of deed-restricted affordable units. We're targeting between 30 and 70% AMI. The income averaging will be right around 60%. We also will be housing 8 homeless veterans through some VASH vouchers that were awarded through the Housing Authority. This project on the affordable side is a joint venture between Red Tail and the County Housing Authority. And we are also partnered with the Santa Barbara Unified School District. We were able to find a way to prioritize the units such that their employees will have first priority to lease the units once available. And that will be administered through the County Housing Authority, who will be also the property manager. So this project, we designed it to kind of cater to the district employees' needs. We took their housing survey that they conducted about 2 to 3 years ago and realized that a lot of their employees are after larger units. So we've designed it to be large family. So we've got 51 one-bedrooms, 26 two-bedrooms, and 29 three-bedrooms. When you take out the 8 veterans units and the 1 manager's unit, the district will have priority over the 97 remaining units. And this is adjacent to our market rate project, which consists of 385 market rate units and 26 moderate units. Here's the site plan that was shown before. The affordable project is on the eastern side of the project, encompassed by the 5 buildings there. Once the project is developed, it's really going to live as one. There's no kind of delineation between the affordable and the market rate. All the projects will share the same amenity spaces. So the affordable projects will have their own amenities catered to their residents for any kind of services in a community building, and then they'll have access to all the pocket parks and the pool and the gym and everything that you see there in the middle. Going on our anticipated schedule, so we are slated to apply on the May 20th 4% round. We hope to get our zoning clearance, probably not going to be May, but we're working hard towards it, so we can get our construction drawings in to kind of hit some of these timeframes listed here. So once the application goes in, the award will be announced August 5th. We do feel pretty confident about our application at this time, so we are anticipating receiving an award. And after that, you do have 180 days to break ground. So that date will be February 5th. We've kind of circled January as our target closing date, since there are a lot of documents and agreements and financing to close on, and we like to give ourselves a little bit of time. So we've kind of circled the January date, but the outside date is going to be February of 26. And kind of just explain gap funding a little bit. So, and the reason for our request. So when you think of a traditional market rate deal, you have an investor who brings in equity to the table, and then the project, due to the rents, can support a certain loan. Because the affordable units, we're charging a lower rent, the loan that the property can support is often lower, and the equity or the investor comes in a form of tax credits. Unfortunately, the cost to construct affordable projects and market rate projects often are similar, so that creates a financing gap, which, roughly between this project, we feel like it's around 15%. So it's up to us as a developer to go out and find local or state sources to fill that gap. And the state incentivizes local funding to fill that gap, to increase your tiebreaker. So this $1.1 million loan from the county does help our tiebreaker score and our chance of winning a tax credit allocation. So as outlined by staff, our request is $1.1 million, and the next slide will show how we got to that number. But it'll be accruing at a 3% simpler interest, a 55-year term, and the payments are soft pay, which means when the property has enough cash flow, we'll start paying the county back. This structure is very widely used in the tax credit world. It's just kind of the standard that many cities and counties have done previously, and we've listed a couple of examples there below. And currently in our underwriting, we're anticipating the first payment to be about year 11, year 12, and as Jesus said, we will repay the county in full at around year 15 to year 17 when a refinance occurs. And here's the breakdown of the fees. Our initial request did include the county transportation and some of the plan check fees, but after meeting with staff, we concluded that those fees are much needed in the county, so we've removed those from our request. So it encompasses the fees that are listed above: Parks, Fire, Library, Public Admin, and Sheriff, which amounts to roughly the 1.1 number. The reason why we've increased it just slightly above that is because we're anticipating a inflationary increase to the fees before we break ground. So we anticipate that to be around kind of the 3% mark. That's why the request has been 1.1 versus the actual number you see there. And that's the end of the presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Any questions for him? Okay, thank you. All right, now are we good to go to public comment?
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on this item, and we are going to Zoom with Linda Honigman. Linda?
Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to speak. I'm Linda Honickman, a homeowner in District 2. I support the deferral of some impact fees as proposed by staff to help secure funding to produce housing on the Tatum parcel by the RTA developers and the County Housing Authority. The planned 106 affordable units for veterans and school district employees, including 29 units for large families, are a good match to that San Marcos Turnpike neighborhood's most urgent needs. The site is within 1 block of 3 schools, so neighbors hope that future residents will be employees who don't need as many car trips in the upzone developments. The $1.1 million loan is a good use of county funds during these uncertain times, and the loan will be repaid. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. So we can move into deliberations unless there's questions, either one. Welcome to speak. Yeah, I mean, again, I'll just repeat my support. This project is very innovative. As mentioned, I have a long history with this project, having been on the school board of when we sold the Tatum property a long time ago to Redtail, and the fact that so many units will be going to low-income school staff as well as homeless veterans is a really important part and piece for our community, which makes me want to be amenable to this kind of request. I think it's very unique to the affordability. I wouldn't be supportive of it for the market rate, of course, but the fact that will help this come alive and really house people that really direly need housing right now, and quickly. 3 years is a short period of time, so I give it my full support.
Well, I just wanted to express my appreciation to Director Armas.
Yep.
This is a case of first impression, and I think he had a good sense of the board to be able to negotiate something that at least I and now Chair Capps could endorse. I'm thinking about do we want a policy or not? I think at least having some guidelines is important. I mean, I think we don't have to bind ourselves to it, but I do think that it would save us a lot of headaches to be clear. It is for affordable housing, and we do expect a payback within a certain period of time. And if it's in a congested area, it's probably not going to include transportation. I mean, I think some of the things are already here, but just to make that more explicit to people. Otherwise, I think we may get a lot of different requests, and I think, at least I think that the applicant and Director Armas have kind of laid it out in a way that I think is very positive for guidelines.
Great. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I'm supportive of this as well. It makes sense. Supervisors that are adjacent to this or that's in their district or adjacent are supportive. I think what they're doing with the school district is also very creative and something to be excited and support. As we do move forward with guidelines, though, I do want to talk about, if this was a project maybe somewhere else, there's certain parts of our county that are underinvested in with some of these, fees that we rely on them for, basic infrastructure. I'm just thinking about the Orchid Community Plan for a moment, where we have lots of projects, lots of things that are in CIP, and waiting another 10 or 15 years for these limited dollars would be really hard. And I would hope that if we saw something like that in the future, it includes some backfill maybe to do those types of things. So that's just giving feedback for staff if they think about doing that somewhere else, is that, again, in the kind of Goleta, Nolita area, there's been some infrastructure. It's a more urbanized area. You got some cities there that also help provide some of those services adjacent there, like parks and libraries. And so I don't see that this is impacting those important community resources as bad as it might impact maybe other neighborhoods. I don't know how, when I'm thinking about Vandenberg Village, just thinking little communities that need these development dollars, because there really isn't general fund dollars to be able to backfill that. So I can support this. I don't know if I'll be able to support others in the future, but I would encourage them to come to the board and make their case, because I think we're open as a board to being creative to help facilitate projects on a case-by-case basis.
Great. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm kind of in the same boat, and I do want to thank, and maybe it's because I trust Director Armas, and I don't know who's coming in after him, but I'm not trying to push you out. Don't worry, Jesus. But I just mean that, having a policy in place is kind of a two-edged sword in that now, and I'd kind of like to get a legal kind of opinion on, if we have a policy and they meet kind of the bare bones of that policy, how much discretion do we have? Do we still have the discretion at that point to say, yeah, you meet all the requirements? Because I don't want to get boxed in. Each development's unique, and I don't want them to say, well, we meet the policy guidelines, so we've got a legal problem.
Supervisor Levin, and members of the board. In general, you all have discretion on how to apply your policies, and it's really a guide for you, but you would want to be careful. You'd want to have a reason for treating projects differently.
Right.
So in that sense, it does really present a guide for where the board is going to go on future items.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm very supportive of this particular one, and it'd be interesting to hear the discussion on how we build that policy moving forward. So I'm in full support.
And supervisors, if my mind, we've said policy, but because I agree with Supervisor Lavanino, we don't want to tie ourselves or the board. It really is guidance, because as Mr. Armas said, there may be other ones, and staff will not know what is appropriate for the board or not. So it's really guidance, I would have to say. And truthfully, I was not supportive of this until we found another source of revenue. So if the board wanted to have guidance, that would be one of the things we would look at. If it requires general fund, I would ask you to make trade-offs of existing uses that you already have on the books.
Supervisor Lee.
I just want to say I'm in full support of this. It's great for our teachers, our veterans. It's a very, very unique approach on creating affordable housing. I hope the cities are taking notice and follow our footsteps into these creative ideas. So I'm supportive.
So perhaps I'll make a motion with amending, instead of item, with the portion of it as number D, it says policy, just changing that to guidance, just to be very clear that we're not asking for a big policy. We don't want that. I agree. This is unique, and we don't want to have a policy that then binds us. So I would make that amendment on segment D of this motion to change the word policy to guidance.
I would second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we have two more items of the day. Thanks to those who've joined us. We'll now move to item number 5.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding renewal of the Sheriff Office Military Equipment Use Ordinance.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm joined here today by Lieutenant Joe Schmidt and Commander Kevin Huddle. We're here to provide our annual military use equipment report to your board and to seek readoption of the ordinance pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. One thing I do want to point out and bring to your attention is that although the state of California has termed this, quote, military equipment, the reality is, with the exception of our helicopters, the MRAP rescue vehicle, and our bomb robots, this is not military equipment. It is law enforcement equipment that has been specified within the law, and because of that, we're reporting it out to your board, and we're seeking readoption of that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Schmidt, who has put this together for you.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and members of the board. I am Lieutenant Joe Schmidt of the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office, and I'm also the Military Equipment Coordinator. I'm here to request readoption of Sheriff's AB 481 Military Equipment Use Ordinance and Policy. Background: Assembly Bill 481 was signed by Governor Newsom on September 30th, 2021, and made effective January 1st of 2022. On May 17th of 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved the Sheriff's Office's military equipment policy and inventory list. Pursuant to AB 481, an annual report is required for as long as the equipment is available for use. AB 481 requires the Sheriff's Office to establish a use policy and be readopted by the Board of Supervisors through an ordinance. It identifies certain specialized law enforcement equipment as military equipment and requires oversight from the Board of Supervisors for purchase and use of what the bill has deemed military equipment. The law requires the Sheriff's Office to create a use policy that has been readopted by the board after holding a public meeting to seek input. And the purpose is to increase transparency, accountability, and oversight for acquisition and use of this equipment. AB 481 also requires an annual report to summarize the equipment use, internal audits, and community feedback, and we seek this through a community engagement hearing that we hosted on April 24th of this year. Purpose of ordinance. The Sheriff's Office is seeking approval from the Board of Supervisors for the continued acquisition and use of current and future specialized law enforcement equipment, to consider any concerns the public may have about safety, civil rights, and the public's welfare, to approve the current use policies which establish ongoing standards for safe de-escalation techniques and law enforcement equipment and application consistent with AB 481. The ordinance and use policies will be submitted to the board for review and approval annually. Purpose of military equipment policy. The purpose of this policy is to provide guidelines for the approval, acquisition, and reporting requirements of military equipment. The policy defines military equipment as items such as drones, command and control vehicles, battering rams, kinetic energy weapons, and specialized firearms. An attachment to the policy is the Sheriff's Office military equipment inventory itself. AB 481 defines the policy as a publicly released document that governs the use of this equipment, including a description of the equipment, its purpose and authorized use, as well as the cost, training, and procedural rules for use. Our policy and inventory list outlines these requirements in detail. The policy itself outlines the duties of a military equipment coordinator within the Sheriff's Office. This coordinator will be responsible for tracking inventory, coordinating an annual community engagement meeting, preparing an annual report for this body, and establishing a procedure for the public to register complaints or inquiries about our military equipment use. The policy also clearly defines the timeframes in which the Sheriff's Office will present the annual report, community engagement meetings, and mandates in accordance with the law. Impact on public safety. The adoption of this ordinance and policy will allow the Sheriff's Office to continue to use the equipment necessary to protect the public and our deputies during day-to-day operations, and when we respond to critical incidents. Specialized equipment has been used by law enforcement agencies throughout the county and contract cities serviced by the Sheriff's Office. The need to prevent the escalation of violent situations from becoming a threat to the safety of the community, law enforcement personnel, and suspects. Helps limit and reduce high-risk encounters with violent suspects and provides life-saving tools and options during natural disasters and other non-criminal incidents. As I mentioned, the inventory list defines the purpose of each piece of equipment the Sheriff's Office currently deploys. And under purpose, you will see terms such as preservation of human life, search and rescue operations, natural disaster response, a rapid response to catastrophic events, reduce the likelihood of injury to the public and law enforcement personnel, high-risk apprehensions and mitigation of violent criminal behavior, less lethal force options, and de-escalation. Justification for use of equipment. This specialized law enforcement equipment is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. The proposed law enforcement equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. This equipment is reasonably cost-effective compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. And use of the military equipment complied with the military equipment policy effective at the time of use. Recommended actions. It's recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive and file a presentation regarding an ordinance readopting the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office Military Equipment Use Policy. Receive and file the annual military equipment report. Consider and approve the introduction of an ordinance to readopt and amend the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Military Equipment Use Policy, and read the title of the ordinance and waive full reading of the ordinance. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes. Thank you, Lieutenant Schmidt, right, or Commander now?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
Okay. Go make sure I got it right. Thank you for the presentation. I'm very supportive. I know we need to hear from public comment as well, but I was just kind of curious. So without us adopting this ordinance, you guys would not be able to use this equipment? Do you guys have that? Is there discretion there, or how does that work?
According to Assembly Bill 481, there is no discretion. It would need to be approved annually, and I believe the board could disapprove certain items and other items would be approved. But the list that we submitted via the report is a comprehensive list of all of the equipment that meets the definition in AB 41.
And some of these pieces of equipment have been acquired through grants where the county made commitments to use the equipment?
That's
right?
Correct.
Okay, so there's an obligation that we had that we've kind of already signed up for. Again, I'm supportive, and I don't imagine a world where we would say that it's unnecessary for you to have these pieces of equipment that are necessary. Obviously, the bad guys continue to up their game, and we need to make sure that we're there to be able to protect our citizens here within our communities as well. So again, I'm supportive. It was just more of a morbid curiosity about how that would work and how that might hamstring you in the future on protecting our residents, as well as what are those legal obligations that we might have, and that's something we need to think about if anybody ever wanted to think about not approving this. About we sign up for grants, often for the federal government or whatnot, and with a commitment that goes along with it. And so I'm committed to continue to do that, and I'll be supporting any motion to move forward with this ordinance.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Capps. Just a couple of questions. The Lincoln Bearcats, is there insurance costs associated with that?
Can you repeat the question, please?
With the Lincoln Bearcats, is there an insurance cost?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe it's just insured under our county policy. I could get more information on that, though. I don't know for sure.
Okay. And can you explain the 50 caliber rifles?
Sure.
What uses do you have for those?
So for one, these rifles were donated by the Department of Energy, so we didn't purchase them. They've never been used operationally, and we would consider these to be an anti-material weapon, which would be used in a very unusual circumstance to disable a vehicle or disrupt an explosive device. They've been used by law enforcement across the country on extremely unique situations. It's one of those pieces of equipment that we hope we never have to use. Probably will never have to use it, but we're glad we have it and train on it.
Got it. And is there special training to use that rifle?
Correct. It's only used by our precision rifle unit that's within the special enforcement team, which is our SWAT team.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman. Okay. I don't have any questions either. Is there public comment, Madam Clerk?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we did have one request to speak from the public on this item. We are going to Zoom with Linda Honigman. Oh, my apologies. It appears that Linda has stepped away from Zoom, so we have no further requests to speak on this item.
Okay. Deliberation. Any other comments? Supervisor Lavanillo.
I was ready to make a motion. I had a few people when I went through that list. Some of those things like the 50 cal kind of raise your eyebrows a little bit, but I just went back and refreshed my memory about the North Hollywood bank robbery at the time, where you've got guys coming out with stuff that our Army has, and officers are answering back with 9mm and 38s. So, I know it's a little scary sometimes to look at what this list is, but there are circumstances that could come up that we've got to answer back with firepower that they're receiving. So 12 officers were injured in that incident, 8 civilians, you know, and they had the people right in front of them and just didn't have the weaponry to deal with them. So it's a changing world out there, and I think it's better to be prepared and not use it than not have it and need it. So I'll be supportive. And I'll make a motion to move A and B, staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay, we have one more item of the day. He said A and B.
A and B, isn't, I'm looking.
Chair Capps and members of the board, my apologies. It is for departmental item number 5, staff recommendations would be A through E.
Not on our list, but okay, whatever it is. I'm just looking at the computer here, which may have,
Oh, you know what? That is for the second reading. That will be coming back on May 13th. I'm not sure why that is showing up. My
okay.
apologies.
Whatever staff recommendation is it A through D?
A through E.
A through E.
E, let's do them all. All of them.
Let's do them all.
Let's do them all.
Do we need to vote again? Okay.
That was my understanding is the second, or that's what he meant.
Okay.
Huh.
All right, I just need to, are we good to go to the last item, even though it might be lengthy?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Without a break.
All right.
We're going to take, I'm sorry, everybody, we're going to take just a brief break so that we can all be here for that last very important item. So let's just make it 5 minutes if we can.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, welcome back. We're going to get started. Excuse me, everybody. Do I need to use this? We're going to proceed with our last item, which is the annual Truth Act report, item number 6. Just a heads up that there are many dozens of speakers, so it'll be 2 minutes for each person. If, as you're preparing your remarks, if you'd like to speak for just 1 minute, you will be prioritized to go first. Anyone who is a Spanish speaker, we've accommodated that, of course, with interpretation, and that will double it to 4 minutes if there's Spanish interpretation. So just think through if that works for you. I hope it does, and then we'll proceed. And public comment is still open. We're at about 30 so far and growing. So I'll turn it over to you, Under Sheriff Bonner. Oh, Madam Clerk, please read us in. Thanks.
Chair Capps and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the annual transparent review of unjust transfers and holds, Truth Act report, and community forum.
Good afternoon, Chair Capps and board members. Under Sheriff Craig Bonner here on behalf of Sheriff Brown and our entire Sheriff's Office team. We are here this afternoon to provide a report to your board regarding the Sheriff's Truth Act annual report and to conduct the required community forum and opportunity for public comment. I am joined here today by our Inmate Records Manager, Delaney Lowe's, and Custody Sergeant Jeff Kohler, and Custody Commander Ryan Sullivan. Both Sergeant Kohler and Manager Lowe's have worked hard and diligently to prepare this annual report in a timely manner, and will be presenting the details of it to you momentarily. At the outset, I want to make it clear to everyone, the Sheriff's Office and the other local law enforcement agencies do not enforce federal immigration laws. We do not ask for or otherwise attempt to ascertain the immigration status of anyone we interact with. Whether they are out in the community or within our custody facilities, a person's immigration status does not change how we interact with them, nor the services that we provide to them. I also want to recognize that there are folks within our community who are incredibly passionate in their beliefs as it relates to immigration, and their perspectives range greatly. There are voices on both sides of this topic, and we are here to listen to and consider everyone's perspectives. Ultimately, Sheriff Brown and our Sheriff's Office team will continue working to ensure that our policies, procedures, and operations are in alignment with California law, and that we are serving the best interests of our community as a whole, ensuring that our local communities are kept safe and secure. Next slide. Use the arrows on the keyboard. The California Trust, Truth, and Values Acts collectively establish laws that relate to California peace officers not enforcing federal immigration laws. These laws further specify when and how local law enforcement can and cannot share information with federal immigration officials about persons currently in our custody for committing crimes within our communities. Custody Sergeant Kohler is now going to present the details of our policies, our procedures relating to the Trust, Truth, and Values Acts, as well as the highlights of our annual report, detailing instances in which we have shared information with federal immigration officials during the 2024 calendar year, and I will remain here to answer additional questions.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Sergeant Jeff Kohler. I'll be narrating the rest of the PowerPoint here. The Sheriff's Office does not conduct any immigration enforcement. Our policy is a comprehensive document that directs the actions of custody deputies and records personnel as it relates to the compliance with the Truth Act. Our policy outlines what forms must be provided to inmates under what circumstances and how ICE interviews are to be conducted and how ICE access requests are to be handled under the law. Next. The Sheriff's Office does not do the following: does not enforce immigration law, does not check immigration status on anyone we arrest or are currently in custody at the jail, does not hold anyone beyond the release date, does not share information with ICE unless the balance that is outlined within the Truth Act, Trust, and Values Care Act are met, does not share police reports, addresses, detailed booking information, booking photos, or other sensitive personal information like Social Security numbers and date of birth. The Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office will only share charges, next court date, and release date with ICE. Once the persons are out of custody, no information is shared with ICE. ICE access means access to the inmates by ICE for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement, including when an individual is stopped with or without their consent, arrested, detained, or otherwise held under the control of local law enforcement agency. The process begins when an individual is booked into jail. Following the booking of an individual into jail, they are fingerprinted to confirm identity and ensure that the subject does not have any active warrants or warrants where we were previously unaware of. We do not ask or otherwise check immigration status and do not notify ICE of the arrest. ICE receives notification of the fingerprint records from the Department of Justice following their electronic submission. If ICE is interested in obtaining information regarding an individual in our custody, they will notify our Custody Records Bureau via fax of the information they are requesting. Custody Records staff will manually search the inmate's criminal history and current charges to determine if there are any exceptions pursuant to the balance that is established within the Truth Act, Trust, and Values Act that will allow us to share subject's release date with ICE. If there are exceptions, Custody Records staff will distribute written notification to inmates advising them that they qualify for information sharing in accordance with the Truth Act, and the inmates' records will be flagged in the jail management system. If there are not any notated exceptions, the request is filed in the inmate's record and no response is given to ICE. Once the inmate is sentenced or release date is known, ICE is notified via email.
We're just having some, or the city is having some power issues, I think. The city's. Okay, everyone. We're gonna proceed here. Thank you. Pardon the disruption. Hopefully it doesn't happen again, but we will proceed. Sergeant Keller.
Thank you, Chair Capps. As mentioned in past presentations, the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office does not hold or retain individuals for ICE. Once individuals are released from Santa Barbara County custody, ICE must be at the facility to rearrest the individual in a safe and secure manner. The Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office does not hold or retain individuals for ICE. From 2023 to 2024, there was an increase in requests from ICE, 141 versus the 229. There was a slight increase in the number of individuals that ICE rearrested from in 2024 to 16 compared to the 5 in 2023, which accounted about 2% overall releases from the jail. The calendar year 2024 saw an increase in ICE rearrests by 8. There's no change in the percentage of those individuals who qualified for SB 54, which remained at 0.03%.
I'd like to address the increase in the reported numbers of pickups that we previously had on this slide. We had 13 reported. As of this morning, I was working with Onyx from the Public Defender's Office, and we found 3 other individuals that did meet qualifications and were picked up. There was just a misstep on our paperwork that we didn't capture this on the data sheet. So I do want to add the additions here and let you know the 3 additional individuals were convicted of attempted homicide. The 3 individuals were convicted of attempted homicide, kidnapping, domestic violence, stalking for the 2nd, and the 3rd individual was also for kidnapping, all felony charges. And then off to Under Sheriff Bonner for our closing comments.
All right, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today to share this report and to hear from both your board and our community members. Sheriff Brown and our team continues to listen to and consider the perspectives of everyone. We will continue to work with our public safety partners, including the Public Defender's Office, to refine our policies and procedures relating to SB 54, as well as our future annual reports and community forums. And with that, we'll open up to any questions.
Okay, thank you to our Sheriff's Department. And I just would like to ask, I know we have a lot of passion in this room, a lot of care and compassion, but we need to keep our voices down, not make comments, clapping, et cetera, so we can conduct our business, and we'll have plenty of time for public comment. So now I would like to ask my colleagues if there's any questions. Supervisor Lee.
Under Sheriff Bonner, is there a cost associated working with ICE?
There is not any additional cost. I mean, obviously, we are using some of our staff time to do it, but it's not based on overtime or some other unbudgeted cost.
Got it. And just to confirm, ICE reach out to you, you don't reach out to them, correct?
That is correct.
Got it.
Supervisor Hartman.
At what point do you notify the Public Defender's Office?
So I'll have Delaney describe that specific.
Yeah, so currently we are notifying the Public Defender's Office at the time we are notifying ICE of a qualifying individual that they are going to be released in the next several hours or sometimes even the next morning. But they get that same notification, they're just carbon copied in there.
And so again, my question, when does the public defender get noticed?
That is...
The same as ICE?
Yes.
Oh,
So
only on release, when they're going to be released?
yes, as we process their release, that's when we're going through their inmate file, and that's when we make the notification to ICE and the Public Defender's Office.
And is there a reason that it doesn't happen earlier in the process?
Not a particular one. This is the one that I believe Onyx and I came up with probably 2 years ago. We've been doing this. So that's just our process for now.
And if I can add, we're following Government Code 7283, how it outlines when and how we are supposed to notify both the inmate and their legal representation, and at what time. Obviously, we're open to discussion, but we are currently following that California law that's laid out in terms of when and how we're supposed to do it.
If this board, or if we were interested in exploring doing something further upstream, would we have the authority to do that?
So ultimately, that decision is the sheriff's, right? We can certainly listen to you and will listen to you as well as our community members. However, and I will point out that let's change this a little bit and say that this is another public safety agency that has asked us whether or not somebody is in our custody. And I will tell you that it would be inappropriate for me to notify, the public defender's office that another law enforcement agency has expressed interest in somebody who's in our custody. In fact, it would be seen as taking an active role in interfering with their investigation. So we've got to be careful about it, and all of this does have to be balanced out. This is a little bit different, and because of that, we're much more open to exploring that, but there is that element of, are we interfering with another agency's investigation that we have to work with?
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing more about that. Having legal representation, I think, is a right and due process. So I want to understand that. Maybe we'll come back to that later today.
And again, it is outlined within Government Code 7283 as to exactly how and when we are supposed to notify everyone.
Right, and the question I have, and maybe it's for council, is can the county go further than that? Oftentimes, we can be stricter, we just can't be less, more lenient.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. And I was just wanting to make sure the data that we're looking at today is from 2024, right?
That's correct.
So it's all stuff that happened in 2024.
And again, just in case it was missed, there were 16 rearrests, not 13, as the documentation shows. And that's what Supervisor or Manager Lowe's was talking to earlier.
So nothing on this report comes from 2025?
No.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I think it's important to talk about this today, is that we're not talking about just random people out in the street, somebody working. Today's focus, what the Truth Act is about people that are in custody that then we're talking about these 16 individuals, correct? So we're looking at, my question is, so as I'm looking through these, one person 7 times in our custody, the other person 8 times in our custody, the third person 8 times in our custody. So why is it this time that ICE is interested when the 7 previous times they didn't worry too much about it?
So it's a complex issue, and obviously, I can't speak on behalf of ICE. I do know that every agency has staffing challenges, and with the way that, compliance with the SB 54, we will not hold somebody in our custody for ICE. And because of that, if they can't get there, then that person is going to be released. And I think that's part of why it comes down to. And I know I've heard from our federal partners about that, how challenging it is for them to show up in a timely fashion, and there's nothing we can do about that for them.
Okay. And I know these are 24 numbers. I'm just curious if over these 5 months of 25, have you seen a dramatic increase, or have you seen it stay about the same?
So we have not. In fact, I should say, the number of ICE requests is trending slightly up. However, the number of individuals that qualify has gone down, as has the number of pickups. Extrapolated out, we're trending towards 9 pickups this year, if nothing else changes.
Okay, and that's out of about 17,000 people that go through our jail? I think that was in the report, yeah.
Yeah, that's 17,000 releases, yeah.
17,000 releases, and we're talking about 16 pickups from last year. All right. I mean, I'm not that great at math, but I think it's like 0.00001%. Yeah, got it. All right, thanks.
Supervisor Lee, did you have another question?
I do. Is there a way we can get an ICE representative in the board meeting so we can ask them questions, they can give a report? Because it's important that they're here today to listen to the community and.
We could certainly try for future meetings.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Under Sheriff Bonner. I just also want to appreciate, you've done 2 Know Your Rights events that I've been a part of with the immigrant advocacy groups, and I appreciate that you are willing to speak in these spaces and answer questions. So I want to pick up on Supervisor Hartman's question about notifying the public defender. I would like to be more direct and say I prefer to understand the opportunities for that to happen so that when ICE is notified that the public defender is notified before ICE. So if you could come back to us with an answer at some format. You've answered it to this degree so far, but I do think that that's important.
So we're certainly here to listen.
Yep.
But ultimately, I believe, and county council could clarify, but I believe this is a decision for Sheriff Brown.
Okay. Okay, understood. And yet, yeah, he's not here today, but we'll pass that on to him. So, can you describe more? I think there's a lot of concern that I share about the communication with ICE, and you've been very clear about what isn't communicated, but how do they know to come and rearrest? So please explain the rearrest process.
Sure. So as described by Sergeant Kohler, when somebody is booked into our jail, they are fingerprinted. Those records then go off to both the state and the federal. So California Department of Justice, CLETS, as well as NCIC, that's the national level. Those hits show up. And if ICE is looking for somebody, that hit is going to come onto their radar, and then they know to inquire with us, right? So they're going to see that somebody was booked into our facility. They then send a request to our Records Bureau wanting to find out if somebody is in our custody, whereupon we start our protocols to check and see if they qualify for any form of communication.
So when they're released, ICE is present. Can you describe what the physicality of that process?
Sure. So we are going to, we always notify them. They may or may not have time to respond because sometimes we get a very fast, it's not like, hey, they're going to be released in 30 days. They're being released in about an hour. But we do notify ICE, as she described, via email. If ICE is present, then they are allowed to take them into custody, to rearrest them upon release from our facility.
So I understand that's not considered a transfer, but it sure sounds like a transfer to me.
So a transfer is a very specific thing, and I will tell you, and that's one of the things, we've worked carefully on this. The law does not say what a transfer is. There is no Department of Justice bulletin what says what a transfer is. For us, a transfer is a very specific thing. It is either the court telling me, transfer this person to the California Department of Corrections, or it is another agency, say San Luis Obispo Sheriff, saying we have a warrant for this individual and we want you to transfer them to our custody. For a transfer, I will hold you beyond your release date. And then I will either allow you to come and pick them up, or oftentimes we will take them to you and transfer them. They are not released. We don't give them back their property. And oftentimes they are handcuffed throughout that whole process. By contrast, these individuals are being released from our custody. They are provided with their personal belongings, and we are releasing them, right? And then they are being rearrested. And I get it. People have different opinions as to what that does and doesn't sound like,
right.
But to us, a transfer is a very specific thing. And unless and until the law changes, the legislature makes it clear, or the Department of Justice makes it clear, it is our position that a transfer is not occurring here. We are not taking this person to the other facility. We are not holding them beyond their release date. We are releasing them, and they are being rearrested.
Okay, I understand, but they're released in a room where ICE is present if they respond to the email.
They are not being released in a room. They're being released out the Sally port.
I understand. Okay. So I appreciate that Supervisor Lavanino made the important distinction that these are about folks that are in our custody as opposed to those who are being picked up off the street. But you have to understand the context by which we're having this conversation today of really scary, extremely scary times with people who are here legally being deported, people being rounded up, pumping their own gas in Oxnard. So I think you understand the context and appreciate the level of concern here. I just have a concern about due process and making sure that that is upheld. And these are somewhat rhetorical questions, but I understand all of our deputies, do they take an oath to the Constitution?
They do.
They do.
Yes.
I just think it's an important time in our history that that is very much emphasized when we have a president who has questioned due process and questioned his role with the Constitution. And not really a question there, but I would love to hear just some reassurance about our local law enforcement. We just commended you all at the beginning of this hearing for Corrections Officer Month. We have a lot of respect for the courage and the work that you do, but if we could hear some assurance about really that right to due process here in Santa Barbara County.
Yeah, I mean, as we've kind of spoke to quite a bit, right? We are following California law.
Yep.
And, obviously, the legislature could change that law. The courts could step in and declare it unconstitutional. That has not occurred. And again, so we are following California law as it stands, and we are not exceeding that beyond what we are allowed to do by California law.
And you, I mean, again, I hear you declare this in the forums that you've been present with other immigrant folks, advocates, but how does is that shared throughout the department? Is there a mechanism to make sure that that is shared, that ethos, that commitment to our Constitution, to due process?
Yes, it is. And in fact, it's codified within our own sheriff's office policy that every member of our organization has to acknowledge.
And how does that acknowledgement come? Is it just when they graduate from the
On an annual basis, they have to go in and review our policy and acknowledge it.
Oh, so can you describe a bit more about that?
Yeah, so we utilize Lexipol to maintain our policies. I mean, we actually craft them and make sure that they're meeting the requirements of our organization, but it's an electronic system, and all of us, including myself, on an annual basis get a requirement to go into the system and to acknowledge those policies. In fact, it just occurred last month. So
that's reassuring to hear. Thank you for answering that. That's my questions for now. Maybe we can move to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we currently have 37 requests to speak from the public on this item.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comment. We have 37. As I mentioned, that's 2 minutes each. If anyone would like to do 1 minute, they are prioritized. You can make a line here in Santa Barbara, or if you're on Zoom, you can indicate is you do that by raising your hand. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board. For those members on Zoom that want to provide 1 minute comments, please use the raised hand feature on Zoom. And again, those members in person here in Santa Barbara, if you could start lining up behind the podium for those that want 1 minute and 1 minute only. And before we proceed, I do have a couple housekeeping announcements. I am seeing a lot of open seats. This room is at capacity, so I am highly encouraging everyone who's standing along the sides that's not media or in the back to please take a seat. That would be greatly appreciated, so we just have room to walk around the room. The power outage took our TV down in the BOS conference room next door, but we are rebooting that. And that room is also available right next door with a live stream of this. And if you did sign up for public comment, you will hear your name. Additionally, we have a few people that double registered. It looks like you registered on Zoom and in person. If you did previously register in Zoom and you are now in person, if you could please let Leah Graham know in the back of the room, we could remove you. And lastly, I do have an announcement by our translator, Carlos, who will be making an announcement in Spanish for those Spanish-only speaking participants.
I'm going to make a bilingual announcement. Para aquellos que quieran expresarse en español, cuando vienen al micrófono, yo voy a interpretar para ustedes. For those who would like to express yourselves in Spanish, as you come to the microphone, I'll be doing simultaneous interpretation or consecutive while you come. Meanwhile, for those who want to hear what is going on in Spanish, we have some earphones back there and somebody's doing simultaneous interpretation. Para aquellos que quieran escuchar todo en español, tenemos audífonos ahí atrás, lo piden y Claudia le va a hacer la entrevista. También todo está saliendo a través de Digital Point. Esto es un diario digital. This is a digital newspaper that is also taken in Spanish and is also being broadcasted in Spanish. Gracias. Thank you.
Okay, and just as a reminder, thank you. We all have, there's a lot of strong emotions and opinions here. If you agree with something that someone has said, in order for us to hear each other, please no clapping, but you can wave your hands like that. So we're going to have respectful. This is democracy. We want to hear each other. So we'll start with our first speaker. Thanks to everyone for being here.
And before we proceed in person, I just want to take the 3 members on Zoom who did sign up or who did use the raise hand feature. We're going to begin with Karen Rice, to be followed by Catherine Henry, to be followed by Kim Pascage. Karen?
Good afternoon. Thank you for hosting this forum. I'm speaking as a person of faith, as a citizen, and as a constituent, urging the Sheriff's Department and the Board of Supervisors to not just follow the exact word of the law, but proactively look for ways to protect immigrants in our communities. What we are asking for is not the bare minimum. What we are asking for is proactively looking for every way possible, whether that is informing the public defender with more speed, or thinking about alternate spaces to release someone so that they are not in the same room or hallway as ICE agents. Thank you for your time. Please exert your energy proactively to look for ways to protect immigrants.
We will now go to Catherine Henry, to be followed by Kim Pascage, to be followed by Maria Salguera. Catherine?
Good afternoon, Chair, Board, and staff. My name is Catherine Henry, and I'm a community organizer here on behalf of Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund. I'm here today in collaboration with many of our community members to ask to end or limit cooperations with ICE. Several other counties, including Los Angeles, have passed local policies to this effect, and this board has passed a resolution to acknowledge the importance of non-citizens' contributions to our community. Despite this, we continue to allow double punishment for non-citizens who finish their sentence and then get taken into ICE custody. The people who transferred to ICE don't exist in isolation. They are members of families and communities, and we at Planned Parenthood know that community health is more than just seeing your provider when you're sick. It includes keeping our communities and families whole, safe, and unafraid, particularly in this current climate. We urge the board to take action to protect families by barring cooperation with ICE. Thank you.
Kim Pascage, to be followed by Maria Salguero. Kim?
Hello, County Board of Supervisors. I am asking you to and expressing my strong opposition to the County Sheriff's Office continuing involuntary collaboration with Immigration and Customs with ICE. It's imperative that we take immediate action to protect our immigrant community members who are vulnerable to unjust deportations and separations from their family. The Sheriff's Office must cease all practices that allow ICE to be notified of an individual release to facilitate their transfer without proper judicial warrants. This is a violation of due process and undermines the trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve. ICE should not have any access to county property, including parking lots, without judicial warrants. This access creates an atmosphere of fear among our immigrant community members, discouraging them from seeking help or reporting crimes. The sharing of information, data, and resources with ICE without judicial warrant is an infringement on rights of individuals and should be halted immediately. The privacy and safety of our community members must be prioritized. While legislation like SB 54 has made significant strides in limiting law enforcement.
Thank you, Kim. That is your time. We will now go to Maria Salguero, and then we will return to Santa Barbara. And for those members in Santa Barbara utilizing the 1 minute, if you can please clearly and slowly state your first and last name before you proceed with your comments, that would be greatly appreciated. So our last comment on Zoom, Maria Salguero.
Hi, my name is Maria Salguero. I'm an immigration attorney with the Immigrant Legal Defense Center. I'm here because I'd like to follow up on Supervisor Lee's question on what the costs associated with providing ICE with the information related to the release date, the court date, and the charges. I think I want to encourage all supervisors to press on that question because I do believe that there are costs associated that are not being explained to us. In the board letter, there was a mention that there was not available information on the fiscal and facilities impacts of ICE cooperation or our cooperation with ICE, where even hosting this Truth Act forum itself is an expense, right? Why are we here? We're here because our county sheriff's office is choosing to provide ICE with any information. So I do want to encourage the supervisors to just press a little bit more and be more critical. Thank you.
Now we will return to Santa Barbara with those members of the public who would like to speak for 1 minute. And again, if you can please clearly and slowly state your first and last name so we can cross you off the list, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Good afternoon, County Board and Madam Chair. My name is Carol Kernahan, and I'm the chair of Carpinterian and Indivisible. Construction has started on a 3-story multi-use building in the lot next to my home. Dozens of men have reported to work over the last several months, and they will continue to do so in the future. I do not know how many may risk getting picked up by ICE, either on the job site or on their way home or to work. Every morning I pass by, I say, "Good morning." Many of the workers refuse to acknowledge me or
I
even—
just spoke at the county Santa Barbara.
Or even look at me. I don't blame them. I am white and I might pose a threat to them. I do not like living in a community where there is fear and anxiety. We call on the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to stand with our immigrant community and end its voluntary collaboration with ICE now. Please join the many counties in California that have stopped aiding ICE and separating our families. Stop responding to any notification and transfer requests by ICE so all Santa Barbara County families stay together and thrive. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Denise Spangler Adams, and I've been involved in illegal immigration and immigration issues since 1980. And I'm a member of Federations of American for Immigration Reform and on the board of CAPS, Californians for Population Stabilization. You asked a great question, Representative Laganino and Representative Lee. This is not a political issue of Republicans or Democrats. I'm a no-party preference. It's an issue of safety. I expect ICE to enforce. You were given an evasive answer. We held a hearing with ICE up in Santa Maria, and it was well attended. ICE has to be physically notified and present upon release. Remember Marilyn Ferris, all these women out here with gray hair who are white? She was returning from work from Vandenberg. She was greeted at the door by 2 illegals who had been previously deported, convicted felons and released. She was hammered, raped, left for dead. She lived for 8 years.
Denise,
and
that is
why
your
women
time.
like me want to not cooperate?
That's your time. Thank you. No commentary, please. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members, Ethan Bertrand here on behalf of Assemblymember Greg Hart. The California legislature has passed immigration protection laws such as the Truth Act, the Trust Act, and the Values Act to protect immigrants and to protect our entire community. We want to make sure that when people need help from government, when people need help from emergency services, that they are able to get that help regardless of immigration status. The purpose of this forum today is to bring transparency, and another part of that transparency is the report to the state, particularly to the Attorney General's office. We've heard that there is a discrepancy in the understanding of the definition of transfers, and Assemblymember Hart is committed to getting an answer to that question so that we can have that transparency. And last, I'll mention that Assemblymember Hart is recognizing the Immigrant Legal Defense Center, who are here in this room today, as the California Nonprofit of the Year, recognizing their critical work to protect immigrants in our community. Thank you.
My name is Roland Neal. As the deputy, as the officer has already stated, he and his deputies take an oath to the Constitution. So that I'm sure they're aware that in the Constitution, every person in the territory of the United States deserves a right to due process. It's while splitting hairs about whether they're released or transferred into the care of ICE, you have to be willfully unaware that these rights these people are being prosecuted without due process. And to argue otherwise is, I believe, a breaking of your oath to the Constitution. Thank you.
Just a reminder, you need to sign up for public comment in order to speak here in the room or on Zoom. Thank you.
My apologies, Chair Capps, members of the board. We didn't capture the name of the last speaker. If they can please provide that to the clerk in the back. Alrighty, my apologies, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ivan Vega. I'm the Associate Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. I'm here today to speak on asking y'all to please have the sheriff stop collaborating with ICE and sharing information on immigrant people who are detained in our jails. Despite the intent of laws like the California Truth Act, SB 54, loopholes have allowed local law enforcement, including the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, to continue facilitating deportations by sharing information of when people are going to be released from jail. We ask you to stop collaborating with ICE to protect our communities and end voluntary collaboration with ICE now. Please follow the examples of other counties in the state, like LA County and San Diego County, who have stopped collaborating with ICE. We must work with our values in mind, protecting our families together. Thank you.
And that was Ivan, correct? Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Norton, B-E-C-K-I Norton, and I am a co-founder of the Carpinterian Immigrant Rights Coalition and a concerned Santa Barbara County resident. Immigrants are essential to the cultural, social, and economic fabric of Santa Barbara County. Protecting their rights strengthens our entire community. Public safety should never depend on immigration status. According to the Sheriff's Truth Act Forum presentation, there were 16 rearrests. The practice of transferring individuals to ICE raises serious concerns. First, it erodes trust. When law enforcement cooperates with ICE, many immigrants fear contact with police. It makes them less likely to report crimes or serve as witnesses, puts everybody's safety at risk. It's also discriminatory because U.S. citizens with the same records are released to their families while immigrants face the added punishment of transfer to ICE custody based solely on place of birth. So what should be done? I think that the Board of Supervisors, you should adopt an ordinance that prohibits unnecessary collaboration with ICE, end voluntary ICE notifications and transfers unless legally required, and comply with state law by reporting all ICE interactions truthfully to the Department of Justice.
Becky, I'm sorry, that is your time.
That's it, okay, thank you.
And just a reminder, this is just for the folks who want to do 1 minute. We will have a 2-minute section. So this is just for the folks who want the 1 minute. Who are getting priority right now.
Hi, my name is Alethea Tyner Parody. I'm a history professor at Santa Barbara City College. And I would like to remind you all that the legal model for ICE is based on the Fugitive Slave Acts. So please be on the right side of history and stop cooperating with ICE. Thank you.
And for the speaker who just spoke, can you please say your name again? I'm not seeing her on the list. Okay, for members of the public who are here, if you did not previously sign up, you are unable to speak since the public comment period is closed. That is 2 now that have not signed up, so please, if you have not signed up, please do not speak during public comment. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak for 1 minute? Jacqueline?
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and community. My name is Jacqueline. I'm here on behalf of La Casa de la Raza. We are an organizing body that has been part of this community for the last 54 years. For many decades, we have advocated for equity and equality. Today, I come to you with a few requests. The first is not only for the sheriff to stop communications with ICE, but for all law enforcement to stop communications with ICE, including the district attorney's office. Today, I come to you also requesting that you start to evaluate what a Human Rights Commission might do in this county, knowing that we're looking at this for the long haul of 4 years and plus. Today, I ask you to really dig down deep to know the value of those students in those schools, in those classrooms, while they panic and they wonder if an uncle, an aunt, a neighbor, or their loved one won't be home when they get home. Today, I advocate on behalf of my community. And I ask you, I plead that we consider ordinances that protect any communication from all law enforcement entities, not just the sheriff, but the district attorney's
Thank you,
office
Jacqueline. That is your
and
time.
everybody else. Thank you.
Actually, sir, I don't believe you signed up to speak. You, okay, just proceed. Just proceed, please. Thank you.
All right, my name is Jeff Bard. ICE is behaving in an unconstitutional manner, and we are calling upon law enforcement officers, National Guard, and active military to heed the Constitution and be prepared to refuse a series of illegal and unconstitutional orders. And we're also calling on all layers of government, local and state, to be aware that the current regime in Washington, D.C. is a rogue regime. It meets every definition of a fascist coup d'etat, and we're expecting that the Proud Boys et al. Will initiate violence on or before January 6, 2029, and we're asking for the administrative state to be aware these are not conservatives, these are not old school Republicans. Barry Goldwater is turning over in his grave, and we would like all of you to be on our side of the people rather than this rogue fascist regime in Washington, D.C.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Rita Sam. I'm a Carpinterian resident and homeowner since 1991. I would like to request the following: that the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department not collaborate with or transfer undocumented persons to ICE. Working with ICE creates more distrust and fear in our communities. Many immigrants in Carpinteria are unwilling to risk leaving home, and some are still hesitant to send their children to school. This was evident at our Know Your Rights forums held in Carpinteria. Local policing should be fully separated from immigration enforcement. In the future, all truth forums should be held at a time of day in the evening when more people can attend. They should be held at a time separate and apart from the Board of Supervisors' regularly scheduled meetings. The time of the forum should not be finalized a few days before the scheduled meeting. The sheriff should attend the truth forum
Thank you. That
and
is your
listen
time.
attentively to public comments. Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak for 1 minute? If not, we will proceed with the remainder of public comment for 2 minutes. We're going to be return back to Zoom for Alondro Mendoza to be followed by Vanessa Turan. Alondro?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alondra Mendoza, and I am a community advocate with MICOP, and I'm a resident of Oxnard in Ventura County. Though I am not a resident of Santa Barbara County, we witness the separation of our families by ICE every day. For example, in Oxnard, at the beginning of the Trump administration, ICE descended upon our neighborhoods, spreading fear and causing harm to immigrant and farm-working communities. In March, a family was impacted by an ICE operation in which a father was detained without being given the option to speak to a lawyer. According to his loved ones, he was in a car and presented his documents when he was approached by multiple officers in several vehicles. His wife shared that he said he felt overwhelmed and intimidated, and that the agents told him he would be deported with or without his consent. He was detained while retrieving his work tools at a storage building. The family states he had no criminal record. His young daughter has been deeply affected, holding onto the photos and videos of the moment her father was taken. The family is now left to face his situation alone. We call on you to stand with our immigrant community and end the voluntary collaboration with ICE now. Thank you.
We will now go to Vanessa Toran, to be followed by Olivia Salazar. Vanessa?
Good evening, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Vanessa Teran, Director of Policy with the Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project, who protects and supports the indigenous immigrant community in the Tri-County. Just 2 days ago, MyCop responded to an ICE detention from a local immigrant community member, leaving their children behind in the car of the parent that was swept away in tinted vehicles. This is heartbreaking. It's causing a mental health issue in our community. As you know, the county-wide proportion of the Hispanic/Latino community population in 2020 is 47%. That includes the indigenous Mesoamerican population. As you also know, the new federal administration's first legislative act, the Laken-Riley Act, is a clear attack on immigrant communities, reinforcing harmful white supremacist narratives that scapegoat those who contribute to our city's economy and culture. We also recently supported a family whose Mixteco father was detained in broad daylight near a city building here in Ventura County, leaving his children and partner devastated. These acts of separation and enforcement have sent shockwaves through our community, exacerbating fear and mental health stress among our indigenous and immigrant residents, both documented and undocumented alike. Now, many feel unsafe, even leaving their homes and going to work due to the aggressive tactics that ICE deploys. We respectfully want to ask you to take action today and to join many counties across California that have already implemented policies to stop the voluntary cooperation in aiding ICE in separating our families. Thank you so much.
We will now go to Olivia Salazar, to be followed by Chelsea Lancaster. Olivia?
¿Qué dice? ¿Qué dice? Bueno. ¿Seré yo o no?
¿Desea hablar en español?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Por favor, hable, haga pausa para darme el tiempo para interpretar. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, estimado Consejo de Supervisores de Santa Bárbara.
Good afternoon, dear Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County.
Mi nombre es Elvia Salazar.
My name is Ella Salazar.
Desempeño el rol de organizadora familiar en Futuros Líderes de América.
Perdón, ¿puede repetir, por favor, porque no la escucho bien?
Desempeño el rol de organizadora familiar en Futuros Líderes de América.
I'm having difficulty hearing. Una vez más, por favor.
Sí, claro que sí. Desempeño el rol de organizadora familiar en Futuros Líderes de América.
The future of America is based on the familiar organizations. Adelante.
Estoy aquí para hablar en nombre de nuestros estudiantes
I'm here to
y de
speak on
sus
behalf
familias
of,
inmigrantes,
I'm here to speak on behalf of our students. Adelante.
que están viviendo con miedo e incertidumbre
Because they're living with fear and uncertainty
debido a la amenaza de deportación
due to the threat of
y la
deportation
colaboración de la oficina del sheriff del condado de Santa Bárbara
and
con ICE.
the collaboration of the sheriff office of the county of Santa Barbara.
Nuestros estudiantes viven con ansiedad y con temor de llegar a casa y encontrar la
Our
noticia
students, un momentito, señora, por favor. Hable, haga la pausa. Gracias. Our students are living with anxiety on coming home. Adelante.
y encontrar la noticia de que sus padres han sido deportados.
And some of them are fearful because their own parents have been deported. Adelante.
Las cargas financieras que conllevan los gastos legales
Ya, una vez más.
de buscar ayuda para que sus padres o familiares
And then they have to seek help so that their parents and their family members
sean representados en cortes
be represented in courts
y luchar por no ser deportados.
and to struggle and fight for them not to be deported.
Las barreras lingüísticas
Una vez más.
dificultan aún más el acceso de las familias
And that makes it very difficult for the access to the families,
a los recursos legales y a la información
to the legal resources and for all the information.
más esencial.
Una vez más. Repita.
Más esencial y a los recursos y a la información más esencial.
Yeah, they do not have the information and resources which are very essential.
Los estudiantes y la comunidad se preguntan,
The students and the community are asking themselves,
¿puede la oficina del sheriff de Santa Bárbara
could the Sheriff Office of Santa Barbara County
parar de colaborar con ICE?
stop collaborating with ICE?
Oficina del sheriff de Santa Bárbara.
Sheriff
Hoy
Office of
les
Santa Barbara.
pedimos.
Adelante.
Hoy les pedimos
We today ask you
que se unan a nuestra comunidad inmigrante
to help our community from here on,
y pongan fin a su colaboración con ICE.
and please stop collaborating with ICE.
Thank you. That is your
Gracias.
time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Chelsea Lancaster, to be followed by Fernando Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, community. My name is Chelsea Lancaster, and I'm here to support and uplift the demand to have the Sheriff's Department stop cooperating with ICE. I also want to uplift Jacqueline Inda's ask that goes for all law enforcement and our district attorney. We have a duty to disobey unjust laws. For years, many of us community members, community advocates, community organizers have watched the sheriff and his department use rhetoric that dehumanizes our migrant immigrant population, that uplifts a lot of the same language that Trump and his fascist regime have used. I'm really concerned about in addition to the lawlessness between ICE and other law enforcement officials, I'm really concerned about the vigilantes that are out here smashing people's windows and dragging them out of their cars. There's one story in particular that you can look up. A gentleman has been detained and I believe is now has been deported. And especially right now, deportation is a death sentence. So I want to remind everybody in the room that nice people made the best Nazis, and we cannot be complicit in the violence that's happening in our community. And I really hope that you all, and I believe that you all will stand on the right side of justice and history and do the right thing. Thank you.
We will now go to Fernando Hernandez to be followed by Dee Molinin. Fernando?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fernando Hernandez. I am a DOJ immigration accredited legal representative with the Mixteco Indigena Community Organizing Project. I'm also our community organizer. And we are, first of all, I would like to thank you, everyone, for being able to have this meeting. Well, I am here to ask the sheriff to stop collaborating with us. I kind of really like something that the sheriff said. I mean, each one of us has their own opinion on transferring, right? But technically, if you are letting the person go and outside, ICE is already out there to go pick up the person, that to me seems to be cooperating with ICE. So I don't think that's the sheriff's job. I am an Oxnard, but we do also have our immigration legal assistant team in Santa Barbara, sorry. And we have also faced where community members have been victims of crime, but most of the time they don't call the sheriff. The reason is that the sheriff sometimes does not really provide any immediate help to them. And there has also been people who have indigenous communities that have this language barrier that are not able to communicate. And I feel like instead of the sheriff helping ICE, there should be more helpful, give a little more support to the community. There is a lot of language barrier. I myself speak Mixteco, and I also have a coworker right there in Santa Barbara that speaks Mixteco also. So we, since the Trump administration, we have been doing forums, sharing know your rights to everyone in the community, and we'll think the sheriff should not be doing ICE's job. They should be sticking to their own job on keeping the community safe. Thank you.
We will now go to Dean Molinin, and then we will return to the Santa Barbara hearing room with Julissa Pena. Dee? Dee, we have unmuted you on our end, and it appears you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Hi, sorry, I closed the Zoom app accidentally.
There you are. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dee Molinin. I echo the voices of many community members, experts, the faithful, and advocates when I urge the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office to end all voluntary collaboration with ICE. I want you to consider how history will look upon your actions, delivering people who have already served their time, who you say have been rehabilitated by your institution, to places they may not have called home for 10 or 20 years, or worse, to a concentration camp in a foreign nation with no hope of freedom. We are all telling you the same story, from directly impacted community members to rigorous scientific studies. The practice of delivering people into the hands of ICE does nothing. It undermines trust, deteriorates safety, and it breaks hearts and families. Although you may say that you're following orders, you're playing a part in degrading the Constitution, in degrading the law and one of our most fundamental rights. I urge the Sheriff's Office to choose the side of facts and that of humanity and end all voluntary collaboration with ICE now. Thank you.
We will now return to the Santa Barbara hearing room to begin with Julissa Pena, to be followed by Diane Wodolowski. Julissa?
Good afternoon, members of the County Board of Supervisors. My name is Julissa Pena, Executive Director of the Immigrant Legal Defense Center and a member of the 805 Immigrant Coalition. Before this item is checked off the annual agenda, I urge you to truly consider the broader implications of the issue before you. Every time the sheriff's office chooses to cooperate with ICE, it validates a broader political agenda, an agenda actively working to dismantle due process rights for immigrants across this country. This administration has made its intentions clear: to chip away at the very protections that form the bedrock of our legal system: the right to a hearing, the right to counsel, the right to be treated as a person. When local law enforcement collaborates with ICE, it becomes complicit in these injustices. This is not just a policy debate. This is a constitutional crisis in the making. We are witnessing the erosion of checks and balances before our eyes, the weaponization of local law enforcement against people who have built lives here, raised families here, contributed to our schools, our churches, and our neighborhoods. These are our neighbors, our classmates, our co-workers. But let's be clear, when the rights of immigrants are eroded, the rights of all of us are at risk. We must draw a clear line. Local resources should not be used to carry out the federal government's cruel immigration agenda, and public officials elected to serve all residents must not enable the slow unraveling of constitutional protections. Thank you.
We will now go to Diane Wodolowski, to be followed by Ronaldo Rodriguez. Diane?
I'm Diane Wondolowski. I live in an unincorporated part of Carpinteria, and I am speaking to the reporting and definition of rearrests versus transfers. Sheriff Brown sets the tone for the sheriff's office. There was a report that Jerry Roberts wrote for a Santa Barbara newsmaker, and it was reported in the Santa Independent about an interview with Sheriff Brown. In the interview, Sheriff Brown described the roles and responsibilities of his office on immigration, emphasizing the crucial importance of the California Values Act, aka the Sanctuary Law. He also spoke of some of the challenges he faces in his high-profile national position as Major County Sheriff's Association, as president of the Major County Sheriff's Association of America, MCSA. In quotes, I am in particular a little bit between a rock and a hard spot because of my MCSA presidency, Brown said. It is this conflict that worries me, and this is why. I worry that the sheriff is evading compliance by how he defines transfers, calling them rearrests rather than transfers. It sounds like the sheriff's office, in listening to our conversation today, has decided on a definition of transfer as the police driving or bringing the individual somewhere, rather than the Attorney General's definition, which is a lot more narrow. And the sheriff has chosen not to follow the definition provided by the California Attorney General. My understanding is that this misclassification tactic is to obscure the true nature of the handovers and undermines our accountability and transparency. I ask that the sheriff's office be required to follow the Attorney General's stated definition.
Okay, just to remember, please keep your clapping. Just keep it like this. Thank you.
We will now go to Ronaldo Rodriguez, to be followed by Fernando Martinez. Ronaldo?
Necesito interpretación. Sí. No. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Reinaldo Rodríguez.
Good afternoon. My name is, ¿cómo se llama?
Reinaldo Rodríguez.
My name is Reinaldo Rodriguez.
Organizador comunitario.
I'm a community organizer.
Comico. Soy residente de Santa María.
I'm a resident in Santa María.
Hoy vengo a expresar mi sentir, mi preocupación por la separación de familia que ha habido en nuestra comunidad.
I'm here to make you know about my feelings about the separations of families that is going on right now.
Nos parte el alma ver cómo los niños se quedan solos sin sus papás.
Our souls are being broken because we see how the children are being left alone without their parents.
Por la colaboración del alguacil que ha habido con el ICE.
Because of the collaboration that exists from the sheriffs with ICE.
No es una casualidad que el alguacil suelte a nuestro miembro de nuestra comunidad a la hora que pasa el ICE.
It's not a coincidence that the sheriff office releases the members of our community just about the time ICE is going by.
Esa es una colaboración clara que vemos y no lo aceptan ellos.
That is a clear collaboration we're seeing, but they don't seem to be accepting it.
Hoy vengo aquí ante esta junta de supervisores para que hoy puedan adoptar una política que inviertan en la unión familiar, no la separación de familias.
I'm here for you as Board of Supervisors to invest yourself into the unifications of families instead of the separations of families.
La mano inmigrante también colaboramos y esto hace la grandeza de este gran país.
The hands of the immigrants are collaborating, and that's what makes the greatness of this nation.
No más separación de familias. Gracias.
No more separations of families. Thank you.
We will now go to Fernando Martinez to be followed by Armando Santiago. Fernando?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Board of Supervisors. My name is Fernando Martinez. I serve as the community organizer with MyCop in Santa Barbara County. I'm also a resident of the city of Santa Maria and descendant of the indigenous Mixteco community who are currently being affected by the immigration enforcement, especially with this new administration. I would like to take a moment to just kind of share a story of a community member who was recently arrested upon leaving the sheriff's facility. Just for the purpose of keeping the name of this community member confidential, I will use the name Juan. On March 3rd, Juan, along with his wife and 2 children, went to the sheriff's office in Santa Maria to get his ankle monitor out. Upon leaving the sheriff's office in Santa Maria, there were 3 ICE agents waiting for Juan where he was arrested. I want you to take a moment to just kind of think, of how his wife felt, how his young children felt. This is just one of the many stories that we have heard of and that we will continue to hear of as we move forward. I don't want to imagine having myself or a family member being put in this position. The recent operations of ICE across Santa Barbara County, specifically Santa Maria, where farm workers have been affected. As a result, farm workers have been living in fear, whether going to work, going to the grocery, going to do laundry. Farm workers are living in fear, and we got to think, what do we got to do, or what do we need to do to prevent any families going through this? The collaboration with ICE goes against our county government's goals and value. We call on the Board of Supervisors to stand up with our immigrant brothers and sisters to end this voluntarily collaboration with ICE today. Thank you.
We will now go to Armando Santiago to be followed by Raul Lazaro Olivier. Armando?
Voy a ocupar ese.
¿Vas a leer?
Sí.
Okay. Déjame verlo a mí también.
Aquí. Igual le voy a cortar de aquí.
Go ahead.
¿Listo? Okay. Muy buenas tardes, Junta de Supervisores.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors.
Mi nombre es Armando Santiago.
My name is Armando Santiago.
Soy organizador comunitario en el programa de robo de sueldo con MICOP.
And I am a community organizer in the stealing of salaries with MICOP.
Me preocupa la política engañosa.
I am concerned about the deceiving policies
del alguacil de no reportar la transferencia,
because they're not reporting the transferences,
las cuales deben de ser informadas al fiscal general de California.
Which they should be informed to the Attorney General of California.
La ley SB 54 especifica
The law SB 54 specifies
que una persona
that a person
debe tener transferencia
should have a transference.
Y esto ocurre cuando el alguacil
And that happens when the
facilita
sheriff
que ICE obtenga la custodia de una persona que está bajo custodia.
facilitates that ICE obtains the custody of a person that is under custody.
El propio alguacil admite
The sheriff itself admits
que notifica a ICE
that they notify
y si
ICE,
ICE está presente en la cárcel,
and if ICE is present at the jail,
permite que un oficial de ICE entre en una parte pública de la cárcel
will allow that a ICE officer enters a private part in the jail
para tomar custodia de la persona
to take custody of the person
y llevarla a un vehículo de ICE.
and to take it and carry it to a ICE vehicle.
Pedimos que se respete cada derecho que tenemos como humanos y como trabajadores.
We request that you respect every right that we have as humans and as workers.
Indispensables para este país.
We are indispensable workers for this country.
Estamos en contra de las acciones que perjudican a niños y niñas.
We are against actions that are against or damage children and boys and girls.
Separando familias que solo luchan por salir adelante.
Separating families that are always struggling to go forward.
Trabajando honradamente.
Working honestly.
Estamos en contra de la no transparencia.
We are against the no transparency.
Y que el condado de Santa Bárbara esté apoyando a las separaciones de padres e hijos.
And that the county of Santa Barbara will be helping the separation of parents and children.
Dañando emocionalmente, psicológicamente y socialmente a cada integrante de las familias.
Damaging emotionally, psychologically, and socially each member of the family.
Con el más respeto que se merecen ustedes,
With all the respect that you deserve,
que están en la mesa de supervisores del condado,
that you are as members of the Board of Supervisors of the county,
pedimos que miren hacia afuera y analicen
I want you to look outside and to analyze
con humanidad si es correcto el separar familias.
with humanity whether it is correct to separate families,
Si es correcto colaborar con ICE,
whether it is correct to collaborate with ICE,
que solo está realizando acciones sin importar las afectaciones negativas.
which is carrying out actions without caring about the negative effects
Hacia los trabajadores y sus familiares.
towards workers and their families.
Pedimos que pongan un alto al alguacil
We ask you to please make a stop to the sheriff
y la colaboración que está realizando con ICE.
and the collaboration that they are carrying on with ICE.
Asimismo, que cada actividad que realiza
So well that each activity that they are carrying out
sea con transparencia y cuidando los derechos de cada persona de
should
este
be
país.
with transparency and taking care of the rights of each person in this country.
Gracias.
Thank you.
We will now go to Raul Lazaro Olivia, to be followed by Saul Martinez. Raul?
Yeah. Oh, ready? Oh. Yeah. Who contribute to our county, yet we continue to allow double punishment only for non-citizens who finish their sentence and get with a way to be detained and separate from their families. The law asks us to trust and report any crime, yet they are the ones that facilitate the protection. This collaboration breaks our community trust. Our community are afraid. We urge the board to take action to protect our families and be in cooperation with ICE. Thank you.
We will now go to Saul Martinez, to be followed by Willie Lubka. Saul?
Good afternoon, Chair Caps and Board of Supervisors. My name is Saul Martinez. I am a DOJ accredited legal representative with Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, aka MICOP. I'm here to ask the board to stop collaboration with ICE, as everyone in here has said. We have so many stories to tell, so many that time wouldn't be enough, of all the damage that has been caused to the community because the sheriff can't describe the significance of cooperation, of transfers. We ask you to create a ordinance that prohibits collaboration with ICE and local law enforcement, and to stop ICE to comment and to county grounds, specifically parking lots. Whenever someone is released, the sheriff washes their hands by saying, oh, they walked out the door, they're no longer our problem. There's this whole debate whether parking lots are private or public property, and they shouldn't be accessed by ICE, because these people, when they're released, they don't know where to go. There's usually someone not to pick them up, so they have to wait outside or to go be walking. So that's the perfect chance that ICE gets to come pick them up. So I urge you to take this seriously. We have come here for several years now asking the same thing over and over again. So please take this seriously and take action, because this is an urgent matter. We have families that are being separated, kids that are left alone, that are being left alone, that probably won't have a good future because a relative is missing from the family that was deported. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
We will now go to Willie Lubka, to be followed by Brenda Holmes. Willie?
Good afternoon, supervisors, county staff, sheriff's office representatives, and members of the public. My name is Willie Lupka, and I'm executive director of an organization called Buen Vecino, which means good neighbor. I submitted a complaint to the sheriff's office on April 23rd and shared it with all of you. The complaint was submitted by email and the U.S. Postal Service, and it called out the sheriff's office's failure to comply with its legal obligation to accurately report the number of ICE transfers it carries out each year. The sheriff's office website says the sheriff's office welcomes constructive criticism and valid complaints, and once a complaint is submitted, you'll be contacted by an investigator. But I haven't heard anything back yet. So I want to congratulate Assemblymember Hart's office for deciding to pursue once and for all whether the sheriff's office rearrest process is an ICE transfer. I ask you to do the same. Ask County Council to contact the Attorney General's office to settle this question once and for all. I do want to say that the words of the sheriff's representative, that it's not a transfer because they are releasing people, is outrageous. It is not releasing someone when you send them directly into the hands of ICE to be arrested. That is outrageous. As you'll notice, there's great public interest in this issue. I would like to request that in the future, you hold these meetings in the evening. You'll notice that there's a lot of people here, but there's a bit of a older demographic visible. Well, that's because the people who are most impacted by this issue are at work right now. Hold it in the evening so they can attend. I'd also like to note that it is really disappointing that Sheriff Brown is not here.
Please, everybody. Please, I've asked kindly, so we need to respect that. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. That is your time. We will now go to Brenda Holmes, to be followed by Rita Hendry. Brenda?
Hi, I'm Brenda Holmes. Thank you for letting me come here and speak. I'm and my descendants are fairly new to this area when you consider how long my ancestors have been in this country. One of my ancestors came to this country over 300 years ago with a land grant from King George. Does that give me more rights? I don't think so. People have been talking about the Constitution here, and I think it's something we need to remember. When the Constitution was written, it didn't say American citizens. If it had, it would only apply to indigenous people. We were all immigrants. The Constitution applies to every person in this country. Due process is every person in this country. Anytime someone's rights have been violated, it's unconstitutional. And I'm really glad to hear, oh, and I had two ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War. Well, big for me. So, but that shouldn't give me more rights. I was an immigrant. We were an immigrant. We're all immigrants unless you are Native American. I'm glad to hear that the sheriff isn't working with ICE because there are a lot of lawsuits against ICE right now. ACLU has got several, but ACLU is not the only one suing ICE. The problem is, if a county has cooperated with ICE and ICE is sued, the county will be sued also. You guys can Google it. You can find out why other counties in California have quit working with ICE. It's because million-dollar lawsuits have happened. This should be a good reason that even people who don't care about people's rights should care about the county's tax money. Thank you.
We will now go to Rita Hendry, to be followed by Bob Smith. Rita?
Hi, my name is Rita Henry, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. I'm a recently retired bilingual special ed teacher and community coordinator with 45 years experience. I'm from a professional and a mother's perspective, I'm begging you to stop cooperating with ICE officials. There are two very disturbing stories I'd like to share with you regarding ICE deportation. One is a story about a fourth grade student who was so traumatized watching his mother being pulled from her car as she waited to pick him up at school. He went out and saw her being dragged from her car screaming. The only way he would attend school was if I picked him up at home and drove him to school and back every day. It took months for him to slowly gain a semblance of stability without his mother. The second case was during a PTA meeting at my school, and the ICE officials came and tore the baby from the woman's arms, and bam, she was gone. The baby's father came to the school sobbing to pick up his baby and two school-aged children. He shouted, "How will I raise these kids and work in the fields?" We had no answers. I know there are a few more restrictions on ICE, but still, it's inhumane and based on opinions, not facts. Please stop cooperating with ICE, and no matter how you word it, it's still being cooperation with ICE. Thank you.
We will now go to Bob Smith, to be followed by Bob Critchko. Bob?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bob Smith. The Truth Act is irrelevant in practice because of SB 54. Although I support comprehensive immigration reform, and to be clear here, we have a lot of partisan rhetoric because nobody's abuela has been pulled out of their house and sent without due process. We're talking about criminals. I strongly oppose SB 54. The law violates the U.S. Constitution's Supremacy Clause by obstructing federal immigration enforcement. The Constitution I spent over 26 years in the armed forces defending, the Constitution that you all took an oath to uphold. California cannot simply disregard federal law because it doesn't align with Sacramento's political agenda, including the Illegal Immigration Reform Act, signed into law by President Clinton, which he used 12 million times. I'm sure there were speeches written about it. Also used 5 million times by President Obama. So it's also political rhetoric to say that this is a current administration issue. Even more concerning is SB 54 creates a fundamentally unsafe environment for law enforcement officers, the public, and even detainees. This law prohibits communication and cooperation between agencies. We've seen in our history the deadly consequences of agencies failing to share information. 9/11 was a tragic reminder of that. SB 54 repeats that mistake by silencing collaboration between local and federal authorities, which caused me to spend years of my life overseas in a war against terrorism because our local law enforcement agencies did not cooperate here. When this county releases a criminal back onto the street due to sanctuary policies, the public pays the price. If a single law enforcement officer or citizen is harmed because of our Board of Sheriff fails to speak up, the responsibility rests here. We should not be protecting criminals at the expense of public safety. I urge this board to speak up to the state of California, call for a repeal of SB 54, which is unconstitutional, and stand for law and order in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
We will now go to Bob Critchko, to be followed by Brooke Lutz. Bob?
Good afternoon, Board and Supervisors.
We seem to be entering a dark phase as a country, one repeated throughout written history, the context you spoke of before. So vote for a policy to support our values for democracy and our community, which includes immigrants and our professional sheriffs. Historian Timothy Snyder wrote a book on tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. I quote number 7. Be reflective if you must be armed. If you carry a weapon in public service, may God bless you and keep you. But know that evils of the past involved policemen and soldiers finding themselves one day doing irregular things. Be ready to say no. So do what you can to give our sheriff a guardrail, a reason to say no to unnecessary cooperation with ICE now, rather than risk sliding down an icy slope and where they might be asked someday in the future to do irregular things and then have to say no. So the last lesson is be a patriot. Set a good example of what America means for the generations to come. They will need it. Consider setting up a Human Rights Commission. Do what you can to join other counties. Thank you.
We will now go to Brooke Lutz, to be followed by Olga Bravo. Brooke?
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Brooke Lotz. I'm a resident of Santa Barbara County, and I'm an immigration attorney. I have attended multiple SB 54 Truth Act forums here. I'm here to request that the sheriff end voluntary cooperation with ICE. I would like to remind the Board of Supervisors that the Sheriff's Office could end this voluntary cooperation at any time, and it would not impede the federal government's ability to detain non-citizens or enforce civil immigration law. The Sheriff's Office says today that they do not conduct immigration enforcement, but it does facilitate immigration enforcement. The Sheriff's Office, when interpreting SB 54, is not staffed with lawyers in interpreting the law. And I can tell you from reading SB 54 and immigration law that it's incredibly complex. And I know from attending prior Truth Act forums in this county that the Sheriff's Office has made mistakes. One of them is this repeated claim that we do not know the definition of transfer. In 2019, in front of the California Attorney General's office directly addressed this issue in front of the Ninth Circuit, in which they asked what the definition of transfer was. If the Sheriff's Office would like this information, we're happy to pass it on. But he asked, the California Deputy Solicitor General in this statement said that the prohibition would prohibit, for example, a local jail from escorting a federal officer into the secure area of the jail and physically transferring a person from state to federal custody, which is exactly what happens on SB 54 notifications. I would also like to point out the fact that we saw this does not make our community safer. It makes people afraid to trust the police. It makes victims of crimes afraid to cooperate and testify. It prohibits or it makes folks feel that they cannot report to probation or go to their court dates, thus directly impeding local criminal justice.
We will now go to Olga Bravo, to be followed by Jesus Ramon. Olga? Is Olga here? We will now go to Jesus Ramon, to be followed by Barbara Parme. Jesus?
Good afternoon, members of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Jesus Ramon with California Immigrant Policy Center. A side note I want to make very briefly, which is fundamental to the participation of public life for all Californians, is that this board has a lot of work to do to ensure language equity, and I encourage you to continue to consult and invest in building infrastructure for all community members. I'm here to echo the calls of my friends and neighbors in Santa Barbara County to stop voluntary collaboration with immigration authorities. This, in addition to comments calling for additional measures restricting county resources in the use of immigration enforcement. Immigrants, and one would argue the original inhabitants of this region, constitute the heart of Santa Barbara County's economy, infrastructure, and soul. The sheriff's choice to consistently turn over community members that have already paid for their mistakes is shameful, particularly during a time in which immigrants are being dehumanized and subjected to vile treatment regardless of their criminal history. The descent into fascism, which as we all know occurs over time, is slow. Sheriff Brown has served this county since 2007, and in this time we have escalated the dehumanization and criminalization of our communities year after year. As an advisory member of the Anti-Defamation League, I would hope that the sheriff is open to understanding the consequences of his actions, that he is shipping community members to work and death camps, and when the history books write of this, they may say that he made mistakes, but he owned and rectified them. Because there will be no pretending that he didn't know, or they will not ask if he was just following orders. To the Board of Supervisors, your hands are not tied. If you are not actively opposing the sheriff's actions, you are actively enabling them. I appreciate the chair's question as to what the method of input is for the Board of Supervisors. And I noted the sheriff's representative as to whether this is the sheriff's decision. And I encourage you to look at what happened with Sheriff Villanueva and that conversation, because you have a lot more opportunities for accountability than you think. Thank you.
We will now go to Barbara Parme, to be followed by Sarah Gomez. And Sarah is our final speaker on this item. Barbara?
Thank you for this opportunity. I have a photograph of Sheriff Bill Brown standing proudly with Sergeant Major and Chief Superintendent of the Israeli Police. When I showed it to the sheriff, he said he was quite proud of the work he did in Israel. The Anti-Defamation League sent Sheriff Bill Brown to Israel in 2013 and 14, promoting ideas, practices, and technologies that commit violence and infringe on civil rights. Many of these practices mark brown and black people as suspect, particularly Arabs and Muslims. And for the last 19 months, we have seen the Israeli civil society approve of the decimation of Gaza, as well as the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank. We have seen how the Israeli police force has stood by and watched settlers brutalize Palestinians in the West Bank. The deadly exchange of U.S. and Israeli police forces teach the suppression of public protest through the use of force. So anyone in our Sheriff's Department who is supporting ICE transfers and claims they are just following orders makes me wonder about the biases taught in those deadly exchanges between the Israeli police and our very own Sheriff's Department. I don't mean this as a personal attack. This is an attack against systems of violence that have led to the genocide and ethnic cleansing we have witnessed for the past 19 months and continue to watch every day. This is why we demand no ICE collaboration with the support of our local Sheriff's Department. Thank you.
And we will now go to Sarah Gomez, who is our final speaker on this item. Sarah? Oh, Sarah Gomez in the room? All righty, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much to the members of the public for your comments. Now I'm just to turn it back to the board for either questions, additional questions. I have one, or comments, deliberation. Supervisor Lee.
Before I ask a question, I see a lot of handmade signs. Can you everybody just raise it up? I really want to see everybody's signs.
That's a good one. Yeah, we got a picture.
I get a picture of that. That's. Thank you for that. Thank you for your efforts. Under Sheriff Bonner, I have just a follow-up question on. So, how many hours and how many deputies are going to ICE-related efforts? I want to know the hours that your department spends on working. And
so I'll defer to Manager Lowe's as it relates to how much records time is spent receiving the request, ensuring that it complies with the law, and then sending a quick email. However, we did bring up, and if we want to include the amount of time that's put into preparing this report and bringing this presentation, obviously that's a much larger number. Okay. But I would venture to guess it really isn't that much time that's spent just handling the initial request, ensuring that it meets the criteria, and then sending the email.
Yes, that's correct. Obviously, it depends too on the complexity of the person's criminal history and how many requests we're receiving at the time. Sometimes we can go several days, even weeks without receiving a request, and then we might receive, 3 in the same hour. So it is hard to definitively determine how much time is taken, but I can let you know we do receive it via email. It's a quick response received back to ICE, and then we do our due diligence where we run the criminal history. That obviously depends on how much there is. Sometimes it's 1 page, sometimes it's 20 pages. But no more than 3 minutes really spending on that. Then we fill out a form, do our notifications if they're needed. If there is no qualifying charge, that's pretty much where the process stops with my staff, and then I get the packet and plug it into a data sheet, which is what you saw here on the Excel form.
So you can say that there's a cost associated with your work, correct?
It's, during the normal, business hours, but yeah, there is some time spent on this.
And do you have a ballpark, just estimate, just off the top of your head? Is it 50 hours, 100 hours a year? And how much? You can follow up later.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to say. I'll have to dig into that and figure out a good ballpark. I would say, average of a week, maybe an hour. So that kind of goes roughly with your, 52 hours a week, 50 hours a year, 50 hours a year, then estimate.
Thank you. Thank you. And Under Sheriff Bonner, I just want to say thank you for listening. You were very patient and listened to everybody's concerns. So it means a lot, and I hope you take it back to Sheriff Brown and let him know exactly.
So I've taken notes, and of course, although we had to take some breaks because it broke down, this is all recorded and it is going to be reviewed.
Good, thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Under Sheriff Bonner, you mentioned that we're actually trending down this year in rearrests. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What about inquiries?
The inquiries are up slightly,
So the inquiries are up, but the actual rearrests are down.
as well as the number of cases that qualified for communication.
Okay. And I just hope that the public heard that. You know, a lot of the information that we're looking at here today was under a previous administration. And then actually you're hearing now it's actually less. And I know there's things that are happening outside the county in other communities that outside of our capacity that is of concern for people, and I can understand that. But I want you to hear what's going on at the county. You know, that we haven't seen an uptick, you know, a significant uptick. If anything, we've actually seen less rearrests. You know, I know a lot of people are hoping for as little cooperation as possible. But I just wanted to make sure it's realized that, you know, as Chair Capps talked about it, we do have an oath of office. We have due process, but we also understand the Constitution, the Supremacy Clause. You know, SB 54 was actually taken up to the Ninth Circuit and was something to be legal. Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court decided not to hear SB 54, so it's now law. So these are all lawful things as our structures work today. Now, that might change in the future, but you know what we're doing here at the county is trying to follow the law, trying to follow the oath of office that we've all taken. And that sometimes does mean participating in things that we may or may not like. There's things I don't like that sometimes we do in the county, but it's my responsibility with my oath is not to, you know, I think somebody wrote it down, we have a duty to disobey unjust laws. Actually, we don't as elected officials. We actually take an oath not to do that. Okay, now we can work our butts off to change laws, and we all do that every day. We're trying to change policy, but we have a responsibility. It's law and order, it's order. And, you know, we've got to remember that that's the other piece of this. And, you know, I think what everybody wants is a safe community. And I think that that's a total human right and something that we're all after. You know, now some of this can get politicized, and it has, obviously, because, you know, again, there was more arrests in previous years, but this room was a lot fewer people here. It's partly because of what's going on in the national narrative You guys are being turned up by, the media, by some things you see, some things you don't. Personally, I'm a local politics guy. I don't get too involved in national politics because it's hard to follow. I don't trust either side, to be honest with you. Okay, there's a lot of stuff out there that is not accurate. What I can control and what we try to control here are things we can make a difference. And so I just want to make sure I got that out as my statements. But also, I do want to just caution issues about trying to cut up this transfer conversation, because I think that actually runs the risk of actually becoming even a more dangerous situation for law enforcement officers and the person that's potentially getting rearrested. That might impact the community. I know that there has to be a transition there, but to go out and wait till they get to the corner of State Street before that happens could also obviously cause a lot more trauma and impact and to not only the person who's being arrested, but the officers or the general community. I think the way you guys are doing right now is you guys are trying to land it the best you can to honor the law, but also honor public safety. And again, I commend you all. I think you guys are doing an excellent job trying to thread the needle here. It's obviously a very passionate issue for a lot of people on both sides of the community, but at the end of the day, let's all remember that what we're trying to do is follow the law and try to keep our communities safe. So thank you, and I'm happy to support the receiving and filing of this presentation.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank everybody who came today and who spoke to us about their heartfelt views on this issue. This is something we do every year. This year it's come earlier, and I appreciate that because, again, we're looking back to 2024, and it's we sometimes do this later, and so it's really stale. So we're making improvements. I'm particularly interested and commend the Sheriff's Office for working more and more cooperatively with the public defender. And I would like to see us explore whether we can move upstream, as I was discussing earlier, about notice. We've found that early representation works well in other areas, and I would like to, I'm not sure whether the board can direct that, whether the board can request that, but I would like you to explore it and come back and tell us what you've concluded about that, because I do believe that notice and representation help people take advantage of their due process rights. And if they're just learning, you're going in an hour, you're going tomorrow, it really doesn't offer much opportunity to think that all through. So it's an iterative process. I think we've been improving it each year, and I would very much like you to consider that and come back if you'd be willing. So I'm also willing to support staff recommendation, receive and file.
Okay, I just thank you. I had a couple questions actually for our public defender's office. I know we have leadership from our public defenders here. It's I want to say your last name correctly.
It's Matthew Sparadolosi.
Sparadolosi. Thank you for being here. Because I appreciate, we've had some concern, real concern about the cooperation. Why isn't the Public Defender's Office given more notification? A key part of due process is the right to an attorney. That's a bedrock in our Constitution and in our system. So if you could speak to the concerns that Supervisor Hartman and I have raised about you all getting proper notification, I'd appreciate that. And what would be ideal?
I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Matt Sparadolosi. I'm Chief Trial Deputy. I head up the Racial Justice.
Speak a little bit more. Thank you.
Is this on? Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Matt Sparadolosi. I'm Chief Trial Deputy. I head up the Racial Justice Act litigation as well as the immigration sort of part of our office. I have here Onyx Starrett with our office, who's our subject matter expert in immigration issues. Our position is we would like to be informed as soon as possible. And from our perspective, that means as soon as the sheriff receives the I-247, which is ICE's request for cooperation. The Truth Act requires that our client be notified immediately, and that's whether or not the sheriff intends to cooperate with ICE. And so if our client is being notified, it's our position we should be notified immediately as well. And that means long before the hour of arrest that is pending for ICE. That could mean weeks or months before, and that time is critical. It's critical for us when we represent our clients because we can inform them of this possibility, advise them and their families of what might be happening. It's critical because it might impact their defense, but it's also critical for the county because from the county's perspective, while we represent our clients, we might be able to identify situations where it is in fact unlawful for the sheriff to cooperate with ICE. SB 54 only allows cooperation in very specific instances, and it could be the case that the sheriff is mistaken about their ability to cooperate. And if we can identify that and notify the sheriff, we might be able to avoid liability for the county.
So, Mr. Spiritolozzi, so it's accurate. I'm understanding that it is not accurate that that the public defender has agreed that it's okay to be notified at the time that ICE is.
No, we've requested to be notified earlier than that. As soon as the I-247 is received by the sheriff, that triggers the client to be notified, and we believe that it would be helpful for all parties for us to be notified as well.
I strongly agree with that as well and support that request. Can you speak more broadly to, this is somewhat adjacent to the Truth Act, but just the fear that's gripping some of your clients, those who might be incarcerated or otherwise, about deportation and living in this time in our history? Can you speak to the experiences, please?
Well, I mean, if we had to extrapolate further, it's our position that there shouldn't be cooperation between the sheriff and ICE at all. The Truth Act does not require cooperation. It, in fact, limits cooperation. And, you know, our clients are feeling all of the fear that's been associated with what's going on, as Supervisor Nelson kind of alluded to, nationally outside of our county. Our clients are watching the news. Our clients are watching Fox News. Our clients are watching CNN. They're seeing other people, other immigrant families get separated. They're seeing due process being thrown out the window. And they're in fear. And we're in fear for them. And when you're incarcerated, they're presumed innocent, as you know. And believe it or not, many of them are innocent, factually innocent. And so that doesn't seem to matter to some of the authority figures nationally. And that fear is pervasive among our clients, and they tell us that daily.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. I just also wanted to appreciate Ethan Bertrand being here from Assemblyman Hart's office, and I have grave concern about this our somewhat expansive definition of rearrest, and getting that clarified from the state is certainly a top priority. I appreciate your comments and your presence here. And also the presence of so many advocacy groups who are just under extreme pressure right now, working 24/7, dealing with the fear, dealing with the mental health, dealing with the families, dealing with children, dealing with crying, dealing with confusion, chaos. It's unfathomable to be in this community at this time when we know that about 10% of our wonderful county, the backbone of our economy, is either undocumented or of mixed status, in process, et cetera. So my heart goes out to you and the tireless work that continues, and I praise and am in admiration of how so many people, many of whom are here today, have turned that grief, that fear, that chaos, rather than being paralyzed by it, you're turning it into action. You're helping one another. You're giving voice. You're driving people to appointments so that they can get there safely, that they know their rights. Because as we do watch the news, rights are being thrown out the window. And it's a very petrifying time to be in our country right now. And so this timing, I appreciate that we did this Truth Act report. I hear the request to do this in the future in the evening. We can explore that. This is an annual report. But be assured that if things do change and status does change and there is an emergency, we will communicate, and we will communicate as best we can and be in touch with you. So this has been a really enlightening conversation. I appreciate the respect that has been shown, the passion that has been shown, the compassion that has been shown. And I know that many of you are here speaking for many families that are too afraid to be here. With that, I will support Supervisor Hartman's, I believe you made a motion to accept the recommendation, unless you'd like to make a comment.
I will make a motion, and again, with the request that we hear back from the Sheriff's Department about how they can notify our public defender earlier in the process.
I firmly support that motion and will second it. Supervisor Lee, did you want to say anything further?
No.
Okay.
Let me just ask real quick on the motion. So just asking them to look into it, is that the request?
Yes, and report back to the board.
That's fine. Okay, I'll accept
Great.
that motion.
And I will note just this board, maybe some of you are aware, but we did pass a resolution in support of our immigrant and migrant families days after the most recent national election. It was unanimous. So I'm very proud of that, and proud of my colleagues, and proud to be here with all of you today. So with that, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned until next Tuesday, the 13th. Thank you. In Santa Maria.